Welcome to Six Gun Grill Newlands for day 2 of the match between the Six Gun Grill Western Province and the Gbets Rocks. Apologies for the slight delay in starting today. And just to say hello to everybody around the country, Dumala, Moweni, Sabona, Kuemora. We're here at the beautiful Six Gun Grill Newlands. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me today in the commentary box, David Brook, brand and sponsorship manager here at Western Province Cricket, as Hardest for Yun is away from us from the Wynberg end to Carvarena. Morning, David.
Good morning, James. How are you on this beautiful morning?
I am outstanding. Thank you very much, David. Looking forward to a good day's play here today at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
Very much so. It's a beautiful day out there. We were out there when the players were warming up. Started the day with my hoodie on. Ended before just 10 o'clock with my hoodie off. And it's a sunny day out here. It's a warm day out here. And the Six Gun Grill Western Province guys will be looking to pile on the runs in the first session this morning. And it's going to be interesting to see how long they bat for, how long they pile on, and what score they'll be comfortable with to be able to just bat once in this match.
It will indeed, and we are looking forward to a very good day's play today. Scorecard we'll give you shortly at the end of this Huddersfield over, and we will also update you on the information from the other matches that are going on around the country, as and when we get those scores.
Carvarena just hitting one to square leg for a single as he moves on to 149.
One shy of a very good 150 for Carvarena. Came in at a time when Six Gun Grill Western Province were 183 for 3, having just lost Daniel Smith. First baller he got, unfortunately, the youngster, and the captain taking it on his shoulders, the responsibility, together with senior man Tony DeZorzi, who scored an outstanding 163 yesterday, to put on a 184-run partnership for the fourth wicket. Falun away from us again. Oh!
Sounded like an edge, but it also sounded like his bat hit the ground there.
Yeah, his bat did certainly hit the ground. That was a bit of a two-scores.
Yeah, that's a good delivery in white ball cricket in these days. That full Yorker outside off stump. Good bowling there from Harders-Viljoen. He put in a shift yesterday, didn't he?
He did indeed. I mean, 23 overs he bowled yesterday and really did bend his back, the senior man for Gbets Rocks.
That's well played from George Linder. Just a defensive shot there from him. And it's a perfect situation for a batsman like George Linder, really. He's come in, the score's already on 430 plus, and he's able to play his natural game, which is an attacking game. He moves the game forward, and that's exactly what you want when you put George Linder down in number 7. This is the ideal situation for him, really.
Yes, he scored a lovely boundary to get off the mark this morning in the second over of the morning from Aishal Klutu, who was bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, as it's filling into him now. And he hit that hard, didn't he?
He hit that very hard. There was a couple of pigeons there that were in danger. They flew very quickly, but that was hit hard to cover. And I think it was Imran Manak there at cover doing the fielding there. Clean fielding, and that's the end of the 107th over.
So we've had 3 overs so far today. The overnight score, in case you missed it yesterday, 430 for 5 were Western Province, Six Gun Grill Western Province. And just to run through that scorecard for you, Tony DeZorzi caught 14, bowled for Falun 163, 241 balls, 25 fours. Eddie Moore bowled Falun, first wicket fall at 137, 71 of 104 balls, 9 fours, 1 6. Yassine Valley 21, caught Van Berg at first slip off the bowling of Kwesi Gumede for 21, 50 balls, 3 fours. And then Daniel Smith got a first baller, caught Janeman Malan in the slip position of Sean Van Berg. He did not trouble the scorers, only 1 ball faced, as displayed very nicely into the gap at mid-wicket by Carverena, and that takes him to 150. He's going to raise his bat very shortly to the dressing room, which he does now. The crowd under the Oaks, very few people in so far this morning, and it's 151 off 171 balls, 15 fours and 6 mighty sixes.
That's an incredible strike rate for 4-day cricket, and it really shows his all-round game. Carverena he's moved this game forward. They've bought themselves time in this game to be able to bat Paul totally out of this game.
Oh, plays that one, which is wide outside the off stump, to the man at deep cover, and there is a single to the 6-gun grill Western Province captain. Field changes for the left-handed George Linder. As you're saying, David, ideal setup here for George Linder and Carverena to push on this morning. That's what they'll want to do. As we know in cricket, it doesn't always work out that way, but that is what they will be looking to do: score some quick runs, enable 6-gun grill Western Province to declare possibly just before lunch.
Yeah, an ideal situation would be that you don't really expose Bjorn Hendricks and Dane Patterson and take some of the energy away on which is a very hot day today. You want to keep them fresh. It looks like that as George Linder whips one defined leg off his legs and just gets the single. Kwesi Gomedi doing the fielding on the boundary there. But ideally, you want to keep your bowlers. You're going to be bowling probably 2 innings, ideally straight. So there's going to be a lot of overs. So if they don't have to bat, I don't think the captain will want to expose them too much to the heat. They want to keep that energy for bowling quick, fast overs, short spells, wicket-taking overs, and that's what Carverena will be looking from his bowlers. He's got 4 seamers in the team, frontline seamers. George Linder, the frontline seamer, spinner, and then Aviwe Mgijima as well. So there's enough bowling stock to be able to rotate the bowlers nicely.
Indeed, David, that will be the plan, one feels, this morning. That one goes through the slip cordon. There is only one slip and a gully in place. Carverena did bounce short of gully, just to the left of the man fielding there, and not able to get a hand on that one was Ismail Khafildian, and he gets another boundary. 156 now, Carverena. 447 for 5. 2 balls to go in the 108th over. Ashel Kluter into his 21st over. We believe we are with you, no delay this morning. We believe we had a delay yesterday on the line. We have worked on that. The team from Pitch Vision worked on that this morning. That's just out into the covers where Manak doing the fielding there. And at extra cover, no, it's Copeland, sorry, and Michael Copeland fielding at extra cover. The field to the right-hander is one slip, a gully, man at deep point, extra cover, a man at the deepish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man on the fine leg boundary. 5-4, offside leg side field, Ashel Kluter towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. Bit of bounce on that one. First up to Carverena, he gets a single to end the over, keeps the strike, which he'll be happy to do.
I just had a little look over to Nunre Berger, who's sitting there in the home dressing room, and he had a little smile on his face when he saw that delivery. That's exactly the spot that he'll be looking to target. So I think they are getting all ready to ramp up the bowling. When do you think though Carverena will look to declare? Lunchtime, maybe a bit after lunch?
I think it depends how quickly him and George Linder can advance his innings this morning. If they get to 500 within the first hour, and maybe by drinks they are already well over the 500, he may give his bowlers the chance to have a couple of overs before the luncheon interval. Give 2 bites of the cherry at the openers. Viljoen away from, that is a very good delivery from Hardus Viljoen. Goes off the outside edge of Carverena's bat. He's going to pick up 2 runs.
It's a long boundary out there on the offside there, and bowling from the Weinberg end. Fielder doing some good work there. That's a 450 up for 6-gun grill Western Province. 650 balls, 57 fours, 7 sixes. When last did you say that in a 4-day match? which is fantastic to see. It's attacking cricket. It's an attacking brand of cricket. And that's what we love to see. We want to see results in 4-day cricket from the neutral point of view. And this looks like Six Gun Grill Western Province are setting that up for exactly that.
They are indeed. And it has been since the start this morning from 430 for 5. We're only in the 5th over of the morning and already 20 runs have been added. So keeping that run rate going at just over 4 runs to the over, which is a very good rate in 4-day cricket. One isn't used to seeing this kind of rate in 4-day cricket. The pitch is not that benign, I must say. It still looks like it's got some grass covering. You and I were out on the hallowed turf of Newlands this morning.
That's a beautiful shot there from Carver and cover drive through, and you'll pick up a couple runs. No problem at all. Good stuff.
From Lahanabe out there in the deep cover position. He's been doing a lot of work on the outfield there in front of the railway stand for the last day and into today. One feels he will probably only have most of the morning session to be fielding before he gets a chance, potentially with the Willow later today. Yeah, definitely.
We're on pitch 4 here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. So the long boundary is towards the railway stand. The shorter boundaries, when you're bowling from the Wynberg end, is on the Oaks grass embankment.
It looks to me like there's about 15 pitches here, David,
Yeah,
on the square. One of the biggest squares in South Africa. Here, one is used to seeing these massive squares at the grounds in the UK. Not so much here in the South African context. Fillion away from us again at the Wynberg end, just planted out, wasn't it? Yeah, very well played.
That's beautifully played from Calvarena. Knew exactly where the 2 was. He didn't try to hit that too hard. No. He just knew that there was 2 runs easy if he got it past the inner field, and he did just that and picked up another 2 as he moves to 163. Same score as Tony DeZorzi.
It is the same score.
If you're scoring 163 in the innings, you think you're going to be the top run scorer normally, but probably not in this case.
Now, I saw Carvarena this morning warming up and was taking a few throwdowns. Oh, beauty from Huddersfield.
No matter what score you're on, that's going to beat you any day.
That was a beauty. He has been the pick of the bowlers for the Gbets Rocks. Just to continue to run through what happened yesterday. So the 4th wicket fell when Tony DeZorzi was out for 163. A score on 367. Then Aviwa Ngwajima falling just 2 overs before the close in the second last over. Caught Fortain bowled Kumede for 25 of 64 balls with 3 fours. He'd looked good. He was settling in. Unfortunately for him, just chased a bit of a wide one towards the end of the day's play and had to make his way back. George Linder came in, faced 4 balls, didn't score overnight. He has added a 4 and a single to that, and he's facing now as Ashok Klitsch's into him from the Kelvin Grove end. At the end of this over, we'll run through some of the scores from the other 3 4-day series games. Just a reminder, please, that you can tweet us at WP_Blitz. That is at WP, both capitals, _Blitz, capital B on the Blitz. And please send in some of your tweets here to us here at Six Gun Grill Western Province. Beautifully played. Good delivery. It's been noticeable that the Rocks bowlers have been pitching it up a lot more this morning.
Yeah, very much so. They gave away too many boundaries yesterday, as we saw when the 450 came up there. That's way too many boundaries. And they've decided that they need to go a little bit fuller today. The bowlers, the Western Province bowlers, will be looking at the lines as well. I think if you look at the history of Newlands, the likes of going back to the days of Dawson and Willoughby, if you put it in the right spot at Newlands, it doesn't necessarily matter as George Linder just plays that nicely. Defensive shot, Aishal Klitty coming in. If you put the ball in the right areas, you'll get some purchase. You'll get results. It doesn't matter. You don't need to be bowling at 145, 150 clicks. Here at Newlands, the pitch will reward accurate bowling.
And you were talking yesterday, David, about Vernon Philander and his knack of being able to do that. Rory Kleinfeldt also in the setup here, still at Six Gun Grill, Western Province, with the senior men's team. Kluter in again. Beautifully played, well fielded off his own bowling, coming through in his follow through. Aishal Kluter, that showed great athleticism from the young man in only, I think, his fourth or fifth first class match. Aishal Kluter has impressed and can only get quicker as a bowler. One of a number of very good fast bowlers coming through. He's got 2 balls left in this his 22nd over. He's also done a lot of work over the past day. George Linder playing beautifully straight in the V this morning. And one once again fielded on his follow through by the bowler. So we have a slip, a gully, a man at point, man at extra cover. We also have a shortish extra cover, a man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and on the long leg boundary. It says 6-3 offside leg side field. Aishal Kluter to the left-hander. He's coming around the wicket. He's a right arm fast bowler from the Gbets Rocks. I think he made his debut last season. I'm going to have a look at that for you now. I've got some of those stats here.
I think he played for the Titans last season, 2 seasons ago, and he played for the Rocks last season.
Thank you, David, for that insight. Certainly saw him here in the one-day game, I think it was, against the...
Yes, that's correct.
Against the Western Province, Six Gun Grill Western Province. As that man who was at the shorty extra cover is coming to a short mid-off. Okay. And we want to give you some more information around how you can catch up with the scores and the broadcasts that are taking place around the country. It's the end of the over. That is 110 gone, 454 for the loss of 5. And David, you have some detail there for us.
Yeah, just some action around the country in the CSA 4-day series. The Dafabet Warriors are playing the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. The Warriors were bowled out for 166 yesterday. And Otniel Bartman and Ethan Bosch taking 3 wickets apiece. Then Hollywood Bets Dolphins. This game is moving quite quickly. 165 for 6. So they look to get a first innings lead, but they're already 6 wickets down.
Yeah,
so that game
won this morning already.
And Dile Pechlaquayo is still in there. Jason Smith is out. He was not out overnight. He went out for 45. But that game is moving quite quickly, and they'll be looking to build a first innings lead from there. We've got the Lions that are playing the Northwest Dragons in Johannesburg.
Oh, full banger from Viljoen, and it gets the treatment by Carl Verena. He's not going to miss out on something like that. That was hit beautifully straight. Not trying to do too much with it. Slammed into the advertising hoardings in front of us, and he goes on to 167. He now is the top scorer for Six Gun Grill Western Province in this innings.
Just going back to the live action around the country, the DP World Lions. Dom Hendricks just missed out on a century. He went out for 89, 239 for 5 against Northwest Dragons in the first innings.
And that's out to the man who is on the point boundary, Lomla Nabe, and they take the single. 168 for Rainer. Linda on strike now on 5. Field is going to just move over. Looks probably going to be very much an identical field, and Dave's going to carry on with some of those updates.
Yeah, an interesting update in the Momentum Multiplied Titans versus the iTech Knights. The Titans are currently 396 for 8.
Wow.
Heinrich Klaassen, the second wicketkeeper in the Test squad, is not out on 128 after Dean Elgar, the Proteas Test captain, scored 137 yesterday. So if you are interim coach Malibongo Makete of that Test side.
Oh, that is beautifully played by George Linder. He just stands and delivers that outside the off stump, wideish from Hardus Viljoen. He also missed his length, and George Linder's not going to miss out on that. Takes him up to 9 with his second boundary of the morning, both coming through that backward point, third man region. He's going to want to continue to capitalize along with his captain this morning. Viljoen in once again from the Weinberg end. That is edged hard past the man at first slip. Hits a pigeon, I think it is, on the way through to the boundary. And George Linde certainly wants to be part of it this morning, as that goes into those hoardings, which have the logo from CSA on them at the northern end of the ground, Kelvin Grove end. And he's into double figures with that slightly false shot, but he's going for it this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, 37 runs already this morning in just 29 minutes of play.
Yeah.
So you can see exactly the intent. They've stuck to the plan. They haven't gone into their shells. They're looking to take this game forward very quickly this morning.
Viljoen once again. That is full toss. And he hit another one, this time through the covers. There's no hope for the mid-off there. And that is yet another boundary. 3 boundaries in a row for George Linde here. The over has been incredibly expensive for the Gbets Rocks. Hardus Viljoen tired maybe a little bit from yesterday's exploits. He's into his 27th over of the innings. And this really is a very, very good performance by the 6-gun grill Western Province batting lineup. It's Viljoen again into the left-hander. And watchful this time is George Linde. Hardus Viljoen just having a bit of fun out there as he fields on his own bowling. That is 111 overs gone. We have had 7 overs, so 42 balls since the resumption of play. And 6-gun grill Western Province have scored 41 runs in those 42 balls. These two have made a bit of hay while the sun has been shining down on 6-gun grill Newlands. Their partnership is worth 42, with the previous wicket going down at 439. That was 429, the loss of Aviwe Mgijima late last evening. It's going to be Aishel Klutter to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. I think Hardus Viljoen may be taking a break after that over. He has now gone to a century of his own, 27 overs, 2 for 105. We're looking at the highest scores here, David.
Yeah, some highest scores record as we just watched Aishel Klutter come in here. Just carve around and knows how to play. Yeah, he's going to pick up 2 here. That's a good running there, good communication between the 2 batsmen. Just some interesting, just looking at some interesting stature provided by Andrew Sampson, our Cricket South Africa legend. If you look at the highest scores by at 6-gun grill Newlands, you're looking at 264 by Peter Milan, Cape Cobras versus Knights in 2020-21, 260 not out Carl Verreynne, Cape Cobras versus the Warriors in 2020-21 as well. I think that was 2 games in a row. Peter Milan first, and then that's out wide from Aishel Klutter, but Carl Verreynne just reaches for that and just takes a single. And then Tony De Zorzi, 230 not out. So 3 of those players, 2 of those are playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Some interesting stats there. And Carl Verreynne will be looking to better his score of 216 not out here at Newlands. That's for sure.
He may well give himself about an hour to do that if our estimation is correct. Take his 6-gun grill Western Province team over the 500 mark, and to then put the Gbets Rocks batters under pressure, possibly before the luncheon interval, which we will have here today at 12 South African Standard Time. It's going to be Klutter around the wicket to the left-handed Linde. That's played off the hip down to the man at long leg, and that is Kwesi Gumede, and he tosses that in left-handed to the wicketkeeper Clyde Fortuin. Look, Fortuin kept well yesterday when he was called upon to pull something out of the bag. He did a couple of really good takes. One that went straight through him, unfortunately, but very few extras in this innings so far. If you consider the innings as 475 deep, with only 6 runs for extras, and I can remember 1 no ball and then 5 byes, I think it was.
Yeah.
Was just bunted down into the pitch by Verreynne. So it really has been some outstanding work. You consider the 1 boundary in buys, the 4 that went through the batter and through him off Sean van Berg, one that seemed to pitch, turn, dip, do everything, and missed everything on the way through.
Yeah, he's been good, Clyde Fontaine. He's going to play an important role with the bat as well. It's tough to concentrate he's had to for this long period of time. Although it doesn't, it feels like a long period, but it hasn't been. It's just the runs reflect that it feels like a long.
That is not good news. That is not good news. Carl Verena hit on the glove. Let's hope that he's okay. Seems like he's okay.
It gives a
just
signal
bit of
to the physio to say,
Yeah.
no need to come down. I'm good. That's one of those stingers, really.
Yeah, it looks like it. We can only hope that that is the case, that it's a stinger, that there's no damage there. He has looked in absolutely brilliant form, and it would be such, I don't even know how to describe it. Okay, we believe there's a delay of about 20 to 25 seconds on our commentary at the moment, so apologies for that. We are going to try and get that fixed as soon as possible. So please bear with us while we do that. While you were away from us, or while we were away from you, should I say, it's these two have gone to the 50 partnership. 50 coming up in only 59 balls. Partnership now 52, 481 for 5, coming towards the end of the 113th over. So, yeah, end of the 113th over. And David, just to give us some background, we'll let you continue to watch as we are just going to be chatting a bit in the background.
Let's talk about the shirt that you're wearing today, James. You're wearing your Leicester Football Club shirt. No games this weekend because of the World Cup.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it's been a bit of an up and down season for you, eh?
Well, it has. I think we call it. It's been a down and then up season.
Brendan Rodgers holding on to his job.
Well, I think everybody in the Leicester City fans camp was calling for his head, most definitely. In fact, calling for his head, and it didn't happen. Top chairman, CEO of Leicester City Football Club, also of King Power, the Thai duty-free chain that owns Leicester City, keeping faith in the Northern Irishman, and he managed to get settled. I think only one signing in the summer break for Leicester City, and that was Wout. I think they call him Wout or Vote Fass from coming from, I think, Liège, or coming from one of the clubs in Europe over to Leicester City to replace Wesley Fofana, who, under quite controversial or nasty circumstances, it was left to go to Chelsea. Very good from Leicester's point of view in terms of the money generated. Wesley Fofana, really great youngster, and we wish him well at Chelsea, following in the footsteps of some other great Leicester players like N'Golo Kante, Ben Chilwell, and to a lesser extent Danny Drinkwater. Unfortunately, Danny not quite making
not quite
his
living up to
presence,
those expectations.
No, not quite living up to his name either.
You're being too kind. I don't think many people are going to wish him well. Fofana, they would rather have kept him there. The money.
We would. Yeah.
And I think a big loss for them was Schmeichel as well, leaving. Went to the French league in a very strange move.
Yeah, the background to that, and I stand to be corrected. The background to that on the Leicester side was that Casper actually was, after many years of service to the club, the move to France, I think went to Lyon, was done so that he could in fact help the club, Leicester City, generate the money that was required to be able to make some changes, keep things going. As I say, that is some of the word that we had. It wasn't necessarily a change that he wanted. It was, but something that they felt was perhaps necessary from a club point of view to do. Danny Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much to the team from Pitch Vision. I believe we are back live with you now, and we hope there is no delay on the line. You can hear us live as it's Kwesi Gumede. There has been a change to the bowling. Huddersfield taking a break for now after he has bowled 5 overs this morning. And, he's 28 overs, 2 for 110 at the moment. And we have Kwesi Gumede, the left arm bowler, quick bowler for Gbets Rocks, and he was bowling over the wicket to the left-handed George Linder, who hit him beautifully through the cover region for 4 earlier on in the over. Score now 492 for 5 in the 115th over, 62 runs added off 63 deliveries this morning.
Saw Peter Milan walking into the ground now with one crutch on.
Okay.
And I said to him we'd like to welcome him into the commentary booth as the take his quick single here. I think that's good running there from Carl Varane and George Linder. So we'll hopefully get Peter Milan to come into the commentary box here. He's just going to drop off what looks like Janneman's breakfast
Okay.
in a Woolworths packet this morning. Brother's looking after brother. But hopefully he'll be joining us, and he can maybe give us a bit of insight into his Middlesex deal that he's just recently signed, and his current status of his injury. An injury that for somebody like that is extremely frustrating.
Yeah.
He's the hardest worker in the country. Worked with him in the past, and he's an absolute pleasure to work with, and it'll be great to hear from him.
Committed away from us here at the Weinberg end, just eased into the offside to the man deep on the backward point boundary. Michael Copeland does the fielding there. All the Gbets Rocks players today resplendent in their white floppy hats, and yesterday there were a couple of cap wearers, and most notably Hlomla Anabi, who had his cap on all day yesterday.
Maybe they told him that cricket is a very superstitious game. That there was just one person wearing a hat, and we're sitting at 494 for 5.
It's all his fault.
So maybe they had a word in the dressing room after the day's play. We all know there's some funny intricacies about cricket, and if you play the game, you know exactly. Yeah. Maybe tweet us at Western Province _WP_Blitz and tell us about some of your superstitions or intricacies that you've heard from, and we'll read them out on air.
End of the over, 20 overs for Gumede now, 2 for 81. And we are broadcasting to you here live from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the beautiful 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It is a glorious day in the Cape, not too much of a southeaster blowing. I expect it to probably get a little bit stronger later during the day, but the oaks are barely moving. Off to our right and the railway stand to our left. We're broadcasting here from the southern end of the ground in the South Pavilion, Weinberg end, as we call it here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. If you are listening from somewhere other than South Africa, or even in South Africa, if you are not familiar with the ground, southern end, the Weinberg end, northern end, the Kelvin Grove end, and from the Kelvin Grove end, we're going to see a change of bowling. Arshil Kluter, who is making way for Sean von Berg, the leg spinner. It'll be von Berg will be bowling his 24th over of the innings. He has taken so far 1 for 85. He got the wicket of Daniel Smith yesterday, caught at first slip, and first ball to Carl Varane is swept, should I say hit, already more than a sweep. Wasn't really paddled, it was hit beautifully. Sorry, that's George Linder. Hit beautifully by George Linder down to the past the man. It's Imran Manak on the deep square leg boundary, backward square, and he scores another boundary. 29 for him now, and the total 498 for 5 are the 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Good shot that, David.
Yeah, George has looked very positive this morning.
Von Berg in again, just watchful from Linda to the man at mid-wicket. There we have a man. Field is Gbets at 45 on the leg side. We'll cover that after this ball. Sean von Berg gets through his overs very quickly. Same result this time. We have a man short at 45, man on the long leg boundary, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, a man extra cover, and a man at backward point, 6-3, sorry, and a man at slip, 5-4, leg side offside field, so 4 on the off, 5 on the leg, which one would expect with that ball as a standard turning in to the left-hander from the right arm wrist spinner. Sean von Berg in past Adrian Holdstock once again on the legs of Linda, and he takes a quick single. That has been a feature of these two batting this morning as well, the singles coming through.
Yeah, the partnership's just rocketed up to 70 already. In quick time as the score nears the 500 rand mark, and psychologically that won't be good for the Rocks.
Not at all. And remembering last season, the Titans scoring well over 500 here, but not in as quick a time. I think Western Province, 6 Gungrul Western Province were out in the field for about 150 or 160 overs in that instance. One senses will be a lot quicker if they are going to get to that kind of number.
I've tried to block that one out of the out of the memory bank, James, but thank you for bringing that up from last season.
One has to try and be as neutral as possible, David.
Very much so. You have to be, but yeah, fair enough. I am neutral when I'm in this commentary box. That's the end of the 116th over, 499 for 5. Carl Verena, 183 not out. George Linda has gone to 30 not out. Some interesting stats. Western Province Blitz highest Division 1 records, 574 for 8 versus the Lions at Paarl.
Sure.
And then 576 versus Northwest Dragons at Newlands, and 597 versus Dolphins and Peter Maritzburg.
Right.
I think somewhere around that 550s mark will probably be. I don't think they'll be damaging that 597, their highest score. I think that at the rate they're going at, they might decide to bat to 550 maybe, and I think maybe it's a timing thing. I like your idea that they'll maybe look to have a bit of a go at them 20 minutes before lunchtime, just to see if they can get one out before lunch. And then obviously they'll be looking to kind of remove the openers. Steven van Zyl is obviously a key wicket, and Ismail Khafieldin with Yanaman Malan coming in at 3, so they wouldn't mind removing those top 3 batsmen without troubling the scorer too much.
Yeah, as it's Kwesi Gumede again in left arm over the wicket from the Wynberg end to George Linda, and there is nothing to report. We have a slip, a gully, backward point, man at the point boundary, extra cover, shortish extra cover, sort of between it's more a cover, shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and man at deep square leg. It's a 7-2 offside field to the left-handed Linda, and there's no doubt about where Gumede should be bowling then, David.
Yeah, absolutely. His captain's laid it out for him very nicely.
And that one is on the pads as we talk about where he should be bowling, and it's a long chase for the man from at the wicket, and that the wicket keeper chasing that one down, but it is actually got the man at deep square does come round to field that, and David, the 500 is up.
The 500 is up in 699 balls, 65 fours, 7 sixes in 467 very long minutes for the Paarl Rocks bowlers, as Carl Verena and George Linda take the score over the 500 mark, and that's a psychological hammer blow to the Paarl Rocks side, and they will be looking to put their foot down.
Yeah. They will indeed. They've been putting their foot down this morning. There's been 12 overs and 2 balls. So 74 deliveries we've had this morning, and 72 runs have been added by this pair. So batting at just under a run a ball this morning. It has been fireworks.
It's beautiful to watch. This is the kind of 4-day cricket that we want to see in the modern game. And you've got 2 batsmen at the crease who are now settled.
Yep, they are.
And I think at the drinks break they'll have a bit of a talk and see what their goal is for the next hour, whether that's to look to declare after half an hour, have one last full go at it, Carl Verena's on 183. He's surely not going to declare before he tries to get to that 200 mark.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah, so I think he'll definitely go for that. And hopefully for Western Province's sake, George Linder can pick up another half century to his name. These two batsmen love batting together.
Yeah.
Off the field, they're good mates. They chirp each other on non-stop. So I think it's a good right-left-hander combination, and they're the perfect foil for each other, really.
Yes. My mind goes back, must be 3 seasons, David, possibly 4 seasons now, but in 2018-19 season, when both George and Kyle were really starting to make their way into the Western Province, into that stage, the Cobra setup. We'll talk a bit more after this ball.
Ooh.
Oh, it bounced just in front of Hanabe at that extra cover position. Sort of stopped a bit on Carl Verena there. And maybe just that man not quite in close enough there.
I saw Nandre Berger visualizing and warming up from this end that Kwesi Gumedi's bowling. And that delivery there that Kwesi Gumedi just bowled there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see somebody in the position where Janneman Malan is.
Yeah.
Short extra cover.
Yeah.
For Nandre Berger up front for exactly that kind of shot. Janneman Malan plays that shot very early on in his innings. Normally he plays it with a lot of power as well. So there could be some catching opportunities there if the ball just sticks in the pitch like it did there.
Yeah. Yeah, that one though is way too full this time from Kwesi Gumede, and it gets the full treatment from Carl Verena, and it races to the railway stand boundary for yet another 4. Carl Verena is just batting imperiously here. This morning he's put on 43 runs already in less than an hour's batting here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. That's the end of another over. 117 overs gone, 506 for the loss of 5 wickets. Are the 6 Gun Grill Western Province. And David, just perhaps we can spend a bit of time, we'll chat a bit more about it later, but just around you talking a bit about sort of targeting areas and analysis. It's something that is a part of modern day cricket.
Very much so.
Very much why Pitch Vision, who's one of our key providers and provides CSA with all the matches, all the cameras for the teams to be able to do that analysis, and provides the feed for these particular broadcasts. We say thank you to Johan and the team at Pitch Vision for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pitch Vision technology is incredible. Players can immediately go and see their highlights afterwards. From a content point of view, we as the teams themselves can have access to the content straight away. If you want to go and check out Tony DeZorzi's innings of 163, it's on our social media pages on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. So it's that kind of content that is just, that's an excellent delivery from Sean van Berg. I don't know whether he got an edge on that or whether it just was biased there. Let's see, wait for Adrian Holtstock to signal.
He did get an edge on it.
Yeah, he got an edge on that. And that was good bowling there from Sean van Berg, but George Linder picks up another couple. But yeah, the Pitch Vision action has been phenomenal, and we're privileged to be able to add some commentary to that, to bring you the stream via the Cricket South Africa YouTube page. And you can follow the game live with the live scoreboard on Pitch Vision itself. The link will be on.
And that one, it just gets the top edge over the leg slip Milan. They'll take a single. As Linda, just a slightly false stroke, perhaps bouncing a little bit on him. We can't see too well. We're looking at the same view that you are from the Weinberg end. We'll perhaps see. We can't really see what exactly happened there, but probably bouncing a little bit on him. That will actually, George Linda himself will be quite happy, I think, for that. Looking at that replay, perhaps he'll be thinking to himself, okay, maybe there's something here for me. Tall man, George Linder.
Does rely on a bit of bounce as well.
He does indeed.
So I think he'll be enthused by that.
Von Berg in the middle of his 25th over, 1 for 93 so far. And we'll run through some of the bowling figures as well at the end of the over, which is fast approaching. Nicely played by Verena. not just the power that he's had, David. It's been a lot of these soft touches that he's also had during this innings.
Yeah, very much so, and that's his game. Before you know it, we mentioned yesterday, before you knew it, he was on 20 odd.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like he was even there for that long. And that's his game. You know, he's you can call him the silent assassin, where before you know it, he's settled and he goes big. And that's the end of the over there. That's the end of the 118th over, 509 for 5. Just looking at Carl Verena on 187 of 204 deliveries.
Yeah, incredible.
George Linder on 36 from 44.
Yeah.
So that strike rate is really something to be lauded, and I think it's the coach will be very happy. If you coach Saleh Nakadin,
Yeah.
you don't really have to say much this morning to the team, do you?
No, you don't. We were chatting to him before play this morning, and Salih Nakadin saying, you know, you have your good days, you have your bad days as a coach. He's been coaching for well over 20 years, David, and he says, you know, yesterday was a good day, and you really want to put those in the memory bank. Very often as the human race, we actually remember the bad days more than we remember the good days. But this is, yesterday was one of those days as a coach that you really want to go back to and say, okay, that was a day I shall remember.
George
Well,
Linder
he was
tempted there.
Yeah, he
He was tempted there. But yeah, I think, you know, for me in cricket and in sport in general, body language plays a big part. And the body language that I saw from the Western Province team just as they were warming up, I think that Titans game gave them a lot of confidence. Without the rain there, they were in a strong position. 140 for 6 they had the Titans after they scored over 300 in the first inning. So they were in a strong position, and if the rain didn't come, we don't know what would have happened, but they were in a strong position to pull off a result there. So I think they'll take a lot of heart from that. That was away from home against the T20 champions. Strong Titans lineup. As George Linder they won rose on him, but he played that nicely down to gully. No run there.
Linder, a very tall man, rides that bounce very well indeed. Of course, a man who has been part of the Proteas setup as well, along with his current batting partner.
A lot of space on the leg side here at mid-wicket boundary. If he drops it short, you can see George Linder eyeing out that area. A nice little pull shot. Doesn't really need to do much. He's got Hardus for Yun here at mid-on, and he's got a man on the square leg boundary, but not much protection. If he goes full on the leg stump, George Linder's got a lot of ground to play with there. And he does just that. And it was going down the leg side. That was the ball to play to mid-wicket there.
It was, yes.
But he just missed that one. He went over that one, George Linder, and he's replaying the shot. There he knows that he missed out there. LBW shout, but it was going down leg side.
Yeah, he will feel he really missed out on that one, George Linder. Kwesi Gumede cannot afford to bowl anything anywhere near the pads. Interesting that one actually, it's only half an appeal. Perhaps there was an inside edge onto the pad, difficult to know. It was actually straighter than we perhaps first thought. But it... 2 men on the leg side, 7-2 offside leg side field. Gumede in yet again wide outside the off stump, just leaves it alone, which is a wise thing after having missed out on the previous delivery for a boundary. George Linder just taking his time there. So bowling figures for the Gbets Rocks. Stian van Zyl, 6 overs, 0 for 23. Michael Copeland, 2 overs, 0 for 22. Sean van Berg, 25 overs, 1 for 93. Hardus Viljoen, 28 overs, 2 for 110, the third centurion of this particular innings. Manak, 12 overs, 0 for 70. Gumede, 21.4 overs, 2 for 88 at the moment. And Aishul Kluter, 24 overs, 0 for 98 on the back of his 5 for last week, the poor young man. And that one is in the slot on the line of the off stump, and it gets the treatment that David has asked for it to deserve, and it goes away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Exactly what you were talking about, David.
Yeah, exactly that. And it looks like they not taking drinks. No, it's not the end of the over just yet. And that was a beautiful shot from George Linder. Kwesi Gumede not bowling to his field here. his captain's giving him a bit of the eye, because when you're already chasing leather at 509 for 5, you can't afford that kind of delivery. You don't have any protection out there, and George Linder just timed that one beautifully. Missed out on one earlier in the over, but he timed that one, and Kwesi Gomedi will look to get out of this over unscathed, his 22nd over, and that's better from Kwesi Gomedi. That's exactly bowling to his field, and it looks like the drinks are coming on.
Indeed,
in the first session of the day.
It is match referee Murray Brown bringing on the drinks for umpires Sean George and Adrian Holstock. Adrian Holstock in his 100th first-class match, standing in his 100th first-class match.
Yeah, very much so. Congratulations to Mr. Holstock. It's an incredible achievement as the drinks come on in 4-day cricket. The match referee brings the drinks on for their fellow umpires. It's not really a day for a suit and tie, but that's the attire that the match referee has to bring. We want to just thank our main sponsors, Six Gun Grill, for bringing this broadcast to you on the CSA YouTube page via Pitch Vision. We thank them for their partnership of Six Gun Grill Western Province and Six Gun Grill Newlands. And it's looking a peach out there today. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to welcome you back to see what score the captain, Kyle Verreynne, will declare on.
Back live with us after the drinks break. 513 for 5 is an hour to go in this session of play. We are thinking potentially that Six Gun Grill Western Province may declare Kyle Verreynne a big appeal for LBW, a stumping actually as well, with a stumping LBW, neither of which are entertained by either Sean George or Adrian Holstock. Kyle Verreynne survives, and it is going to be Sean von Berg to continue. In from the Kelvin Grove end, and just bunted into the leg side. There's an easy single as the man comes around from square leg. We have got now the left-hander George Linder on strike. Just got a message from another Cape Fox, Bruce Nadine, who's here this morning, and hope we'll get a chance maybe to introduce you to him, David, at some stage. It's George Linder going for that one, not getting hold of it at all, and it's von Berg coming through to pick that one up. And off his own bowling, 3 balls bowled in his 26th over. Okay, well, that would be very good. Alex Hales, we believe, here at 6 Gun Grill.
Maybe
Newlands
not at
today.
Newlands, but
He's
maybe
not
in Cape Town.
Maybe he is in Cape Town. Maybe not at Newlands. It's maybe taking a bit of a break from cricket for a while.
Yeah, you wouldn't blame him. I think he's been in the headlines for the right and wrong reasons over the last couple of seasons. But ultimately, you want the guy just to. That's beautifully played by George
Linder.
Linder. Swept.
So well played.
And the man at backward square has no chance of stopping that. George Linder, what a shot there. Just on his pad, sweeping beautifully. Fielder couldn't even move before the ball was at the boundary. Michael Copeland there on the fine leg boundary.
He moves to 44 with that, and that's come in no time at all. Of 53 deliveries, that 44 for George Linder. He will be eyeing the half century, which is only 6 runs away, and there's a gap there at square leg, down the leg side, and there's a slight appeal. Really nothing too convincing from Clyde Fortain. Adrian Holstock not interested, and it is the end of the 120th over, 518 for 5 since the start of play this morning after 104 overs, which is we've had 16 overs in an hour and 12 minutes, including the drinks break. And 6 Gun Grill Western Province have put on 88 runs off those 16 overs. So it has been really a run fest this morning.
We'll keep an eye on the change room there, the home change room, to see when the whites start going on, the longs start going on. Currently, everyone is still in their training gears. I see Aviu Mgajima and Tony DeZorzi. They don't look like they're getting into their whites anytime soon.
No.
I think there's a couple of milestones still to go before any declaration is considered. As Kwesi Gomede comes in from the Weinberg end, Kyle Verona just beautifully plays that to Gully. No run.
The field for the right-hander. For the left arm over the wicket bowler is a slip. Sean von Berg at slip. We have Gafildian at gully, a man on the deep point boundary. That I think is Hanabe. Or is it Aishul Kluter? It's actually Aishul Kluter on the boundary there. 2 men in at extra cover. Shortish catching for that one that just pops in the air like we saw in the previous over. For Lyon here in front of us at mid-off. We have a mid-on, Stian van Zyl, mid-wicket, and a man on the deep square leg boundary, and that is straightish. And a quick single taken to Viljoen, and Verena collides with Kwesi Gomede. Gomede watching the ball and just not seeing Verena coming through to him. That looks like they're both okay.
He's lucky it was Carl Verena and not Hardus Viljoen coming there, because the physio might have been on if that was the case. But luckily for him, and with respect to Kyle, it wasn't Hardus Viljoen.
Yeah.
Or George Linder, I suppose.
George Linder
Linder's
would
a bigger unit as well.
Yes, Kwesi Gomede is quite, what would you say, lithe? I mean, he really is a youngster. He still has to fill out a bit.
Yeah, very much so.
But he is has impressed. Yesterday, he really tracked it back well after his first spell of after he bowled 8 overs. He'd gone for 44 runs before he got the wicket of Yassine Valley, and then he managed to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, I think his game has developed. I saw him when he played for the Cape Town Blitz a couple of seasons ago, and in that lineup was the likes of Dale Steyn, Unrich Nokia, Sisanda Magala, all seamers of Malusi Saboto was there as well. So, learning from those guys, I think he's developed his game nicely. He's come on nicely. He has added a yard of pace since I first saw him, but his game is still growing.
Yeah.
He'll learn his craft. He's a lovely young man. He's a good talent.
That's a much better delivery. And just into the offside. Monak does the fielding at extra cover. So for the left-hander, we have a slip, gully, and George Linder has been particularly harsh on anything short and wide outside the off stump. We do have a man at backward point, quite wideish backward point, or should I say fineish backward point, a man on the cover, or on the point boundary, extra cover mid-off, and mid-wicket, mid-on, and a man on the deep squarely boundary. We've gone with a 6-3 offside leg side field. We were at 7-2 offside leg side in the previous over, and this one outside the off stump, and that is going to race away backward of point, the region that George Linder has been favouring today. He goes on to 48 in a partnership of 94 with his captain Carl Verena. It is now 523 for 5. Short and wide from Kwasi Gumede. Kwasi Gumede, that is going to get punished all day.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to George Linder. That boundary took an absolute pounding there. If not for the perimeter boards there, it would have gone up into the rolled into the tier. But that was a great shot there from George Linder as he nears another first-class half-century.
And we'll get those stats for you as and when potentially it happens. That's on the pads, and it's through the man at shortish mid-wicket, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary. Hardisfield really just going on a retrieve mission there in front of us. George Linder raises his bat to the dressing room and the crowd that is in here today, and he has gone to a 50. David, take us through those numbers for us.
Yeah, he's gone to his 50 off 58 balls, 10 fours. He's been there for 84 minutes, including a little time last night. Just 39 dot balls at his 13th half century to go with his 5 centuries. His highest score is 148, not out here at Six Gun Grill Newlands in the 1920 season. In fact, this is his 100th innings, so it's good to see that he's got a half century in his 100th innings.
And I just have a visitor here in the commentary box with us at the moment. Bruce, as I was talking about earlier, Bruce Nadine just popped in behind us as Sean van Berg is about to start his next over. Comes in from the Kelvin Grove end to Carl Verena. That's short, and it is punished by Verena. That's going to go to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that is the 100 partnership for these two men that have grown up here in the Western Province cricket. And David, just take us through those numbers, please.
Yeah, 113 balls, 16 fours, 52 runs coming from George Linder's bat, and 50 runs coming from Carl Verena. A very equal partnership, and this has been a partnership that has just really taken the game away from the Paarl Rocks. If there was thought that was any chance of them winning it, they've snuffed that out, and they just keep on rolling as Carl Verena looks to get one past Gully. He moves on to 193. What a knock from the young man.
It's been a fantastic knock here by the Six Gun Grill Western Province captain, deciding to bat yesterday morning after he won the toss. It has proven to be an outstanding decision for both him and the team as he pummels that one out into the deep. Will he come back for the second? No, he hit it too well and couldn't quite place it where he wanted to, I don't think, in that instance, but he moves on to 194.
Yeah,
with
Sean van Berg bowling medium pace now, not really getting much purchase from the spin side of things. Sean van Berg wants to get into that change room, put his feet up. He's rolled through almost 27 overs. He's gone for 103 runs and just the one wicket.
Oh, George Linder! Oh, my word! That was a valiant effort here at backward square leg to take the catch as he swept that well. I think that's Kwasi Gumede. Is it always? Yeah, Kwasi Gumede here at backward square that tried to take that catch, jumping high into the air. Couldn't quite get to it. Cleaned up by the man behind at deep square. Take a single. Carl Verena, 2 balls left in this over. He's on 194. Plays it through the offsides. The man sweeping on the cover boundary. That is down there is Michael Copeland, and they take another single. 195 to the captain, 53 to George Linder, and 1 for 105 Sean van Berg in his 27th over.
Yeah, we haven't seen Imran Manak, the second spinner, come on this morning yet, and I don't think we will see him unless Sean van Berg says, I'm done for the day. George Linder giving it a heave-ho.
Oh.
Not the most beautifully, aesthetically pleasing shot but it's still a single nevertheless. And that concludes the 122nd over, 535 for 5.
It's Kwesi Gumede from that is a beautiful shot from George Linder. One bounce four in front of us here over mid-off and takes him into 58. Partnership's 110, and it's come in absolutely next to no time here. This 110 runs, almost at a run a ball. Consider that they faced, I think, 10 balls last night for 1 run.
Yeah.
It does mean that this morning has come at a run a ball virtually, which is really good and exactly what Six Gun Grill Western Province wanted.
James, I think the next half-hour play is going to be fun to watch if
you're
a Six Gun Grill Western Province fan.
Yeah.
There are some supporters here. Thank you very much for coming out to support. This game will have a Saturday at least.
Yes.
Maybe not a Sunday. The bowlers might have something to do with that, but definitely a Saturday. And we hope that some people will come out, bring the kids along, bring your picnic baskets along. It's free entry. Come to the ground. And just enjoy a day at Six Gun Grill Newlands. There was a bit of a committee meeting now out in the middle here with the Pole Rocks. I don't know what they were discussing at 539 for 5.
I'm not sure.
But it's still Yanaman Malan has still got pride here, and he wants to limit the amount of boundaries and the amount that they'll be setting. George Linder is on fire here, 58 not out of just 61 deliveries, and we know that he can go at more than a runnable. That's for sure.
Yeah. Kwesi Gumede away from us now at the Weinberg end to George Linder, wide outside the off stump, and that's exactly what his field is set for. A bit of a knock on of the fielder down there. I think that's Michael Copeland in the deep at the point boundary. They take the single, and
talking about knock-ons, I see Rassie Erasmus has been banned again.
Yeah, no, he certainly has knocked it on again.
After knocking it on again on Twitter. Somebody, I think, needs to maybe let him lose his password. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you are in high profile, nobody really monitors your Cape Fox tweets, But when you are high profile as Rassie Erasmus, you do get focused on a little bit more. That's a beautiful shot from Carl Verena, but nothing down the ground. Hardest for Ewan Fields at mid-off.
Yeah, just out of your picture, you're watching here on the CSA YouTube channel. Kwesi Gumede walking very, very slowly back to his mark. Unlikely that the young man would have bowled this many overs in a match or in single innings often before, one feels.
Yeah, we said yesterday that we felt that the Rock side was lacking a second frontline seamer. Stean van Zyl and Michael Copeland bowling 8 overs. The experiment of the second spin, I think, failed for them.
Yeah. Wide outside the off stump, and that's squeezed out to the man at deep cover. They're going to take 2. That's very, very good running by this Western Province pair, and that takes Verena to 197. He's now within one boundary of that 200. Not sure how many 200s he has got, David. Maybe just the one.
Just the one 200 here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. A score of 216 not out, and he'll be looking to Probably better that. Why not?
Well, he has certainly given himself the opportunity. It is 44 minutes until the luncheon interval, and that one is going to go through the covers. Is it? No, well fielded by Hardis Viljoen, and they turn, but Viljoen has fielded that ball well to prevent the boundary, and only one run to Kyle Verreynne, the Proteas and Western Province wicket keeper, and he is on 198. A lot of anticipation around the ground building for this potential double 100 for the skipper of the Western Province team.
Before this match, he was on 3,967 first-class runs, and he's rocketed past that 4,000 mark, and he's on his way to 5,000 first-class career runs.
We made it into Linda. Linda plays that one beautifully down to mid-off. Van Zyl does the fielding out of your picture, and they take yet another single. He steals the strike at the end of the over. 123 overs gone, 544 for 5. And Verreynne, 198 off 216 deliveries. That is quite something.
Yeah, it's incredible. He's really done a hell of a job for his team here today. He started the day off well yesterday when he won the toss and elected to bat. His top order batsmen, Tony de Zorzi and Eddie Moore, got the game off to a flying start, and then Tony de Zorzi continued on that, scoring 163 in an incredible knock as Kyle Verreynne nears 200 runs.
It's going to be Sean Fotenberg to continue with his medium pacers, his leg spinners from the Kelvin Grove end, and he will be bowling to George Linda. Linda on 60 not out. And the field is widespread. We'll cover that for you just now. 6-3 leg side offside field. Okay, you would have been live watching that single from George Linda, as it's going to be Kyle Verreynne, 198. Let's hope we're just building that tension for you ahead of his 200.
Very much so. No matter how much you're in, those big milestones, especially double hundreds, they don't come around too often in one's career.
No,
You've got to keep the concentration going, and we hope for Kyle's sake that he can get there. This will be a big moment for him. Sean van Berg comes in. He is now in the limelight, being an international player in the Proteas setup.
Yeah.
There's more scrutiny around you now, but scrutiny is a privilege. As Peter Malan once said in a very famous press conference that I was at when he made his debut here against England, pressure is a privilege, which I really thought was spot on.
It's Van Berg in to Verreynne. Oh my goodness, Jesus. He hit that just in front of Manak at extra cover.
Little teaser there from Sean van Berg.
And that was close. But David, I'm going to let you talk us through the potential 200 here. You've spent a lot of time with Kyle Verreynne, been here at Six Gun Grill, Western Province for most of his career.
Yeah, it has been wonderful, and he just takes the single to get to 199. But he has been, I've seen him grown up here from a scrawny little ginger kid that came in, but he was always very chirpy. Yeah. When he came into the semi-professional team, Dane Villas was the mainstay keeper for the Cape Cobras at the time, and I remember when Dane Villas moved on from here, there was a lot of pressure as Kyle Verreynne was next in line. Could he fill those boots?
Right.
I think he's filled those boots, and he's exceeded anything with respect to Dane. Dane is an incredibly great keeper, but Kyle's gone on to have an incredible career so far, and he's a young man. He's a mature young man. He's got a good base around him. He's got a wonderful family that support him. He's got a wonderful fiance that supports him as well, Amy. And all those, everyone who knows him just wants success for him. And from a South African cricket point of view, he is one of the brightest stars in the country.
It will be Verreynne on strike, having taken a single off the last ball of the previous over, and he will be facing up to Kwesi Gumede. Lots of talk about the field here. They're going to bring the man in a little bit to the edge of the square from point. We've got a slip, a gully, a point, man at extra cover, and extra cover mid-off. David, take us through this.
And Carl Verreynne whips one through the leg side, and that's his double 100. Carl Verreynne, 200 not out. Take a bow, young man. Raise that bat to the stands, to your teammates. And there's the teammates on the right-hand side of us, James, are up in arms. They are standing up. George Linde, his teammate, is giving him a big hug. Congratulations. Kyle just checking that the scoreboard is indeed correct there. But his 200's come off 220 balls, 21 fours, 6 sixes, James. What an incredible knock from the young man.
Yeah, as you say, David, take a bow. And this really has been an innings of immense quality right from the word go. He came in a pressure situation. Lovely touch there from Janeman Malan, and you might have seen that as he ran past to take up his position. Just the tap on the back. Well done, young man. It's been an outstanding performance.
Phew. Yeah. That was fun.
It was fun, and
George Linde
flows one even more fun, doesn't he? That is absolutely caned into the Oaks there.
James, just to give the viewers a bit of a view of what they can't really see. There's a man at backward point and there's a man at cover, and there's about 7 meters between them, and it just rocketed through them. They each moved about a meter, and it was already hitting the boundary.
They stood absolutely no chance of cutting that one off, and that is the 550 for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. 505 minutes. 717 balls, I think it was, that we saw there on the screen. Batting at more than a run a minute. That is unusual to see in 4-day cricket in South Africa. Straight onto the pads at this time, Gumede, and Linde goes through for the single. But that previous shot played through the offside, David, was, just
that was beautiful.
Sublime. Absolutely sublime.
James, I'm telling you now, Carl Verreynne said to George Linde, you've got 34 runs to get before lunchtime.
I think
and
so.
He's going for that 100.
Yeah. There's still a lot of time left in this game. 5:52. So, David, that 5:76 you were talking about, it looks like that may be gone by lunchtime. Yes.
Very much in danger, James. And George Linde in his 100th innings, can he go for that 100?
Well,
that would be something
amazing,
special. He is a stats man. He loves looking at his stats. And I think he'll enjoy that one if I tell him that at the end of the day that was his 100th innings.
Yeah.
As Carl Verreynne just moves on to 201 not out. Just a little nice past that 200 mark.
And just giving the strike to his partner, and George Linde in imperious form as well, it must be said. Today he has looked outstanding. Last night, having to come in with 10 balls left in the day, couldn't have been very good for him to just survive that last little period at the end of the day against a reasonably new ball. And now that ball is 44.4 overs old and has been flying to all parts of the picturesque 6 Gun Grill Newlands Stadium. Has seen many innings of great stature over the years. This one, over the past day or so, from Carl Verreynne, certainly for me, has been an outstanding first-class innings.
Yeah, it has been beautiful to watch. I've now been privileged to witness both his double centuries, and I think it's just been one of those knocks that just shows the maturity of the young man.
George Linde 66, Carl Verreynne 201. That's right, 201 if you have just joined us here on the YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa. We're broadcasting from Six Gun Grill Newlands. It's Kwesi Gumede away from us at the Wynberg end. And that one full into George Lynn, who just plays it back to the bowler. The field, I think widespread is perhaps an understatement. Yeah,
It's stopped the boundaries, James. There's no limits,
is.
obviously, in the 4-day game with the amount of people that you can have out, but this is a damage limitation now.
Yeah.
The third highest score by Western Province in Division 1 4-day series history is 574, so that's coming up to play. 576 the next, and then 597 is Western Province's highest score in the era.
Gumede away from us again. This one's short, and that is going to go down to the boundary. You can have 4 men out on the leg side, but if you bowl it there, it is going to travel, and it does, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. There was a man at long leg, a man at deep backward square, a man at deep mid wicket, and a man at long on, and that didn't mean anything, unfortunately, for Kwesi Gumede, and he looks a really downcast figure, the young man from the Gbets Rocks. But today for him will be all about learning your trade.
Yeah, very much so. It's a tough one for Kwesi Gumede. He's had to bowl a lot of overs. You feel that they lacked an extra seamer. I'm just looking at some stats here, James. The 6-wicket record partnership for Western Province was Peter Milan and a certain Vernon Philander. I remember being at that game 2018-2019 against the Dolphins. That was 228.
Wow.
So I'm not sure we'll get there
I don't think so.
Today. I don't think that record will be in danger.
No.
But this has nevertheless been an incredible partnership from these two young men who love batting together.
And we have had today 21 overs bowled so far in the day, and the score has progressed from 430 for the loss of 5 to 557. So we've had 127 runs in those 21 overs. That is really an incredible performance from these two. For today, am I right? 127 runs in 21 overs.
That's incredible.
So,
I feel like the One-Day Cup only starts in December, James. But the One-Day Cup seems to have started early today. This is not, when people say that 4-day cricket is a little bit boring at times, a little bit slow.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong game if you aren't at Six Gun Grill Newlands today or watching online on Pitch Vision and the Cricket South Africa YouTube page. This is exciting stuff. This is what we love to see.
Absolutely.
And this is a game moving forward. Obviously, the advent of T20 cricket has moved the first class arena forward. You don't often see docile pitches really, even these days. Most of the results, there are results. Batters are batting at 4.5 to the over in 4-day cricket. I think they're just looking to change the ball here.
Or are they declaring?
To declare?
I think they are declaring.
They are declaring.
Indeed they are. That is the declaration coming from Six Gun Grill Western Province. And David, that means there will be 20 minutes before the luncheon interval for Six Gun Grill Western Province to bowl at the team Carvarena. Putting a personal milestone behind him and not going for the personal milestone of his highest score here at Six Gun Grill Newlands and in his career, but going for the team. 201 not out he is, and George Linder with him, 70 not out, 555, 7 for 5. The declaration is upon us. 125 overs. The Gbets Rocks players generously applauding the pair from Western Province, from Six Gun Grill Western Province. And if you're wanting a spice and you wanted cricket that's spicy, then you found it today at Six Gun Grill Newlands. We will be taking a break just to run through the scorecard for you and the bowling figures just before we take that break, and we see the Gbets Rocks come out to start their reply. So 557 for 5 off 125 overs. The men at the crease, at the declaration, George Linder 70 not out. Carvarena is 201 not out, going to his second first-class double 100. 128 was their partnership. And the scorecard, Dazorzi 163, Moore 71, put on 137 for the first wicket. Valley 21, Smith out without scoring. And Gujima 25, 201 to Verena, 70 to Linda. Both unbeaten at the close of the innings. Van Sale, 6 overs, 0 for 23. Copeland, 2 overs, 0 for 22. Von Berg, one wicket he got, 28 overs, 108 runs off those. Viljoen, the pick of the bowlers for me for the Gbets Rocks, 2 overs, listen to me, 28 overs, 2 wickets for 110. Imran Manak, not really successful at all, 0 for 70 in his 12. Kwesi Gumede, 2 for 121 off his 25. And Ashil Kluter, 0 for 98 of his 24. 3 centurions in the bowling attack and 2 big centurions in the batting lineup, as we see some of the bowlers from Western, Six Young Girl Western Province. Dane Patterson coming out onto the field, tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's looking forward to and licking his lips ahead of this challenge to try and get 20 wickets in the innings, in the 2 innings for against the Gbets Rocks. We're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes or so when we will see what happens prior to the luncheon interval. Thank you for being with us. We hope you're going to join us again after the break. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands from the Weinberg end. It's going to be Nandre Berger open up the bowling. He's been bowling to is going to be Ismail Khafildin, the left-hander, facing up to the left arm over Nandre Berger. Nandre Berger, one of 6 of the Six Gun Grill Western Province players to be signed for the SA 20 coming up, and David will probably have something that he can a bit more he can tell us about that as we go through the day. And Nandre Berger coming in for his second delivery of the Gbets Rocks, and he did get a nice bit of lift on that first delivery, jamming into the bat of Khafildin, and there is again no run. We have the field for the left arm over bowler David. We've got 3 slips, a gully. We have a man at point, mid-off, mid-on, a man at short leg, Tony DeZorzi under the helmet, and a man down at fine leg. So we've got a 6-3 offside leg side field, and Berger steaming away from us here at the Weinberg end. And that one goes straight through Khafildin. That's an absolute peach. Getting beautiful carry through to Kyle Farina. Behind the stumps. A lot of talk out there, as one would expect, with only 17 minutes to go to the luncheon interval.
Yeah, I think I love that declaration from Kyle Verona. From a neutral point of view, you want to see if you're in that position, you want to give it a full go. Nandre Berger can steam in. You're only getting a couple of overs.
Yep.
Probably Bjorn Hendricks or Dane Patterson from the other end, and. That is flown through the slips there. They would have gone to a 4th slip.
Wow.
But just in between gully and 3rd slip, that gap. That's an incredible delivery there from Nandre Berger, finding the edge of Khafildin's bat. And wow, if that went to hand, that would have really got...
Yeah.
Looking at a replay here, and that was just a rising delivery. And
goodness.
You could see the despair when you realise there's no 4th slip in place.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit wider, but he's come in a little bit now as Nandre Berger is building up ahead of steam here.
Yes, indeed.
First over.
So good to see Nandre Berger back in action here from the Weinberg end. Another very good delivery on the line of middle and off stump. A bit fuller this time. He has worried Khafildin already with that ball short of a length. Really coming up into the left-hander, and that ball just inches away the catch from being the first wicket. George Linder, I think it is there. Is it? No, it's not Linder, sorry.
In the slip cordon there, we've got Abiu Gajima, Eddie Moore, Bjorn Hendricks.
And who is
that?
Daniel Smith?
Is that Daniel Smith?
That's Daniel Smith in the gully or 4th slip position. Oof.
And Khafildin just takes the opportunity to get off strike.
Yes, he won't get much respite, I don't think. His physio coming onto the field for him. It's the end of the first over, 5 without loss. It could so easily have been 1 for 1 or 0 for 1. It is not going to be an easy time these last 15 minutes before lunch for the Gbets Rocks openers. Khafildin has taken the strike, though, and it will be Bjorn Hendricks. Will it, from the Kelvin Grove end? Indeed, the very experienced Bjorn Hendricks, also one of the six Gun Grill Western Province players that will be playing in the SA 20, the left armour, who spent the last season in England at a place that
I was going to ask you.
I know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you've ever been to the Grace Road there.
I have, but I was about 6 years old, I think.
Okay.
So I really don't remember it very much. Spent much, my early childhood was spent in Leicester up until sort of when I was about 10. My father took us to Welford Road often to watch the Tigers play.
Got you,
He didn't want to take us to Filbert Street. It was about a time when football ground was not a very favourite a very good place for a youngster to be.
The stands, there was there was always
standing room
only.
Pretty much on the terraces. Very vocal. My dad certainly wasn't. Anyway, it's Björn Hendricks towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. Nice carry through to Verena. Well left by Gafieldin. That is encouraging signs for the Six Gun Grill Western Province pacemen as they seek to get a wicket or maybe two before the luncheon interval. If they get one, I think they'd be very, very happy.
Yeah, very much so. I think with 557 on the board, you've got a hell of a lot of runs to play with. And you can attack the batsman. That's why they've got 4 slips in place. First up for Björn Hendricks. He's going to look to make him play.
Oh! Wow.
That is unplayable
Completely.
delivery from Björn Hendricks. We saw him play up in Centurion. He was bowling. He was unplayable there on a sporting pitch there at Centurion, but he started off extremely well here. And Ismail Gafieldin is under the pump immediately from both of the bowlers.
He is indeed, David. It's been an impressive start from Berger here from the Weinberg end, and from the Kelvin Grove end has been very impressive so far. There's a couple of deliveries from Björn Hendricks. Oh!
The sound effects in the commentary room reflect exactly the sound effects on the field of play as well. We all felt that. Ismail Gafieldin keeps on looking up at the clock going, how many minutes? It feels like I've been out here for an hour already. But he's just been out there for 1.3 overs, but he is seriously under pressure. Yeah, he's a good batsman. He played here a few seasons ago for the Cape Cobras. Red ball cricketer, red ball specialist. He knows his game well. He's nothing too fancy, but he's a solid player. And he's also a tough.
Oh!
Tony de Zorzi is almost in business there at short leg. As Björn Hendricks, the body language from the Six Gun Grill Western Province players is really positive at the moment. I'd like to see Stiaan van Zyl maybe come up to his fellow batsman there, maybe give him a bit of reassurance.
Yeah, I was looking at that actually. I thought maybe Stiaan would come down and chat to him. I feel him doing the right thing there though, David, and you might have seen that on your screen. In fact, I'm sure you did. He just took some time out there just to go, get on his haunches, just compose himself. He'll know this situation. He's been in it before. He'll want to just get through these overs before lunch. And that must have hurt again.
It didn't sound good. It didn't sound like it hit him on the pads itself there.
Arm?
Hit him on the arm, it looked like. So he's maybe not reading the pitch.
It is.
And Björn Hendricks is getting it right into the slot. He is on Gafieldin. He smells blood.
Yeah.
And he's going after the kill.
He is indeed. Going to take all the powers of concentration to get through this next 10 minutes or so. Good delivery again from Hendricks. His rhythm looking outstanding, David. And one has to commend Gafieldin as well for seeing out that over without any damage to the wickets column for for Gbets Rocks.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not about runs in these few minutes. No. It's about surviving. You don't want your number 3 batsman coming in before lunch. 10 minutes to go before lunch. Probably maybe 3 overs, depending on how quickly Nandre Berger can get through this over. Björn Hendricks from the other end, and maybe Nandre's got 2 left before tea. They'd like to get in as many overs.
Yeah, before I'm sure they will. It looks like they could. I mean, scoreboard is showing 12 o'clock on the dot. High noon it is here. You've got the gunslinger Berger in to Van Zyl, and that is again through the slip cordon. No real foot movement to talk of from Stiaan van Zyl. Oohs and ahs once again, but that did bounce quite a significant distance short of the man in the gully region.
Yeah, he's standing on middle stump, Stiaan van Zyl, but you can see from this delivery there was no foot movement there, and he just played one away from his bat. Lucky to get away with that one, but Nandre Berger will be very excited by this. He's got some speed. If we had a speed gun here, he'd probably be bowling at already over 140 kilometers an hour. He was picking up speed in the T20 challenge, bowling over 145 at times.
Wow!
And he's really come back. He's leaner, he's meaner. and he's ready to take that next step in his career.
We've gone for a 7-2 now, offside, leg side field. Extra man in catching there, as this one is short and wide, and you cannot bowl to anybody there, and you definitely can't bowl to Stiaan van Zyl there.
Stiaan van Zyl
didn't help.
one of the most beautiful players to watch in the country. It's fantastic to see him back playing on South African soil. Played in the UK, Sussex was his county, but he's back now. Playing red ball cricket mainly, and maybe 50 over cricket for the Rocks, but he is beautiful to watch.
That was a fantastic shot, and he got the punishment it deserved through the cover region for 4. Much better delivery this time from Burger, and well left by Van Zyl, left on length as much as anything else, which was a feature of the 6-gun grill Western Province batting we saw yesterday on what was a sporty pitch to begin with. It looks as if there's still plenty of bounce in this surface.
Yeah, very much so. A little bit of grass on the wicket. We saw Dane Patterson ahead of the toss on day one going, maybe if we lose the toss it wouldn't be such a bad thing to bowl first on here. As Nandre Burger comes in again to Stiaan van Zyl, good pace there. I just want to know, are we watching a 50 over a T20 game?
Well,
it feels like, James.
It does feel like it.
We've got how many runs? We had over 100.
We did. We had so ended on 557. We had 127 runs in the first hour and 40 minutes before the declaration came this morning for 6-gun grill Western Province. We'll take you through those numbers at lunchtime. When we break for lunch in 7 minutes' time. That Burger away from us again. Oh, that one just swinging a little after it went past the head of Stiaan van Zyl. Just
you can see
the way.
You can see the difference between the Western Province pace bowlers and the Rocks pace bowlers. Hardest for Ewan was getting that exact carry like Nandre Burger's getting from this end. But they just lack that extra pace from that second seamer. Bjorn Hendricks from that side has already got pace up that side, and then you've still got Dane Patterson, which is not as quick as maybe Nandre Burger, but he'll be on the money.
And Tepo Mareki in this team as well. Great fielding in that backward point position. And that's is that Yassine Valley? It is indeed, is it? Yassine Valley there?
Important that kept Stiaan van Zyl off strike there and allowing Bjorn Hendricks to once again have a go at Gafieldin. He had the better of him in his first over, but he'll have another go, and he's already had his mark rearing to go. Bjorn Hendricks, he knows that he's got his tail up. So you can see the movement of the fielders are very quick to their positions for the overs.
Yeah,
that over just took 4 minutes to bowl. So as a fast bowler, you're very happy with that. As a captain,
very happy.
George Linder looks like he's warming up, so it might be we might interestingly see an over of spin before lunch. But I wouldn't think so. But
me neither. But
Gafieldin takes
he gets himself
single
off strike, which is good running. They take the quick single to Mgijima. Mareki, sorry. Tepo Mareki is in at mid-off to the left-handers, and they go through for quick single. The field to the left-hander now. Van Zyl first on his first strike against Bjorn Hendricks. We have got 4 slips. A man at backward point. That's Yassine Valley at backward point. Man at mid-off. We have a mid-on. We have a man at short leg. And we have a man at long leg. That is Nandre Burger on the boundary here at long leg. I'm sure he'll want another over before the luncheon interval.
Interestingly enough, I'm just looking to my right there, in the wave changer, Michael Copeland is padded up with his helmet on. So he might be coming in as almost like a lunch night watchman. What do you call it?
A lunch watchman.
Dayman. But obviously to protect the likes of Yaneman Malan just before lunch, I think it's... But again, that speaks to the position that they're in at the moment. They need to bat for as long as possible.
They do. They need to bat deep and long. And so runs at the moment are not important in this session. Oh!
Looks like a bit of an inside edge there from Stiaan van Zyl.
And
these two have played together for many years. Bjorn Hendricks and Stiaan van Zyl, they would have bowled and batted against each other in the nets here back at 6-gun grill Newlands at the back of the nets. And they know each other's games inside out. Left-arm bowler to left-hand batsman. They love that.
Yeah, it's
The bowlers. We've got two left arm bowlers bowling to two left arm batsmen. Perfect from a bowling point of view for the Western Province side.
it's quite unusual actually to have that, and both sets of openers left-handed as well.
That's correct. Yes.
In this match, not often that you are going to see that, even in 4-day cricket. One feels.
If Andrew Sampson was sitting next to us, he'd be on the laptop
He
typing
would
away
indeed.
to see when the last time that happened.
So that is unusual. Yesterday we were talking a bit about pairings of left-handers. Of course, the incredible partnership of Hayden and Langer for Australia really comes to mind. Yesterday, Dazorzi and Moore opening for Six Gun Grill Western Province. Today, Khafildin and Van Sale.
Oh! There was almost an edge there from Stean Van Zyl. Hasn't really got the feet moving this morning.
Mm-mm.
He needs to get those feet moving in order, otherwise he's going to find the edge of his bat. But that's a really good delivery there from Duran Hendricks. And I think, if you look at the likes of, it's a certain kind of personality you need to be as an opening batsman.
Yeah.
You need to be hard.
You do.
You're going to get peppered by the quickest bowlers in the world. Hayden and Lang obviously moved the needle, changed the game.
They did,
In Test
indeed.
match cricket, changed the way that the world played down to first class level.
Hendricks towards us. Get straight through. Van Sale. My goodness me. We saw that probably 3 or 4 times in the Gbets Rocks bowl from the Gbets Rocks bowling attack. That one just completely went through him.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery there from Duran Hendricks. He's unlucky not to pick up Stean Van Zyl's poles there. As we just look at a replay here. Oh, my word.
Jagged back in from the left arm over bowler into the left arm batter Stean Van Zyl. It'll be Khafildin who'll be facing up to Nandre Burger for the first time, I think.
Yeah.
It is.
And I think this will be the final over as the clock ticks over to 12:09. This will be the final over before lunch. Nandre Burger will be looking to remove. If there's a wicket in this over, they'll take an early lunch.
It's fun. Into Khafildin. He rode that bounce really well there. Khafildin just into the gully region. We have got those 3 slips and a wideish wideish fourth slip. Not really a gully, or that. No, mind you, Daniel Smith there really is more in the gully now. Daniel Smith, who takes the gloves when Carverena is away on international duty. Really good young wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's a very good young wicketkeeper. He's a young man, bright future ahead, and he's a very calm head as well. As Nandre Burger comes in, Khafildin on the back foot, just fending that one off.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time on that back foot, and no doubt he will be favouring that as Burger's getting good bounce and lovely carry here from the Weinberg end. And you were talking a bit about the shirts yesterday, David, and the outfits that the whites that the teams are wearing. I do like that detail on the Six Gun Grill Western Province shirts, as well as the detail on the Gbets Rocks outfit. Oh my goodness!
That is unplayable from Nandre
completely
Burger.
unplayable.
I'd like to see Tony Dazorzi maybe come in a little bit. I feel that it might pop up a little bit before where he's in front of where he's standing. But he could be in business. Nandre Burger with an unplayable delivery, which I think would have had the better of many batsmen in the world, not only in domestic cricket. That was unplayable.
It was a beauty. I mean, if you were watching, I had the glasses on that one, and just went slightly away from the left-hander, and he had to play at it, and didn't get the edge on the occasion of the ball before. It just leaves this one alone on length this time, but the Burger really bowling well in his final over before the luncheon interval. 12:11 on the scoreboard clock, and it will be after 2 deliveries this over, or 1 if a wicket falls. It will be lunch on day 2 of this 4-day match between the neighbours, Six Gun Grill Western Province and Gbets Rocks.
bowling that one at his pads this time. Maybe a bit of a surprise delivery. Maybe Khafieldin was expecting a short one again, outside off stump, but Nandre Berger just swinging that one into his pads. Dane Patterson at mid-on doing the fielding. I like this, where Patterson is at mid-on, helping Nandre Berger. An exponent of seam beautiful, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. It's his first time bowling back at Six Gun Grill Newland since rejoining the Men in Blue. Played for the Warriors last season, and he's having a fantastic career in Nottinghamshire. Over in the UK, just recently signed a new 2-year deal with him as Nandre Berger comes in the final over before the lunch interval, and Khafieldin just says, pose. No chance I'm playing in that one. As the 5 overs come to an end, 14 without loss. The Rocks will be happy with that they haven't lost a wicket in this awkward first session. 12-12 goes onto the clock there. Khafieldin 6 not out, Stiaan van Zyl 8 not out. The partnership, but obviously it's 14. There's 76 overs left in the day, and I'll leave it to my colleague James to take you through the lunchtime score.
Thank you very much indeed, David. David Brooke, the brand and sponsorship manager here at Western Province Cricket, and calls Six Gun Grill Newlands his home, and what a home that is indeed. Beautiful ground here today. We are bathed in sunshine, a little bit of a light zephyr blowing through the oaks to the right of us, and it's been a day already that Six Gun Grill Western Province will be very happy about. They did not lose a wicket in the batting this morning, went from 430 for the loss of 5 to the declaration score of 557 for 5, an unbroken 128 run partnership from the captain Kyle Verreynne, who went to his second first class double 100, 201 not out he was at the close. That will take his first class average in his 62nd first class match to over 50, and with him at the close, at the declaration should I say, was George Linder, his fellow Proteas or former Proteas player. George Linder, at the moment not in that squad, but George Linder, a very important player for Six Gun Grill Western Province, the slow left arm bowler and all-rounder, it must be said, in this team. He went to 70 not out in that partnership at double quick time. Those runs coming this morning at more than a run a ball for the that pairing, and it declared at 5:57 for 5, just a half an hour before the scheduled lunch break. Gave them 20 minutes to have a bowl at the Gbets Rocks openers, Stiaan van Zyl and Ismail Khafieldin, who did exceptionally well to withstand the attack from Nandre Berger and Björn Hendricks. And at lunch we have Stiaan van Zyl on 8, Khafieldin on 6. It is 14 without loss after 5 overs. Hendricks has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1. Berger 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 13. It's been fast, it's been fierce, it's been hostile from the 2 Western Province pacemen so far. It's been gutsy. It's going to be brutal potentially out there this afternoon if Western Province can get amongst the wickets. It's going to take a lot from these Gbets Rocks batters to make sure that they get anywhere close to that 557 posted by the Six Gun Grill Western Province outfit. And David and I are going to take some lunch. We're going to leave you with the visuals, and just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you on the official CSA YouTube channel. The pictures are coming to you from Pitch Vision. We thank the team there for their support today and getting this out to you, and it's brought to you by Western Province. That is Six Gun Grill Western Province. Six Gun Grill, every meal's best friend.
Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands after lunch. 40-minute lunch break is now done and dusted as this enthralling match between the Six Gun Grill Western Province and the Gbets Rocks continues. Give you the status of the game. Six Gun Grill Western Province declared on 557 for 5. Carl Verena unbeaten, 201 not out. George Linda unbeaten on 70 not out. The Rocks currently 14 without a loss in that 20-minute awkward period. The 5 overs they got in, and it was tough batting out there. Björn Hendricks and Andre Berger, some fiery stuff from the openers. Ismail Khafieldin 6 not out. Stian van Zyl on 8 not out. He'll be taking first strike after lunch. Just to lay out the field here, you've got 3 slips, conventional slips, a 4th slip, gully kind of position. Point, mid on, mid off. As Björn Hendricks comes into bowl and he gets some swing. First ball as Stian van Zyl has a go at it, outside off stump, and he almost finds the edge. That's a good start there from Björn Hendricks. Björn Hendricks has got a fine leg, doesn't have a third man in place. He has a fine leg in place on the boundary. A mid on and a mid off, 4 slips and a point and a short leg in Tony De Zorzi under the helmet there. He might be in business as the day goes along. Welcome back to my fellow commentator, James King. How was your lunch, sir?
Oh, it was a very, very good lunch here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Thank you very much, David. Oh my goodness, this has been, wow, 2 deliveries of the highest quality from Björn Hendricks straight after the lunch break. Stian van Zyl, even man of his experience, can do nothing with that. Yeah, very good lunch, thank you. Back
in the day, there was Andrew Puttick. His song in the change room was "Feed the putters and he will score." This is feed the Hendricks and he will bowl.
I think so.
And he looks like he's up for this post-lunch session. And this session, as we were saying in the offline in the break, that this session will set the game up to for both sides. If the Rocks can back through this session unscathed, they'll be positive that they can carry on batting long. They need to bat long. Once again, Björn Hendricks finding some nice swing, but Stian van Zyl does well to leave that. If Western Province can pick up some wickets in this session, they'll get their backs up and they'll be looking to bowl them out twice in quick succession. They've got 4 seamers. Tsepo Moreki still to bowl, as well as Dane Patterson still to bowl. And then you've got George Linda, front line spinner, as well as Aviu Ngajima, who can bowl some overs as well. Yeah. We saw the Rocks had 2 spinners in their side, but to no avail really. Yeah. Sean van Berg just picking up the 1 wicket in the innings there.
And Björn Hendricks has been on fire in this first over after the luncheon interval. And we were saying it was an outstanding lunch once again from the team here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Thank you very much, David, from that point of view. Thanks to the team here at Western Province Cricket Association for that. It really was delicious. And if Björn Hendricks' lunch was, the team's lunch was anywhere near as good as the lunch that I had today, then they should be coming in, steaming in, and ready to pick up where they left off in terms of that batting innings of 557.
Yeah, I think Carl Verena, he was at the crease when they declared 201 not out. That was a special knock to witness. I think George Linda was the perfect foil for him. Yeah. This morning they just put the handbrake down and just went for it, and they knew they were in a strong position. That was the perfect setup for the likes of George Linda.
Yeah. It was glorious to watch. It really was. Batting at a runner ball for an entire session, entire 1.5 hours, or in fact an hour and 40 minutes, putting on 127 runs in that in those 100 minutes. It was just a pleasure, a privilege to watch.
Yeah, very much so. Lovely to see some good positive. It's been a positive start from a Western Province point of view this 4-day campaign. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. They won't deny it. They had a very disappointing T20 challenge. Difficult to be in one area in Potchefstroom for a 3-week period, playing all the matches there. Yeah. But they've come back. They've put a line under that T20 challenge. on paper, it's a very strong red ball team.
Yeah.
David Bedingham is still, he picked up an injury with Durham at the end of last season. So unfortunately, he's out until the new year. He would have been in the side. John O'Bird is just returning to full fitness, match fitness. I think he's going to play some club cricket this weekend. He had a hamstring injury in the T20 challenge, which saw him miss out there. But it's good to see the likes of Nandre Burger back. Seppo Moreki was firing in all cylinders in the T20 challenge as well. And on paper, it's a very formidable bowling lineup. When you're looking at a score of 557, that has risen beautifully from Nandre Burger. That has just beaten him all ends up. Ismail Khafieldin took a couple on the body blows early doors before lunch. And Nandre Burger is not letting up first up.
Well, this attack from Six Gun Grill Western Province has been outstanding prior to lunch and now. Picked up where they left off after the luncheon interval. It will take a lot, I would say, for the Rocks to get through this session without losing at least 2 wickets. One would feel maybe more. Again, it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen in cricket. You never know.
You never know.
But there is depth, as you said, David. There's a lot. We're looking at the squad and looking at coming into this 4-day competition. I won't go back to that nightmarish performance last year against the Titans here, and the 4-day competition last year. I know for Six Gun Grill Western Province was disappointing. But there's a balance to this team this year that certainly wasn't there last year. A lot of injuries last year, understandably, particularly in the bowling side.
Very much so.
A lot of new blood that came in from a batting point of view as well. Balance of the team not quite perhaps where the guys or coach Salih Nakhaddin definitely would have wanted it to be. You have depth in the squad this year that you didn't have last year.
Yeah, and I think that's, you look at a signing like Dane Patterson, experienced, one of the most experienced cricketers around, and as Nandre Burger comes in here. It strays on the leg side, and Khafieldin just whips that away, and I think that is that's Seppo Moreki down at fine leg there, with a strong arm.
Yeah, very strong arm. Quick across the ground.
Quick
Seppo
across the
Moreki,
ground and the long boundary there.
Yeah.
But very much depth and wicket takers as well.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, in 4-day cricket, you're going to need 20 wickets to win a match.
Yeah.
And the lineup that they've got currently in this particular match, I think, is one of the strongest that's lined up for Western Province in recent times. Nandre Burger is firing on all cylinders. He did pick up a terrible injury last season, which kept him out. And he was a massive blow for the side. It does take away the balance of the side, but I think that the signing of Dane Patterson was a very shrewd signing by coach Salih Nakhaddin. He's obviously had a massive season again at Notts in his county cricket in the UK, but having him back here, this is his home ground. He's a son here at Newlands. And it's great to see Pato back. He's a good team man. He's a character. The players love him. Yeah. Everyone loves to be around him. He's got a good aura around him.
As Nandre Burger away again from us here at the Wynberg end. David says we are broadcasting here from Six Gun Grill Newlands from the Wynberg end, South Pavilion, where the site of the President's Suite. And David, yes, that injury to Nandre Burger last year, he did spend some time with us on commentary, just chatting to us a bit about what had happened, and it was really good to chat to him, but you just felt he was so frustrated that he couldn't be out there in the middle, and just when he did come back, he was always going to be raring to go.
Very much so.
Full-on player, full-on commitment from him.
Nandre is a man of faith. And he's sometimes a little bit too keen. And when a player like that picks up an injury like that and he can't do anything, it's tough on a personality like that. So for him to really do the hard work, he's come back, he's put in the hard yards in the training ground when there's nobody in the ground here. You know, some of the players were already playing in the UK in their clubs in the summer, but he put the hard yards in, he put in the dedication, and sometimes, you know, you need to look at the positives as Björn Hendricks comes into Steven van Zyl. You need to look at the positives, and I think he had a time to reflect on his career, on his emotional side, on the mental side of the game. I know for a fact that he worked very hard on that, getting it to understand his body a little bit more. You know, we sometimes forget how young these guys are. And a lot of the times they don't fully grasp them. They just think they're invincible. You know, we're not as young as these guys, and we're hardly invincible ourselves. But you know, sportsmen think that, you know, they are sometimes. As Björn Hendricks runs in, that's well played by Steven van Zyl. But I think he's come back stronger, and I think not only for Western Province cricket, I think for South African cricket as well. It's brilliant. You can see he's lost that kind of. He's toned a lot more. He's worked on his core strength as well. Dieter Swanepoel has worked with him, and obviously Shane Jabbar, the former physio here at Western Province, worked extremely hard with him as well. So I really have to commend the medical staff here, and it's important that a young player like that gets that kind of assistance to understand their body better. But it's great to see him back. And I think, you know, we'll talk about Björn Hendricks now as he comes in. But I think Björn Hendricks has also gone through a bit of a resurgence. He started out all guns blazing for the Cape Cobras back in the day. I remember the season, I think it was 26 or 27 wickets he took in the Ram Slam, which really put him on the map in South Africa. IPL, and similar to kind of Wayne Parnell's career, where early doors you got that kind of international exposure and IPL exposure. Sometimes it's not the best thing, and similar to Parney now, they're both enjoying a kind of resurgence in their career. Wayne Parnell, you know, got to commend him for his work ethic. He came back, came and joined Western Province. That is a rip snorter from Björn Hendricks. Steven van Zyl giving that one credit where it's due. Almost had him there. Some brilliant bowling here so far from Björn Hendricks, doing exactly what his captain needs after lunch here, James.
Yeah, it's been very impressive prior to and after the luncheon interval from the Western Province pacemen. Hendricks and Burger are making the batsmen dance a bit here. They're getting the ball to just rear up off short of a length. It's been impressive stuff from them so far. Hendricks only 1 run conceded in his 4th over. And again, a maiden over from Björn Hendricks. He started off after lunch with 2 maiden overs and 4 overs, no runs, no wickets. 3 maidens in those 4 overs and only 1 run conceded. Nandre Burger, 4 overs, 0 for 15. 8 overs gone, it's 16. Without loss. The important thing for the Rocks at the moment is the number in that wickets column. Nandre Burger will be wanting to try and change that with this over. Facing him, Ismail Khafildin.
Continuing with the 3 slips and a gully, and then George Linder's at point there. You've got a mid-off and a mid-on, and Tony De Zorzi remains under the helmet at short leg and a man on fine leg. Nandre Burger comes in from the Wynberg end. That's on the pads, and that's just straying a little bit on leg side, and Dane Patterson will try and limit this to just 1, but they get 2.
Yeah, just getting his line slightly wrong. Hasn't happened much in this innings so far, hence the run rate at the moment sitting at just on 2 runs and over for the Gbets Rocks. But this is not at the moment for them about scoring at 4 runs and over. It's about surviving, getting that shine off the new ball, allowing the batters themselves and the ones coming in later to have more of a chance to build an innings. And that's guided there very well by Khafildin. It was again a bouncing delivery outside the line of off stump, and he's played that well past the man at gully. It's gone down to the wide third man boundary. For 4. He played that well, didn't he, David?
Yeah, I think he did actually play that well. He was on his toes there. As Nandre Burger, he's coming at a pace, and he just rose on his toes there, and it was very well played from Ismail Khafildin. He moves to 14.
He's got the majority of the runs in this partnership of 22 so far for the Gbets Rocks. It's Nandreberger again from the Weinberg end.
Oh, that's hit him flush on the pads.
Oh!
LBW shout.
Big LBW
Sean
shout.
George is not having any of it.
No.
That hit him flush on the pads and just
It did. Popped up.
Popped.
Wonder if there was something as it came up. Tony DeZorzi making a valiant attempt to take the catch as well. All happening here. It was a good delivery from Berger. Just perhaps a shade more rapid than the previous ones. Everybody up in the appeal, and probably the only thing could have been height, because it looked very straight from here. We are just off, in fact we're virtually above the bowler's arm, bowling left arm over the wicket. He's in once again, and Khafildian will have absolutely nothing to do with that one outside the off stump.
yeah, you've got a mid off and mid on, but more an extra cover.
Yeah,
And a mid on, short mid on, in a funny position.
yeah, he's sort of between a mid wicket
Yeah.
and a mid on, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you can't quite see him on the edge of the square
Yeah.
with the camera angle, but 3 pitches away from the pitch you're currently playing on, Dame Patterson is on the edge of the square, so he's literally at, probably at 45 there to the, and he's going to come into picture now to pick up, just trundling in to pick up and shine the ball there, using a little bit of sweat. Of course, fielders now no longer allowed to use any spit on the ball due to the COVID regulation. I think that is still in force, and so it's going to be Berger once again away from us, past umpire Sean George. Oh, that is
That's
a great
edged.
delivery, and he's
Oh.
dropped him. Second slip, sort of half went across first slip, and between the two of them, unfortunately for the 6-gun grill Western Province team and Nandre Berger, who has been steaming in from the Weinberg end, that did not go to hand. Looks as if maybe the second slip just put first slip off a bit. It looked like he was going across him, and
Yeah,
difficult to know.
second slip made a movement there. Aviwa Mgijima at first slip. It was kind of in between them, and it was his catch, Aviwa Mgijima. And
Yeah.
if you're going to go at second slip, you have to go fully.
you do.
And they'll be gutted with that because they've
will.
set him up nicely.
Yeah.
Nandre Berger did his side of the bargain, but unfortunately that the catch goes down, and Khafildian gets away with one, and he picks up 3 in that delivery.
So 25 without loss after 9. It's Hendricks again towards us, and played straight back, well fielded off his own bowling. Fielding looking to play that confidently back towards the bowler. It'll be Dane Patterson to continue to give the ball a little bit of sweat, try and get that to one side a little bit heavier than the other, and get the shine going on the one side, get a bit of swing going for Buren Hendricks, who is bowling from the favoured end for left arm seamers here at 6-gun grill Newlands. He's towards us now, steaming in from the Kelvin Grove end.
If I just look at the Rocks' first match over the Warriors last week at Paarl, their first innings was 332. Stian van Zyl scored 91 there. Janeman Milan scored a big 132. And then they were bowled out for 198 in their second innings. Stian van Zyl with the top score, Clyde Fortuyn with the top score there, 47. And Stian got 30. Total of 530. So both those innings,
Yeah.
if you take into account that, that'd still be 27 runs short here. So Western Province will know exactly that. They'll be looking to get them out for below that 332 mark. The follow-on, I think,
It's
in
150
150 in first class.
In at 4-day game, follow-on number would be 150. We'll check that for you, but I'm pretty sure that it is.
So that's 407.
407 is the follow-on number, and that at this stage is a long, long way away. And not even going to be thinking of that at the moment.
Not at all.
Just
But,
thinking of getting through every 10 minutes or half an hour.
but you do need to keep scoring.
You do.
And that's where Stian van Zyl was batting at an incredible strike rate last week. And he's really kind of upped his strike rate as his career has progressed.
and that has become say the norm is perhaps the wrong word, but it very much with the times that has to be adjacent. That one.
Björn Hendricks thinks he has his man there. He's already at the fourth slip. He thought it was gone for all money. He cannot believe that umpire Adrian Holstock hasn't given him out LBW there.
None of the players on the field can believe that has not been given out LBW. That was much fuller from Hendricks.
I'm sorry, James, but that looks plumb.
It did look very adjacent from here, but we are behind the batter. Adrian Holstock, very, very experienced umpire, standing in his 100th first-class game. He was unmoved. I can't say the same for Björn Hendricks. He certainly was not unmoved. He did a bit of a tour of Newlands there after that to just try and sort of calm himself down a bit. So two very, very big opportunities in the last couple of overs. He's hurt.
That's a stinger there.
Again.
That's a stinger there. We saw one with Carl Verreynne at the end of our innings. But Kafieldin is called immediately for the physio.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of just magic spray.
I
and
think
a little
so.
bit of respite, more than...
Well, I think that's right, David. I think he's called the physio on. He just needs to take a bit of time out of the game maybe here, just to calm himself down a bit and maybe get Björn Hendricks calmed down a bit. That isn't going to calm Björn Hendricks down. He is on his haunches.
He's still not over that.
No,
James.
he's not over that LBW decision yet, is he?
He's trying to work out how that wasn't given.
Yeah.
He was adamant. He did the old Vernon Philander that's already at the wicketkeeper when he knows that it's out. He doesn't even look back at the umpire.
No, he didn't look back at the umpire.
So he's learned from his old mate.
Definitely. And he's walking all the way to the boundary in front of the commentary box stand, the emblazoned with our sponsor's logo, 6-gun grill, every meal's best friend. At the moment, Adrian Holstock is definitely not Björn Hendricks' best friend, is he?
He's not going to clap him off on his 100th first class match, Mr. Holstock.
Definitely not.
Teapot is well and truly in place with Björn. You know, as a fast bowler, you think every LBW shout is out, but fair play to him. I think that did look.
Yeah. It looked very adjacent.
Yeah. I think he'll feel very hard done by. And just two little chances it looks like Kafieldin is actually going off.
I think he's going to retire hurt here, David. He is walking off the field. He looks in a lot of pain. That may even be a broken finger, potentially, that we're looking at here.
That's very sad news for Kafie.
Very, very sad. Michael Copeland is going to be the next batter for the Gbets Rocks. So we have Ismail Kafieldin retiring hurt with his score on 17 of 36 deliveries. Yes, and he's retiring hurt with the score on 25 for no loss. So effectively 25 for one almost. One feels that if he has broken his finger, he won't be batting again in this innings or the match.
That's a massive blow for the Rocks. They'll be hoping that it's just a little bit of bruising. But when we saw his face coming off there with the physio already holding his hand, that doesn't look good for Kafie. Gutted for him. I think he's a lovely guy, and he's a good player, and that's the last thing that the Rocks need right now. When they're looking for runs from their top order batsmen, that's a big blow for them and for the team, especially when you're probably going to be batting twice in the next couple of days. So that's a big blow to him. Björn Hendricks just pinning one. Thought he had him out LBW the ball before that, then pinned him on his finger. Unfortunately, it looked like a horrible one to face as a batsman, and he's had to retire hurt. Michael Copeland, interestingly, comes in at number 3. He's going to be facing a barrage of a Björn Hendricks who is fired up as he comes in from the Kelvin Grove end.
Still over the wicket, this time to the right-handed Copeland. That is the end of the over. He's bowled 5 overs, has Björn Hendricks. He bowled 2 before the luncheon interval, he's bowled 3 afterwards. I think he's still got some gas left in the tank for a couple more in this particular spell. He's only conceded the 1 run. He's bowled 4 maidens in those 5 overs, and he has been picked up, I think, from where he left off last week against the Titans, where he was outstanding.
Three for 29 in that 140 for 6 curtailed innings there in the first innings. So he's fired up. He's had a good start to his 4-day campaign. He had an injury while batting in the first T20 challenge match, ironically, and missed out every other game except, I think, for the last game. So he's all fired up. He's fresh as Nandre Berger comes firing in here. And it's just a wild one outside over leg stump. And Stefan van Zyl just ducks under that one. No harm done there. But Nandre Berger has been known to be a little bit fiery. He's a totally different character off the field, but a little bit of white line fever, which doesn't... it's never a bad thing if you can keep it in check, but I think it drives him. He wants to succeed, but you need to just kind of keep it in line within the regulations and not try and push too hard.
No, he's certainly a nicer young man you are not going to meet, as you say, off the field. A real gentleman, as you could say, and on the field, it's as if he gets transformed as he goes over that boundary line onto the field.
Very much so, and I think that's it. That is fast bowlers at its finest. Dale Steyn had that. If you know Dale Steyn off the field, he's one of the most incredible guys, the friendliest guy who's always got time for the fans. But on the field, you don't want to be facing a fired up Dale Steyn. That's for sure. And Nandre Berger is fired up here as he faces up to Stefan van Zyl. If you just look at the quality on the field,
it's incredible.
You've got the likes of Dane Patterson, Buren Hendricks, Stefan van Zyl, Janneman Malan. We're at 6 Gun Grill Newlands on a Friday afternoon. If you're finishing work early today, if you've got Christmas parties coming up, venture down here to the ground. The entrance is free. Over the weekend, if you've got the kids that are looking for something to do on Saturday and Sunday, come down to the ground here.
It is a lovely place to be here in the Cape, the glorious Western Cape, here on the southern tip of Africa, southwestern tip of Africa, and there are a few better places to be if you're a cricket lover than here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. David, we're going to try and see if we also can't get you some of the scores from the other matches that are taking place across the country. You are on YouTube, you probably can check through those yourself if you are listening to us and you want to get a view of that, as Van Zyl bunts that out into the leg side. Patterson does the fielding from that shortish mid-wicket position, sort of between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they take a single.
Yeah, so it's what Kyle Verreynne can do, Heinrich Klaasen can also do.
Yes.
Okay, so the Titans, after lunch, it looks like they continue to bat. They are 576 for 8. Heinrich Klaasen, 266 unbeaten of 225 balls, 38 fours, 7 sixes, a strike rate of 118.67. So that wicketkeeper position is well and truly sorted, one might say.
Well, yes.
For the upcoming Test series against Australia, Dean Elgar called publicly for big runs from his batsmen, and not only the batsman, the incumbent batsman, but also the batsman in domestic cricket, and he's got just that from two of his Test players.
He has indeed. Heinrich Klaasen must be in the frame for a batting position in that Test lineup against Australia, the way he's currently performing. That middle order having been weakened by the withdrawal of Keegan Peterson, number 3. No Aidan Markram, of course, has not performed as expected at Test level and is not in that squad for the trip to Australia for the Test matches. And there are middle order positions up for grabs. Ryan Rickerton also not making the trip due to a foot injury, still playing for the Lions, the DP World Lions, in the domestic competition, but not making that trip.
Yeah, it's a funny one, that Rickerton, and just giving you some updates from the Lions game. They are playing against Northwest Dragons. The Lions are currently, they've moved to 341 for 8, an unbeaten century from Vian Mulder. An all-rounder that was the player of the year. That, as we watch, Buren Hendricks just beat the bat of Stefan van Zyl. Vian Mulder was the player of the year at Leicestershire last season. He's had a good season so far, and he's continued on that run He had a good T20 challenge as well for the Lions, and he's continued where he's left off there. 341 for 8 against the Northwest Dragons, and I'll bring you the other score in a couple of minutes.
Via Moda, they're scoring some big runs for the Foxes of Leicestershire, and taking over the captaincy from Colin Ackerman when he was away on international duty. So certainly made an impact as Fox Mulder. Oh,
Björn Hendricks not giving anything away here, not giving anything for Stiaan van Zyl to work off. As we look at the Warriors versus the Dolphins score, the Warriors were bowled out for 166, and the Hollywood Bets Dolphins are building a nice lead here. They've moved to 285 for 9, and they lead by 119 runs. Let me just take you through the scores of the Dolphins here.
And Dile, is it making the runs?
Yeah, and Dile Peklekwaya was scored 68. Ethan Bosch 51. Ethan Bosch is becoming an accomplished all-rounder.
He is.
So I think the Dolphins have done well to build a lead here.
They have indeed. Overnight they were 160 for 5 it was, so they really put on some excellent runs there, and looking like the Daffabet Warriors are in spot of bother in that one, although they haven't batted second yet.
Well, they seem to set up the games as they were rolled early doors in the previous game against the Rocks, and they were chasing 380, which they scored without too much trouble. Jordan Herman scoring an incredible century there, really putting his name up in lights at the moment, and they'll be confident, and that's what those kind of chasers do. They give you confidence. So they're looking, okay, well, they're not chasing this time, but they're going to need to set a target for something for the Dolphins to have a go at.
And
definitely looking like potential results all around the country.
It does certainly look like that, as the potential for a result in this game, as Björn Hendricks just pulls up a little bit after that, perhaps a stud or something that's bothering him. He looks fine as he walks back past umpire Holstock, who's having a look at the front foot line there, Björn Hendricks.
Yeah, I think Björn's going to cancel that Christmas card that he got for Mr. Holstock after that LBW decision, so they might not be best of friends at the moment.
No,
but that love-hate relationship between the umpire can change very quickly with one decision.
It can indeed. Well, we don't expect Björn Hendricks to go onto Twitter anytime soon, though. It's passed up by Holstock now. Oh my goodness gracious me!
Björn Hendricks, he is fired up but frustrated at the moment. He knows that he deserves a wicket here. He is almost bowling too well to find the edge. He's beating an accomplished batsman like Stiaan van Zyl. And that is no mean feat as well. I think that Björn Hendricks has really got his tail up here. It's fantastic to see. He lost his national contract a couple of seasons ago, but he's put that behind him. He played for Leicestershire last year, and he's got into. We must talk about the SA 20 League. I think
yes, absolutely.
That's something that we're going to talk about. Björn Hendricks is playing here for MI Cape Town, as well as George Linder. And does he find the edge? No. He doesn't find the edge, but that was an absolutely incredible over, a maiden over.
Another one.
One for the books. If you are witnessing that over, that is some extremely good, and all his teammates come to him and pat him on the back, because that is an incredible, that might be his last over of his spell, but wow, what a spell from Björn Hendricks.
It's been a pleasure to watch. I think he's beaten the bat more in that spell of 6 overs. No wicket for only 1 run. He's bowled 5 maiden overs in that spell of 6. He's just looked absolutely unplayable most of the time, and so unplayable that they haven't been able to get a scratch on them that gone past the bat. Berger Inigo. That's a beauty, an absolute beauty to Michael Copeland, through to wicketkeeper Carverena. How none of these deliveries have got the edge of any of the Gbets Rocks batters so far. Only, I'm not sure who will know, actually, because we certainly don't. And the batters themselves just playing and missing on frequent occasions. I think we see more plays and misses here than we saw in the entire innings for the Six Gun Grill Western Province team.
That's a bit shaky there from Michael Copeland. Didn't
Yeah.
look too confident there on the front foot. He gingerly moved forward to that. But this is good bowling here from Western Province. They are piling on the pressure here.
We still have Tsepo Moreki and Dame Patterson on the bench, as it were, waiting to come into this attack. And that's something different there, David. I mean, very skiddy. Tsepo Moreki, Dame Patterson, with all that experience. Also, different type of bowlers, both right arm over. That's played in the air slightly, but Copeland gets it through the vacant, or through the gully, in fact right through the man at almost fourth slip gully. That's Daniel Smith diving to his left. I think he got a hand to it, but I don't think it was a catch. I think it perhaps just bounced short of him.
But Copeland did well to keep that down.
He did.
He rose nicely onto that, and that's a boundary, a much needed boundary for the Rocks as they finally get some runs on the board there, but he slashed it that hard. And there definitely is business. You know, you look at a score in the first innings of 557 and you think that it's a bit of a batter's paradise, but it really isn't.
No, it's not.
I don't think that the Rocks bowlers bowled particularly well on that pitch, besides for Hardisfjord.
No, it's Berger into Copeland again, Fuller this time, and just played to the man. That's Dame Patterson at mid-on. There is no run. 4 for Copeland. He got off the mark with that boundary, and David says this is not easy batting out there. We did mention yesterday there's a fair bit of green grass on that pitch. Looks like a very good pitch both for batters and for bowlers. There's a bit in it for both of them. Berger and Hendricks both been bending their backs here.
I'm just looking to see if Dane Patterson or Tsepo Moreki is warming up, and it doesn't look like they are.
No.
So maybe that Bjorn Hendricks is said to his captain, give me one more skip.
Yeah,
I've got a wicket in here. Give me one more. Doesn't look like any of the bowlers are warming up.
A few stretches from Patterson in the previous Hendricks over, but definitely, David, I think both of these bowlers will probably be looking at one more at least. That will be both bowling 5 over spells after the lunch break. We had 5 overs prior to lunch.
Tsepo Moreki warming up now as we say that. Oh, has he found the edge?
Straight through him again.
Again, no foot movement there from Copeland as he just walks away a little bit to gather his thoughts. But once again, beating the bat from Nandre Berger. And the sun is blazing here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It's got lighter, it's got brighter, and it's got a lot tighter for the Paul Rocks. As Tsepo Moreki looks like he might be coming on here, but Bjorn Hendricks, it looks like Bjorn Hendricks is still getting up to his mark.
I think one more.
I think
that'll be 5 overs in this spell. That probably will be his lot. He has been steaming in towards us at the Kelvin Grove end. The one LBW shout, which he had, G'd him up a lot more. That one against Khafildian, who next ball he struck on the finger, and he has gone off retired hurt, Khafildian, for 17. Looks like it might be a broken finger.
I think if he does get a wicket in this over, James, you are going to see a celebration that it might not be that it's a good thing that there's no stump mics on today. I think Bjorn Hendricks will let out all that frustration of the last 5-6 overs that he's just conceded 1 run. This is an incredible spell from Bjorn Hendricks. Fantastic to see. He's done the job for his captain, and he hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he could have picked up 4 by now.
He could most certainly have done that, and Steen van Zyl knows he has to stay there for the Gbets Rocks. It's a glorious shot.
That's vintage Steen van Zyl.
Stand and deliver against a bowler who has been in prime form. You're not going to see a better shot than that.
No, definitely not. And Steen van Zyl, that's beautiful to watch. We want to give a shout out to some fans around the world, getting messages from the UK,
Wonderful.
From London, that they're following the stream. So thank you very much for following.
That's really great to hear, and thank you. Yes, and if you are listening to us, watching the visuals here, courtesy of Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa on the YouTube channel, broadcasting live from 6 Gun Grill Newlands. We'll talk a bit more about that now. a good delivery from Hendricks. We really appreciate you being with us. You're with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and with me, David Brook, brand and sponsorship manager here at Western Province Cricket Association. And thanks to the team here at Western Province Cricket for driving this broadcast and getting it up on air. David in particular, with the support of Michael Canterbury, the CEO here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and our partners, Six Gun Grill, as well as Pitch Vision and CSA.
Yeah, we'll talk about what's happening here at Newlands over the next few months. It's a busy period. We've got the One Day Cup that's coming up to be played in the entire December, starting here on the 4th of December. Tickets are online at ticketpro.co.za. Get those from just R30, and the tickets have started to go on sale for the SA20, the new T20 league that's about to hit South African shores in January and February. I think the ticket sales, I've seen the figures this morning, they're already flying,
wow,
which is fantastic to see. Mumbai Indians, Cape Town will be the franchise based here. Bjorn Hendricks and George Linde, two homeboys, will be playing here for those franchise. Oh,
sure.
Just Bjorn Hendricks just gets some bounce, some steep
indeed.
bounce. He just tries. That's one for the over, Mr. Umpire.
Yeah, this probably will be the last over in this spell. There's one more ball for Bjorn Hendricks, unless he picks up a stick in this last ball. One feels it will be the last over of this spell, and will be replaced by either Dane Patterson or Tsepo Mareki. Probably Mareki from that side, David.
Yeah, it does look like Dane Patterson will bowl from this side. Vernon Philander was an exponent of the side of the ground where we're standing, the Weinberg end. Bjorn, does he get the edge?
Oh my goodness, he does not get the edge yet again. He doesn't get the edge. And Bjorn Hendricks has bowled probably one of the best spells you're likely to see in 4-day domestic cricket. He has bowled unchanged, broken by the luncheon interval 7-over spell, 0 for 5. It could have been 7 overs, 5 for 5. That he has bowled incredibly well. Just 2 scoring shots of those 42 deliveries, and really has been a spell. We were spellbound, can I put it that way?
Yeah,
he's
deserved that power raid going to go on the boundary there. He might even go off for a little bit of a quick break. It does look like he actually is heading off. Do we see a 12th man coming on?
We will do, I'm sure.
Yeah,
the 12th man is on already, perhaps from the dugout in front of us. No, it wouldn't be the dugout in front of us. Dugout is a bit further on. We are adjacent to
it does look
the
like Kyle Simmons.
The
12th man, Kyle Simmons, is on already, at point there.
Yes,
George Linde is covered. Tsepo Mareki coming in for his first bowl of this match. He's got a point. Kyle Simmons, George Linde in the covers. Mo Valley at mid-off, Nandre Berger at mid-on. He's got a fine leg, which is Dane Patterson, which means it looks like he's coming from the other end. And that's a beautiful first delivery up front from Tsepo Mareki. He's got 3 slips in play. Tony DeZorzi still under the helmet at short leg. And Tsepo Mareki, who's picked up a yard of pace. Went through a couple of injuries last season, but he's a very fit young man.
He is.
And he looks after his body, and he knows exactly his role on the side.
He looks like he's got some good rhythm already, David, this season. And you say he was steaming in there from the Weinberg end, and that isn't a reference to the trains that go past. Those are all electric, but he is really looking good, and that is just wide of the man at the...
Did well to get that away from Tony DeZorzi at short leg. Copeland played that very well. A young man, he moves on to 5 as the score moves to 35. Tsepo Mareki now will be bowling to left-hander Stian van Zyl. He'll come around the wicket to Stian van Zyl as Nandre Berger just looks to shine that ball for his fellow fast bowler. Tsepo Mareki has had a fantastic campaign. He was the leading wicket taker in the CSA T20 Challenge for Western Province and has become an integral part of this attack. And he likes the responsibility. He's a proper scholar of the game. He can talk cricket for hours.
Yeah.
And he comes in,
round the wicket to the left-handed Van Zyl. That is on the line of middle and off stump. Very well bowled by Marecki, and as we were talking a little bit earlier, he just skids that ball on a bit. The shorter man than Berger and Hendricks, but he's quick, isn't he? Lively pace, and he certainly makes the batters play. I mean, from my experience, he makes the batters play. You don't often get a freebie from him. You don't get anything that you mustn't, you can leave alone necessarily.
As he comes in here to Steven Van Zyl. And I think that's exactly what the difference has been in his game over the last couple of seasons. There was too many loose deliveries, that he would bowl maybe 4 deliveries and then 2 loose deliveries to see out the over, which went for runs. But now he's tightened that part of his game up, added a yard of pace on it there as well, as he, he's now a strike bowler. He's no longer, he can open the bowling. If Bjorn Hendricks or Nandre Berger can't open the bowling, he can take the new ball. And I think his red ball cricket has come on, but he does need to strike more in red ball cricket. He knows that. His white ball cricket has been phenomenal over the last couple of seasons, even back when he was in the Titans day.
That one
has that come off the thigh
I think that's
pad?
been edged. No, it has come off the bat, and not too far away from Carverena, but too much ground for the South African and Western Province wicketkeeper to make up to his right-hand side. To have any thought of taking a catch down there. Van Zyl profits with that and goes to 17, scores 39 without loss, with Van Zyl at the crease. Michael Copeland, just to remind you that Ismail Khafieldin was walked off the field with what we suspect is a broken finger on the left hand, and we haven't got confirmation of that. We'll see if we can get some confirmation, as this one is fielded by Patterson. In the covers, there is no run off the last ball of Marecki's first over. He goes for 5 in that over, and the boundary that did come off that, perhaps a slightly streaky one down the leg side. It will be Dane Patterson to take over from Bjorn Hendricks at the Kelvin Grove end of the ground.
James, Pato took that ball there, fielding like a kid who's just about to bowl his first ball in first-class cricket. He is raring to go. He is excited. Yeah, he's always smiling, Dane Patterson. One of the good guys of South African cricket. Just really enjoys his game, enjoys playing. The guy can bowl over after over. He's got a huge engine, and he'll be looking to make inroads here early doors for his beloved Western Province as he goes to Michael Copeland from the Kelvin Grove end, Dane Patterson.
First ball at home for Western Province, for Six Gun Grill Western Province in his latest spell with the team here, and it is just left alone. Looking at the numbers there, David, that just flashed up on the scoreboard, his best analysis in an innings, 8 for 52, and that happened this year.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
For Notts, and he has taken 474 wickets in first-class cricket, 130 matches. Cannot ask for probably a better signing for this Six Gun Grill Western Province team. Wow.
There's a £2 coin, I think, on that on that pitch, and that's exactly where Dane Patterson landed it.
Yeah.
Knows exactly where to put it. This is going to be a huge challenge for the young man, Michael Copeland. But I love to see this. I think Michael Copeland, it could have been easy to put Janaman Malan in at number 3. Michael Copeland, whether that was a decision by him or the captain to go up at number 3 after the loss of Khafieldin to an injury. But this is going to be a big challenge against Dane Patterson, who knows this ground well, knows how to set up a batsman. And I think that's what I like to see, is that those type of bowlers who are made to play county cricket.
Yes.
But in this first season, early doors was difficult because it's an adjustment.
Yeah.
But he learned how to adjust. Yeah. And we saw the fruits of that last season. We took over 50 wickets again for Notts.
Incredible.
They play a lot of cricket, yes, 14 first-class matches a season, but to get over 50 wickets is still a massive achievement. And he's become their go-to guy in red ball cricket. I thought he got an inside edge
Yeah,
there.
it did look a bit like that, didn't it? So deceptive from behind. You see the trajectory of the ball, but not a confident shot from Michael Copeland, young man who is trying to find his way in first-class cricket. So good, though, to see the youngsters here together with the greater experience of somebody like Stean van Zyl. Michael Copeland can only learn from these experiences. One thinks of some of the players also in the Six Gun Grill Western Province lineup, some not playing in this match.
Yeah,
That's well played.
That's well played by Copeland there, and that goes for 4. That's well played. Patterson just testing him outside off stump there.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Copeland's stance here, James.
Yeah.
It's not the most dynamic stance of all time.
Yeah, he's got quite an open stance. That bat is not quite, is more pointing towards sort of a fourth slip than it is towards what is typically, if one looks technically at how most coaches will look at it, more second slip area on the back lift. Not very still on the back lift, but works for him at the moment. But it is a very wide on stance, quite open. It was a good shot to get him that boundary. He did do what I think is advised for the player. If you are going to go for that ball, you've got to go hard at it.
Yeah, very
and
much so.
He did that, so it makes it more difficult if you do get the edge. And he certainly hit that one beautifully through the offside to the boundary for 4 under the Oaks. And we have probably about 5 or 6, maybe a bit more, 8 or 9 spectators under the Oaks. The person who's lying under the last oak tree on the far side looks like they are here for the afternoon nap. Had a good lunch, and she said yesterday maybe
that's well played by.
Very well played.
That's well played by Stean van Zyl. Knew that there wasn't a man down, a third man, and that will run away for 4. Very well played from Stean van Zyl. Just didn't raise that. In no danger of getting any leading edge there, but just guided down, and that's a boundary. A good start to the over for the Rocks. Tsepo Moreki conceding the boundary off the first ball of the over. He
was fully in control of that shot straight away from when he played it, and just opened the face as David described. And an old hand here, seasoned campaigner Stean van Zyl. He is looking to score big on this weekend. We know if you can get in, you can survive this opening period, you do have a chance. Oh my goodness, and there's a huge appeal, and Sean George not interested again. Umpires are not at all interested. It must be said that Tsepo Moreki didn't seem interested either in that. Only the men behind the stumps that possibly heard the swish of air as the ball missed by a whisker. The bat of Stean van Zyl having a full go at it outside the offside.
That was a beautiful delivery from Tsepo Moreki.
Moved away from him, didn't it?
Moved away from him, and I think that's maybe what Carl Verreynne thought. He thought surely there was an edge there, Mr. Umpire.
Yeah.
As Tsepo Moreki comes in to Stean van Zyl again. Van Zyl guides that one once again down to the third man boundary, and it does look like that's going to go for the second boundary of the over. Moreki will be gutted with that, but he's not bowling badly.
No, he's not.
He's Stean van Zyl. Rather, he's a class batsman. He knows where the fielders are. He knows where his gaps are, and it's been a good start here for Stean van Zyl in this particular over.
50 up for the Gbets Rocks. 51 runs off 99 balls. 73 minutes with 10 fours. A very high percentage of those runs in fours. In fact, just under 80% of the runs scored in boundaries, which is not surprising considering the attacking nature of the fields that have been set by the Six Gun Grill Western Province captain Carl Verreynne, who takes the ball now behind the stumps as it's thrown in by Daniel Smith, I think it was. They're coming around from his position at backward point. So it has been an interesting opening period of play, opening nearly 17 overs. We had 5 overs before the luncheon interval. We had 12 overs in the time since then, in the nearly hour since then. We have had another nearly 12 overs, so slightly behind the over rate at the moment, which is understandable. As another one is guided through that same vacant area by Stian van Zyl, and that is now going to cause a bit of a change in the field. George Linder is being asked to move into the gully position. The man at gully being taken out, and the now backward point will be coming in. So George Linder going to backward point. Daniel Smith will move back into the gully position. That gap has been exploited in this over by Stian van Zyl. Nothing wrong with that delivery, really. It just beautifully played by the experienced van Zyl. Was very, very well played.
And the deficit comes up onto the scoreboard here. And it's a good end to the over from Tsepo Moreki. Not a bad over. Went for 3 boundaries, but you can't be too disappointed. It was a decent over, but Stian van Zyl is a classy batsman. As the deficit comes up on the board, it's a 502 run deficit. Despite a very good start here for the Rocks, they've done well to navigate their way to 55 without loss, but effectively 55 for 1 after the injury to Ismail Khafieldin, who took a knock on the finger from Buren Hendricks. 17 overs in. Stian van Zyl opened the innings with Khafieldin 29 not out, and Copeland has come in, and the young man is on 9 not out. As Dane Patterson, the sun's out at Newlands. Dane Patterson continues from the Kelvin Grove end.
He's bowled to 4 slips. So it's 3 slips and a wideish 4th slip. All straight through him outside the off stump. So yeah, Dane Patterson nearly getting the wicket of Michael Copeland here, and you feel that it's probably seems like it's just a matter of time, doesn't it? But that may not be the case, as Patterson is bowling very well from the Kelvin Grove end. He's just picking up where Buren Hendricks left off. These 4 slips waiting for that ball to come through to them.
James, we're at the famous ground where the sandpaper incident took place, and it looks like the Rocks have sandpapered. That almost carries to mid-on. It looks like the Rocks have sanded their bats down to make sure that the edges are a little bit less prevalent, because you feel an extra coat of varnish on those bats might have found the edge, but
it may well have done. And at the moment, though, the only similarity perhaps is the colour of their helmet. The yellow of their helmet matching the infamous yellow colour. It was, if one listens to... Anyway, we won't go there. Let's. Very well played.
Very well played, but also well bowled there from Dane Patterson. This is a good matchup here right now. The experience of Dane Patterson versus a young SA under-19 star looking to make a name for himself. Got a bit of swag about him. Got good confidence, which I quite like.
Yeah.
But you've got to back that confidence up with scores. If you're coming in at number 3, when your side needs you to bat long, you need to be scoring big.
You do.
Setting the foundation for Yanaman Malan coming in at potentially number 4. It's important that Stian van Zyl continues. Oh, that's well left by Copeland.
Very well left. It's been some impressive quick bowling by the 4 quicks from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province so far. Tsepo Moreki not as happy with his previous over compared to perhaps how tight the others have been, but we have seen more runs leaking for 6 Gun Grill Western Province from the Wynberg end. Definitely a lot more, it seems, in it for the bowlers from the Kelvin Grove end.
Oh, it's a good shot there from Copeland, but not getting past mid-on.
It's like Yassine Valley there at mid-on. Always a live wire in the field. The local man, Mo Valley, spent quite a bit of time out in the wilderness of the Eastern Cape before he came back home, and is now back in the
similar career progression to Keegan Peterson, who was playing at a time at the Cobras with the likes of Justin Ontong, Stian van Zyl, all those kind of top order batters that slashed outside of stump but doesn't get past George Linder at backward point, and that's a decent over from Dane Patterson. Played in an area where he couldn't get too much game time in that strong batting lineup. You had Levi Patek, Justin Ontong, Justin Kemp at the time, and you know he needed to get game time. moved on to the Warriors, but now he's back home for the latter part of his career.
And making a great contribution for Six Gun Grill Western Province last season. Remember David and I commentating on his first one-day 100, the first 50 over game, which he scored his maiden 50 over 100 with the entire family, the entire Valley family under the Oaks here for that match. Really was lovely to see the crowds come in for that. So we had some good attendance this season, hoping for more of that, more crowds in for the 50 over competition, which, as David says, comes up in December. And we hope to be with you for all of those games, commentating live here from Six Gun Grill Newlands. And it's going to be Tsepo Moreki away from us here at the Wynberg end.
Yeah, I like the fact that his captain has given him another over. It was an expensive over, the last over, but it wasn't a bad over. And he's given him another over to continue here. Continue around the wicket to Stian van Zyl. He is going to go for runs, Tsepo Moreki, but he is a wicket taker as well. And if he can pick up Stian van Zyl, his captain won't mind that he conceded 3 boundaries in the previous over.
Not at all. I think we were talking earlier on, David, saying that if Janeman Milan and Stian van Zyl are probably the key batters here for the Gbets Rocks, also Ismail Khafildian, who unfortunately has left the field with what we believe may be a broken finger. We may be able to get some confirmation of that at tea time for you. I was going to say you could expect Tsepo Moreki to pitch it up a lot more this over. He has done that already in the 2 balls so far. I think a little bit on the short of a lens side, previous over, and just riding the bounce and finding the gap. Also having the gully in place now does mean that gap, which was exploited so well by Stian van Zyl in the previous over, is no longer there. The man is now out from underneath the helmet at short leg in at mid-wicket. That's again well bowled, much fuller, and making the better play, and that's what I think Tsepo does very well.
Yeah, I think kudos to the captain as well. Calvarone continues in that attacking mindset. He's got a lot of runs to play with. Let's not kid about that. But sometimes a captain can panic after 3 boundaries and put a man back on the 3rd man boundary, which in this case is not going to add any value to Western Province. They need to attack.
Yeah.
And Daniel Smith there at Gully might be in business. If one just rises a little bit and Stian van Zyl mistimes it, then he could be in business. That's good bowling there from Moreki.
Great comeback here by the Six Gun Grill Western Province paceman, who did go for, I think it was 3 boundaries in his previous over, all scored off the back foot, riding the bounce well by Stian van Zyl, and having plugged the gap now on the offside and bowling a bit fuller, Moreki has been able to contain him in this over so far. 2.4 overs, 0 for 17. No run so far in this over. Another very good delivery. Fuller once again, and just played defensively out to Yassine Valley at mid-off, and Yassine Valley possibly the dedicated shiner.
Yeah, it looks like he is. And Dane Patterson was shining early on, but I think Tsepo Moreki's done well here to bowl full. He might tempt one with Stian. Doesn't have protection on the cover boundary, but he might tempt one at a little bit, and if he can get some away swing, then the slips might be in business.
So we'll keep have the binoculars on for this last delivery of Tsepo Moreki's over, and that's another very good delivery on the line of middle and a leg stump from around the wicket, straightening on the left hand, and he plays it defensively and very watchfully out to the man at mid-on, and that my colleague here, David Brook, is indicating to me that is drinks. Indeed it is, and we're going to have a drink ourselves. Might go and grab a quick cup of coffee while we are on the break, and so we'll be back with you. Score 55 without loss after 19. We'll run through the bowling figures and the state of the day's play when we come back after the drinks break. Back live with you. It's Dane Patterson to Michael Copeland. Patterson bowling the third over of his return home spell. Is this David? It's his first spell back at home at his beloved, is it? Sixth Gun Grow Newlands.
Beloved indeed. Beloved indeed.
And he is into his third over, 2 overs, 0 for 4, as we are looking at the scorecards from elsewhere in the country as well. Another very good delivery from Patterson. And you just feel that it's probably a matter of time before a wicket is going to fall.
Copeland's been there for 23 deliveries already. He's seen it off. He hasn't given away his wicket. He's played nicely, but the runs are not flowing. But that's not what it's about for the Rocks at the moment. It's survival at the moment. That has flown through the gully region, and that's gone away for 4. The teapots are out for the Six Gun Grow Western Province bowlers and fielders. It's not tea time yet, gents.
No.
But again, finding the outside edge of Copeland's bat, and it's gone for a boundary. Frustrating for the bowlers. They're doing their part. It's just not finding the fielders. Copeland riding his luck there. How long can he ride his luck for? That is the question. George Linder is loosening up, but knowing George, he loosens up about 2 hours before he bowls. Dane Patterson comes in, and that's driven by Copeland, and that's good fielding there by Tony DeZorzi there at short cover, not letting that one get through, keeping Copeland on strike.
And it is a 6-3 offside leg side field, and for the right-handed Patterson bowling to the right, right arm Patterson bowling to the right hand batter Copeland. One is sensing a short delivery coming perhaps soon. Just dropped the man at square leg down to the boundary at deep backward square, and that is the short. It hits him on the back. He turns his back on that one, just brushes his back as it goes through. We were expecting the short ball. I don't think that was particularly well played by Copeland in that instance, but at least he kept the bat down low and just turned his back on the ball. Don't like to see that from a batter. And dangerous.
It wasn't the best leave from Michael Copeland. He got out of the way, but it was awkward. Good delivery there from Dane Patterson, the experienced Dane Patterson. And that's slashed. That's a good shot there from Copeland. It looks like it's going to go for 4. Tony DeZorzi is after it. No need to risk diving on that one. And that's 4 runs to end the over for Michael Copeland, who moves to 17. The score 63 without loss after 20 overs. Fielding had to retire hurt with a finger injury from a delivery from Bjorn Hendricks. The deficit is below 500 now.
It is indeed, 494.
The Rocks will take any psychological boost that they can get today. The deficit is sitting at 494 as Tsepo Moreki continues from the Weinberg end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, 17 runs. Figures doesn't really tell the true story there. Stiaan van Zyl guided 3 boundaries down to the third man boundary in his second over. But he's back he bowled a maiden the following over, and he's back for his 4th over as he continues to Stiaan van Zyl. Good mates off the field, but when it comes to playing against each other, it's every man for himself. And there's respect there, but there's also competitiveness from both players as Tsepo Moreki comes in. And Stiaan van Zyl,
beautifully played through the offside. He just goes through the ball on the up, and that has gone down to the boundary here in front of the Oaks on to the right of us. Another boundary for Stiaan van Zyl. He moves to 33, 67 without loss. The score in the 21st over. Scoring rate has picked up significantly since the first and second change bowlers have come on. Bjorn Hendricks with an incredible opening spell of 7 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 5. It is Moreki away from us here at the Weinberg end. That's a much better delivery. squeezed out, and Dazorzi will chase down to backward a square, probably about 30 meters from the boundary. Tosses in now, and they take 2. Fonsale just rearranging a couple of things there while he waits for the next delivery.
Aviu Mgijima there at first slip, keeping the spirits up. Couple of flying edges, bit of frustrating start to the inning so far for the Western Province bowlers, but they know that they've got runs on the board and they can afford some balls not to go to hand, but it is still frustrating. They want to get stuck into this Rocks batting lineup, but Stian Fonsale has done an excellent job here. He's on 35 not out. That's a good delivery there,
good
but
delivery.
Fonsale just bats that away.
So just some scores from around the country. We have the Titans currently Drinks there, 627 for 9. Heinrich Klaassen eventually was dismissed on 292 off only 240 balls, 39 fours and 9 sixes for the Proteas and Titans batter. He is putting his name forward into the hat for a middle order position in that Proteas lineup. Oh, very good delivery again from Mareki, and played down to fine leg. Now, a long leg, should I say, really. Patterson does the fielding. They take a single, 7 off the over so far. But it will be Copeland to face the final 2 deliveries of this over, and Mareki will have a chance to bowl at the right-hander, I think, for the first time.
Yeah.
Which he will be relishing, I'm sure.
I think we're going to maybe see one just tempting him full outside off stump. We saw him flash at one outside off stump and find the edge and fly away for 4 past gully. We might see Mareki do just that. That's why there's a backward point going in now currently. He's got he's got Mo Valley going in at backward point. He's got Dane Patterson at mid-off. He's got a mid-on. He's got a mid-wicket as he goes to Michael Copeland. Oh, that swung in.
Delivery.
Nice swinging in delivery. Maybe setting him up for the outswing in the next one. Seppo Mareki knows his game very well. Knows exactly where he wants to put that delivery.
And he's very much around the art of fast bowling, David, you were talking about. We see that at test level a lot. It's what you need to learn at first class level in this 4-day competition, is how to structure your over, how to set the batter up. Are you going to... It's what Dale Steyn used to do so well. And you watched him at test level. Vernon Philander the same. Oh,
We
Copeland.
did see that a little bit fuller delivery there, and Copeland just getting that away into the covers for a single to end the 21st over, 71 without loss. Seppo Mareki, these 4 overs have gone for 25, run through the bowling figures. Nandre Berger, 7 overs, 0 for 29. Bjorn Hendricks, incredible figures, 7 overs, 0 for 5. Patterson, 3 overs, 0 for 12 as he continues from the Kelvin Grove end. And we might see a change of bowling from the Weinberg end. If we look at George Linder, he is stretching those wrists.
Yeah.
He is warming up, and he could very well come on in the not too distant future.
It wouldn't surprise me if they would go for a bit of spin. The ball's still a little bit hard. 21 overs gone. It's Patterson in towards us now.
Oof.
Oh, great fielding there by the man in at the short mid wicket. That's it's Carl Simmons, is it?
Is it Carl Simmons?
I think Carl Simmons on the field for. Is it Bjorn Hendricks still off the field? No, it's Berger. Sorry,
Yeah.
Berger. Sorry, my mistake. Sorry, apologies. Linda here at backward point. Hendricks is back on the field. Is he?
Yeah, Bjorn is back on
Yeah.
at third slip.
Third slip. There we go. Yes,
Dane Patterson.
unmistakable.
Oh, that's well bowled there by Dane Patterson. Dane Patterson is setting Michael Copeland up here.
He is. Yeah.
He's bowling a couple of in-swingers. I've got a feeling there's going to be one outside off in this over just to tempt him. He knows that it could possibly... He doesn't have protection on the cover boundary, so he knows that... But he's opened that up just for that reason, to try and find that edge. He's got 3 slips in place. He's got a gully in place in Daniel Smith, and he's got a backward point in George Linder. Those guys need to be on the ball if the ball comes to them. That's
yeah,
got
he's got
him.
it this time. He does indeed. And as you were describing, David, he had set him up with the 2 deliveries that were coming in and the 3rd delivery of the over, exactly as my co-commentator here and a man who knows this ground, knows these players incredibly well, indicated. That one, Copeland expecting it to perhaps come into him. It goes away just ever so slightly and takes the edge. And Michael Copeland's innings of 18 is now over. 33 balls, 4 fours, and he's caught by Verena, bowled by Dane Patterson. Patterson's first wicket at home on his return to 4-day cricket for the 6-gun grill Western Province team. He is over the moon, and his teammates also. A huge cry went up around the field there. High fives all around for Dane Patterson as he takes his 475th wicket in first-class cricket, and the first of this season here at home.
James, that's what excellent bowlers do. Yep. They know exactly what their plan is for the over. They don't just run in. Dane Patterson was accused of that early in his career, just running in and just bowling. But he's learnt his game. He's learnt a new part of his game over in the UK, and that's what we love to see. And when they come back, that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see growth from the bowlers especially, and that's exactly what Dane Patterson has done. Beautiful bowling of first-class bowling there from Dane Patterson, getting the better of the youngster. And the youngster, that was unplayable. He played well, Michael Copeland, but didn't do too much damage, scoring 18 runs. As Janneman Malan walks to the crease to join Stian van Zyl, and Dane Patterson will know that one of these 2 wickets will leave the 6-gun grill Western Province team in a very, very strong position, with Khafieldin looking like he could be out for the innings at least. Yeah, it does look like that there could be 2 wickets down already. Janneman Malan is obviously a world-class player, knows this ground extremely well, has scored many hundreds on this ground in red ball cricket and in white ball cricket, and this is going to be exciting to watch as Dane Patterson comes in.
Good delivery first up by Patterson, and just to give you some of those stats from Janneman Malan, very similar to Carl Verena in terms of the number of first-class matches that he has played, number of innings, and his average 49.6. Coming into this match, David. He is a man who's scored over 3,000 first-class runs and is clearly a very good first-class or 4-day player. Oh, my word! That goes past the outside edge and gave me a Brett Proctor moment. Really good bowling from Dane Patterson. His tail is up. He's got 5 deliveries in this over so far. He's bowled, has not conceded a run, has taken the wicket of Michael Copeland, and if he can get Janneman Malan in the next few overs, or even with this delivery, it will set Western Province up for, one feels, a potential to run through this the Gbets Rocks batting lineup. End of the over, 22 gone. The first wicket of the Gbets Rocks falling in that over was the wicket of Michael Copeland. Just a reminder that with the score on 25, it was Ismail Khafieldin who was wrapped on the hand by Björn Hendricks. The delivery after a very confident LBW appeal against the same batter, where Hendricks felt that all 3 stumps were going to be hit all at the same time with the delivery, not agreed by umpire Adrian Holdstock. And Khafieldin, unfortunately, it looked like a broken hand as George Linder comes on to bowl 70 matches. Average 26.2 is his bowling average, 236 wickets. He is a man in the prime of his career from a spin bowling point of view. Spin bowlers really mature later in their career.
Yeah, very much so.
And he has a number of years still ahead of him. A really fine all-round player. Played a number of test matches now for South Africa. was the number 2 spin choice before the return of Simon Harmer, and he did play a couple of test matches in India for the Proteas. He's in now from the Wynberg end and bowls to Stiaan van Zyl, who plays that forcefully into the covers and is fielded by Eddie Moore there at extra cover.
Just looking at some historical stats here, James. Most wickets for Western Province not first class, just for Western Province. We look at, as George Linder got a short leg in as well. Dane Patterson is 4th on the list of all of wicket takers. Rory Kleinveld 251 sticks for Western Province. Vernon Philander 233. Dane Pitt 230. So when you're looking at your bowling consultants,
yes,
Rory Kleinveld and Dane Pitt, the current incumbents, you're looking quite good there. And then Dane Patterson 181 wickets. That's hit.
Ouch! Well, it saved a certain single.
It doesn't look like it's Tony DeZorzi under the helmet. I think that might be Daniel Smith under the helmet now. And
it is Daniel Smith.
Daniel Smith under the helmet now. Tony DeZorzi's probably smiling there because he's going, I didn't get any action for the whole innings now. And the spinner comes on and third ball of his spell gets whacked on the back. So he's like, thank you.
George Linder in again to Stiaan van Zyl, and that one played out to the man. Is it going to get to the man? No, beautifully played. He's picked his spot there, Stiaan van Zyl. A little bit short from George Linder, turning with whatever turn there is into the left-hander, and he just picks his spot backward of a square on the leg side and gets another boundary. He's into the 40s now, is Stiaan van Zyl. 40 for him. Janeman Malan yet to get off the mark. 75 for the loss of 1 wicket. The man out, Michael Copeland, in the previous over to Dane Patterson. And we have Ismail Khafiuddin also off the field. He retired hurt with a score on 17 and the team score on 25 without loss. So effectively is a 75 for 2. Good delivery from George Linder.
He didn't know what to do with that one, Stiaan van Zyl. Almost in 2 minds of what to do with that delivery. If I'm looking at just some stats again here, James, we're looking at the top wicket keepers in the history of Western Province, and we're looking at Dane Villas, who's got the total dismissals of 181, 54 matches. Ryan Canning, he visited this ground a couple of months ago, and that swept again from Stiaan van Zyl, but just picking up the single there. Ryan Canning was in town. He's now based in the UK. He popped over to Newlands a couple of months ago. I was here to see him and meet him. And then third in line is Carl Verena. Just 37 matches, 108 dismissals. So he's well on his way to become, you would think that he would become the leading wicket taker in terms of dismissals for Western Province. And he's still got many a year to play, as that George Linder over goes for 5 as the score moves to 76 for 1 after 23 overs. Some good sweeping action there from Stiaan van Zyl.
And it will be van Zyl who took single off the last ball of that over, who will be facing up to Dane Patterson. And it's interesting that you speak of the players that have made those contributions for Western Province.
Some beautiful shape.
Yeah, lovely shape away from the left-hander there. A lot fuller from Dane Patterson. And one feels you could have been talking there at Crufts for a minute there, talking about 3 Great Danes.
Yeah. 3 Great Danes, yes, indeed.
Dane Patterson, Dane Pitt and Dane Villas, all playing a role in the history, most recent history of Western Province, and 2 of them here.
It's well bowled.
Associated with this thing, well bowled.
That's good running there from the Rocks batsman. I think James, in the context of not only this innings but in this match, this partnership is key.
It is,
and
yes.
I think the bowlers will recognise that. We might even see a Nandre Berger or a Buren Hendricks come back to try and break this partnership, because if one of these 2 batsmen get going, the Rocks will be confident that they can continue to bat long in this first innings.
Definitely we'll see. I do think we'll see Hendricks or Berger and Berger back before the tea interval. Oh, what a delivery that was.
That is Dane Patterson at his absolute finest.
Sure.
A beautiful delivery there. Yaneman Malan couldn't do anything about that.
And early on in his innings, Yaneman Malan just is a little bit, what's the right word? Susceptible, to that ball just outside the off stump. Seen it a few times in one-day internationals, particularly, where he a little bit hesitant outside the off stump, and it happens again. He played at that one again. Didn't look like he was, avoiding it, did it? He definitely put the bat out there.
Yeah, very much so. And I think from that Kelvin Grove end, the seamers are getting a lot of purchase if you get them in the right areas there, and almost too good.
Yeah.
To find the outside edge. Really good bowling here from Dane Patterson, picking up from where Bjorn Hendricks left off from that side of the ground. Really beautiful shape. Continues with his 3 slips and a fourth slip, so effectively a little bit of a gap between fourth and third. And that's just better from Yaneman Malan. Dane Patterson's enjoying this. He really is enjoying this challenge. He's in a colloquial term, a badger of the game. He loves cricket. He just enjoys it, and you can just see that he's one of those players that, if he would probably play cricket for free. To be fair, he just loves the game so much. He just wants to play, and that kind of energy, which has a ripple effect on the rest of his teammates.
In towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, and that is off the outside half of the bat. I think that may go to the boundary. It's going to say no. It's going to be picked up there.
It's
great
fielding
by George Linder, showing his athleticism, and Daniel Smith following him to the boundary, and they take 2. Malan there, I think, took just the 2. Yes, it was down to the third man region. So 2 off that over, I think it was from Patterson. 2 or 3 off the over it actually was, I think, from Patterson. 5 overs, 1 for 15 is Patterson's figures. And he's bowled really well from the Kelvin Grove end. He too may be coming quite close to the end of that spell from him there. And it'll be interesting to see who does replace him, whether it will be Hendricks or perhaps even Nandre Berger that might get a run from that side ahead of the tea interval.
Yeah, I think Nandre Berger cutting it across to Yaneman Malan might be a good bet. That's well bowled there from George Linder, just keeping Stiaan van Zyl in his crease.
Yeah.
He's got a slip in place in Aviom Gajima. He's got a backward point. He's got a short cover, mid-off, Teppo Moriki at mid-off. Tony DeZorzi at mid-wicket, Daniel Smith under the helmet at short leg. And looks like Bjorn Hendricks, Dane Patterson there at a short fine leg, and he's got a long on as well. And he goes in. Is it going to long on? No, it's in the gap, and that will go for 4. That's well played from Stiaan van Zyl. He saw the gap there. He knew that there was not a fielder in place. As long as he cleared mid-wicket, he'd find the boundary, and he did just that.
Yeah, good shot from Van Zyl. He moves to 46, so 1 strike away from a well-deserved half-century. He has done as the 6 Ganguil Western Province bowlers, batters did so well in the earlier in the innings, as he's seen off that new ball. He has got into his stride. He's understanding the pitch, and he is now hoping that he's going to be able to score big here. Already on close to that half century, as DeZorzi is sent out to a position about 20 metres in from the boundary at deep mid-wicket. It's Linder again in to Van Zyl, defended to Smith at short leg. Is no run.
James, it looks like they found the key to the commentary box.
Yeah.
And have unlocked it to allow a different commentator to come in, as we're going to hand over to Tariq. I'm going to take a breather. James, sorry, I'm throwing away the key for another hour for you to stay in the mixture.
There we go. Sounds George good. Oh, my word.
What happened there? He went for the reverse sweep.
Went for the reverse sweep, and he missed it, and went down the leg side. It did miss everything else. It was a bit too leg side-ish, I think, to play that delivery, but he obviously nominated the shot before the ball was bowled. Linda still got 2 balls left in his second over. Bit of excitement there as he's in again. This one is more on the stumps and just worked away into the leg side. Yasin Valley in from deep square leg, and they take a single. And he'll be bowling now to Yanaman Malan, will George Linder, for the first time in his 2-over spell.
James, I won't return without a coffee for you.
Oh, thank you.
I can give you that promise. I'll find a coffee somewhere here. It might look like water, but it will be made with sincerity.
Care.
You deserve a
and
coffee.
Attention. Thank you very much. As we go into the last 35 minutes before the tea interval, George Linder, last ball of his second over to Yanaman Malan. Has played to the man at mid-on. That is Tsepo Moreki, is it, here in front of us? And there is a single. Take the score to 85 for 1. We say goodbye to David for the moment, and we welcome Tariq Ibrahim, who's joining me here again, look resplendent in his South African T20 shirt, and very, very nice to have Tariq back with me. And thank you very much to David, been holding the fort with me here. And welcome, Tariq. Good to have you with me.
Thank you, James. It's a delightful introduction that you've given me here today, and it's good to be back at Six Gun Grill Newlands to watch a bit of cricket, have a bit of a chat about what's going on, and just to see what will happen with the Gbets Rocks in their innings.
Yeah, it's been interesting innings so far, with the Six Gun Grill Western Province declaring at 5:57 for 5, putting on that 127 runs at a run a ball, or just better than a run a ball, this morning in the session, declaring half an hour before the lunchtime interval. And it was a good session just before lunch. Very well played by Yanaman Malan down the ground. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Dazorzi and that's Yasin Valley after it, and they go through for 2 runs. It's just a push rather than a drive or half drive there from the Proteas batter and the captain of the Gbets Rocks, in the absence of his brother Peter Malan.
Yeah, good stroke from Yanaman. I think Patterson getting the ball up, nice and full, trying to see there's a bit of shape for him. He's been pretty handy with the ball over in England.
Good to watch, isn't he? Very handy over in England for knots, definitely.
Which is good to see. He's definitely got he's one of those X-factor bowlers. He's Dane Patterson. He can make something happen, when the team really needs it, and he proved that over there.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see him back, and obviously back for Western Province. Last season he spent a bit of time at the Warriors, so good to see him back home.
Yep. Yeah, very good to see him here on the Newlands turf, and he's utilising that at the moment. Bowling to Yanaman Malan, just a little bit wide compared to what his line was against Michael Copeland in the previous over. He took that wicket, set the young man up beautifully in that over, Tariq, with the first 2 deliveries coming into the right-hander, and the third one just moving slightly away, just playing down the wrong line. Michael Copeland, all part of the young man's learning experience, and who better what better to be doing, facing up against a seasoned campaigner like Dane Patterson. 475 first-class wickets now, Tariq.
Yeah, that takes some doing. It's plenty of overs.
It is.
Plenty of mileage in that legs and in that shoulder. We used to rotate it all the time.
Yep.
So look, it's a good challenge, especially for a youngster like Michael Copeland to be facing a Dane Patterson, a Buren Hendricks.
Yeah.
It's all part of his learning and his progression through the ranks.
you have a chance to see that opening spell from Bjorn Hendricks, probably one of the best ones I've seen for a while in first class cricket. Lovely shot from Yanaman Malan. That will, I think, go to the boundary. Or Yasin Vali's got something to say about it. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Tony de Zorzi assisting him there, and it is only going to be the 3 runs, and that means that Malan will keep the strike and will face George Linder at the beginning of the next over. I think that's probably Dane Patterson done for now. 6 overs in that spell, 1 for 20. George Linder has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 11. He'll be bowling to Yanaman Malan. So getting back to Bjorn Hendricks, what did you think of that?
Look, it's nice to see Bjorn getting his rhythm and strike, or at least finding the rhythm very early in his bowling spell. Probably would have taken a lot of confidence from last week's performance and the way he started there. So coming back home, wanting to do the same, which he did. Obviously not getting a wicket. Just yet.
No,
but
not yet.
He set the tone nicely very early.
He did. He certainly probably deserved the wicket. He did wrap Ismail Khafildian on the finger. Looks like a potential broken finger there from Khafildian. Just see if we can get, during the tea interval, perhaps get some confirmation from the Gbets Rocks dressing room. He probably has gone off for a scan on that finger, or x-ray on the finger, as Linda's in to Malan. A lot of air on that one, and that's played, because it has turned into a full toss, played through the vacant mid-wicket area, just to the right of the man who is at mid-wicket, and goes to the boundary for 4. Malan not going to miss out on those. He moves into double figures. He's on 12, the total 94 for 1 after 26.2 overs, and almost imperceptibly the Gbets Rocks have now scoring at 3.6 runs to the over. Good delivery from Linda this time, and there is no run.
Good comeback from George after that little full toss on the pads. Easy scoring shot for Yanaman Malan. We know how good and strong he is through the leg side. So good comeback from George.
It is a 5-4 offside leg side field, and that's beautifully played to the right of the man at deep cover. But Yasin Vali is around very quickly. He's like a terrier in the field, isn't he? He's just like a Jack Russell chasing the ball. Not the wicket keeper, Jack Russell, but the dog, Jack Russell. Continuing with this canine theme, we were talking a bit about Great Danes earlier. We've got 3 Great Danes who played for Western Province: Dane Patterson, Dane Pete, and Dane Vilas. That is off the outside half of the bat to the man at 45 on the offside. That's Dane Patterson, and we won't talk any more about dogs anymore. So we have got 5 men on the offside. A slip backward point. Man at 45 towards the man at point. Extra cover mid off. Played to the man extra cover. That is Tony de Zorzi with wonderful reflective sunglasses on, which is. You could even see them when he was chasing that ball down there with down to the boundary earlier on in the previous over. The reflection of those glasses coming through, very, very stylish. And he just fielded that last ball of the delivery. Last ball of the over, and there is going to be a change. It is going to be the strike bowler Bjorn Hendricks coming on to replace Dane Patterson from the Kelvin Grove end. His first spell from the Kelvin Grove end, as we were saying, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 5 runs, and no wickets. He really, really bowled well. Only 2 scoring shots off those 42 deliveries, 40 dot balls, and he'll be bowling to Stian van Zyl. We have about 27 minutes to go between now and the tea interval. One senses maybe 3 or 4 overs from Buren before then. George Linder probably keeping up the bowling at this side, though. Nandre Berger May has, what a great delivery first up from Hendricks. Beats the outside edge of Van Zyl's bat, and he's just started where he left off at the end of his previous spell from that northern end of the ground. Beautiful to watch.
Brilliant start by Buren Hendricks, picking up where he left off his first spell. So it's nice to see that usually when a seamer comes back for the second spell, the first one's usually a little bit of a loosener, gives the batter a chance to get some runs, but Buren straight into his work immediately.
He's in towards us once again. Another very good delivery on the line of off stump and just defended down the pitch. Looking at some of the games that are taking place around the country and looking at the scores that we currently have. I'll try and refresh those if I can. But an incredible 292 from Heinrich Klaassen as the Titans got to a total of, let's just get there, 6. What did they score in the first innings? Sorry, we'll just wait. We'll get that now after this. Beautifully played through the offside by Stiaan van Zyl. That is going to take him to his 50. It's the 100 for the Gbets Rocks. It's 50 for Stiaan van Zyl. He raises his bat. Does he know? He just looks across to the dressing room. He's got more work to do here. It's also the 100 for the Gbets Rocks. 100 up of 165 balls with 18 fours. And it is Stiaan van Zyl, the left-handed batter for them. He got his 50-51 of 76 balls, 11 fours, a huge percentage of runs that he scored in boundaries, as one might expect with this very attacking field. Still attacking, 3 slips and a gully and a backward point. That's beautifully played again, straight down the ground by Stiaan van Zyl. That's going to go back past the bowler to the onside of straight for another boundary, and he's just conceded in 2 balls 3 more runs than he conceded in his entire 7-over spell in his first spell. And really good batting from Van Zyl. Moves to 55 partnership now here, 33 between him and his captain Milan. Very good batting from Van Zyl. He's looking full of runs this season once again. Hendricks towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. That's a better delivery into the body of Van Zyl. Just bunts it down onto the leg side, fielded by Mareki in front of us here at fine leg, and they take a single. 2 balls left in the over, so 1 ball left in the over, which will be bowled to Milan. As we look at the Titans scored 648 all out. The 137 to D now got 292 of 240 balls for Heinrich Klaassen. Incredible stuff. And the Knights in reply currently 10 for 1 with Matthew Kleinfeld out already for 5, caught by Elgar off Lizard Williams. That's the Titans score at the end of the over, which is 1 ball away. We'll go to some of the other matches. Well bowled by Hendricks to Milan, and there is no run, just played down to Patterson at mid-off. And it's the end of the over. 28 gone, 105, just short of 4 runs and over. So the Rocks, Tariq, are making it happen here.
Yeah, batters that are settled and experienced, getting themselves settled in nicely on this pitch. And it's still a massive deficit that they've got to contend with. So one probably does feel that this is the partnership that the Gbets Rocks will be relying on quite a bit. So
score from the game between the Northwest Dragons and the DP World Lions is that the Lions scored 362, an unbeaten 115 from Vian Mulder there. Oh, Daniel Smith not keeping his eye on the ball, expected to be perhaps pummeled by Stiaan van Zyl. That one just bouncing short of him as he played it into the ground. No chance, definitely, but perhaps again lessons to be learnt in this 4-day game. Very important to just keep the focus there. Oh, plays almost across the line to that one, Tariq. Not a great shot from Van Sale.
Yeah, George Linder certainly asking a few questions
He
of
is.
Stian van Zyl and making him, be in two minds with every delivery that comes his way.
And it is in again. It's beautifully played through the covers. What a shot from Van Sale. Just too full again on that occasion, making it into a half volley. And even though the ball is spinning in to Van Sale, whatever movement or spin there might be, that is played imperiously through the offside for 4. And he moves into the 60s now with that shot. Beautiful to watch.
But an extra loop on that one from
Yeah.
George and enticed Stian for that drive. And James, I reckon there's nothing better than a left-handed cover driver.
It was beautiful, wasn't it? It was just, as I say, I mean, imperious. I mean, just stood there and played straight through. Didn't even move after he'd hit it. He knew immediately that was going to the boundary. Tsepo Mareki had no price at all. Again, that one just down in front of Smith at short leg. I like the fact that they've kept up the attack here. Captain Verena has you're not worried about the fact that the Rocks are scoring at nearly 4 and over. He needs the wickets. He's got the runs on the board. The deficit is still 448, and they are making a good fist of this. Are the Gbets Rocks? That's it. Linda in, and that is way down the leg side, and don't think he got a touch on that. Taken behind by Verena, or just slightly went into the gloves, just dropped down out of the gloves, and it's the end of the over. 29 gone, 109 for 1. Milan on 14. Van Sale 60. It'll be Milan who will be facing. It's just going to be Milan facing up to the speed of Björn Hendricks, and it's going to be interesting to see how Hendricks can perhaps try something here against the right-handed Milan. This one feels, as David was saying earlier, Tariq, is perhaps the partnership that matters for the Rocks. Above all else, it is the experienced Milan and Van Sale at the crease. So Hendricks in again to Milan outside the off stump. No thought of anything there. Let's look at the Warriors versus the Dolphins. So Warriors in the first innings 166, and the second innings now 54 for 1 in reply to the 285 from the Dolphins, and it is the man of the moment who is out for the Warriors in that second innings. Jordan Herman 38. LBW to Otniel Bartman for that 38 of 55 minutes of only 32 balls. So they got off to a fast start. Have the Warriors try and knock off that deficit, but they're still 65 runs behind with 9 wickets remaining. Second ball of the over, nothing to report. Hendricks will be coming in again to Milan. Still 3 slips in position, attacking here. Good delivery. Whoa, my word, that came in, didn't it? Swung before it went past the stumps, and even more after it went past the stumps. Lovely, lovely bowling.
Yeah, Björn's just got some confidence about him that he just knows exactly. What's the saying? He's got the ball on a string.
He has actually got, he has, most definitely. It's just it's coming out exactly how he wants it to come out. He looks like the bowler that took, I think, was it 7 wickets on debut for South Africa in his first Test match. He is really is a handful when he's on form, and my goodness, he's looking good today. Another very good delivery into the body of Milan, just walking away and getting his composure again. It's been top quick bowling from Björn Hendricks today.
That's really good to see Björn in this type of form. Obviously experienced campaigner leading this Six Gun Girl Western Province attack, but Also, equally, you got to give credit to Janeman Malan as well. He's taking up this challenge, and he's still there.
Yeah, and he'll want to still be there at tea time, which is 17 minutes away, as Nandre Burger, we see here, he's at fine leg to Janeman Malan. He's warming up, expecting him to replace George Linder, probably at the Weinberg end of the ground. He also bowled well with a lot of fire earlier on in the spell before lunch and just post lunch. He's only bowled the 7 overs so far, 0 for 29. Bjorn Hendricks into his second spell, last ball of his 9th over, played it into the offside. It will be cut off by Yassine Valley, who's chased that down to the boundary in front of the Oaks. They take 2, means that Van Zyl will face the first delivery of what will be the Nandre Burger over. One feels, Linda not coming through to bowl this one. So the spell for George Linder, those 4 overs, are 0 for 21. He certainly did bother Stiaan van Zyl a little bit. Perhaps not as consistent from a line and length point of view as George would have wanted to be.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I think George would have expected a little bit more from himself.
Yeah.
We do know that
he's a demanding guy, isn't he?
He sets himself very high standards.
He does,
and I'm sure that a few of those deliveries will bother him.
Yeah.
And wouldn't be surprised if we see George at some point doing something just to correct what he did wrong.
He probably won't take tea. He'll be out here on the field with the stumps bowling. As it is Nandre Burger just stretching his back. The score is 1-1-1 for 1. All the ones at the moment.
Get your feet up off the ground there, James.
Yeah, if you're a Paul Rocks supporter, if you're Gbets Rocks supporter, definitely feet off the ground. The dressing room next to us, they should all have their feet off the ground. Oh, wow, that's a real nasty one first up from Nandre Burger. That's what he was doing very well earlier on. Just getting it to rear up from short of a length. He is really fiery, looking very good. Last season didn't have the chance to see him with that long-term injury that he picked up. He's come back firing on all cylinders. Really great to see the young man coming in. And of course got an SA20. Was picked up in the SA20, so it'll be great to see him there as well. Oh, another one. Rears up off a length, and Stiaan van Zyl must be thinking, what's this in the pitch? I've been here now, I've got 60. What's happening now?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Listen, this is not a new batter that's just stepped in there facing his first 2 deliveries. It's Stiaan van Zyl, who's been there for all of 86 deliveries already. Pretty much been there from the start of the Gbets Rocks innings, and he's received 2 absolute beauties from Nandre Burger. So the contest is certainly on.
It is on, and he's 4 fast strike bowlers of the down to was in the air for quite some time, but couldn't quite get there. Could Kyle Verena, and they go through for 2.
I think you can forgive Kyle for not making it.
Yeah.
He did bat for an age.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grabbed 200 and odd runs for his side, so expecting him to charge down that one, and it almost seemed as though at some point his legs just gave in as well.
You can't blame him for that, as you say. It's a very difficult one for him, and he didn't quite make it there.
A little bit of lactic acid building up in those legs as he did that sprint.
Oh yeah, he's got him! He's bowled him! He's bowled him neck and crop. The off stump is knocked back, and that is no less than Nandre Burger deserves. Stiaan van Zyl just playing all around that one, and the off stump is pegged back. What a big wicket that is, with only 12 minutes to go before the tea interval. Stiaan van Zyl bowled by Burger, a beauty. Tariq, you can take us through the delivery once we give you the stats for Van Zyl. 62 of 88 balls with 13 fours, bowled by Nandre Burger. A peach of a delivery.
Look, Nandre was threatening
He was, yes.
Throughout that over, he came back with fire. Got this one up into that sort of that tricky area where Stian didn't know if she go forward or back. Had a bit of nip back at Stian as well, and crashed into that middle stump. So Stian van Zyl gone for a well played 62, 113 for 2 are the Gbets Rocks, and now you feel that with around 11 minutes to go until tea time, that Six Gun Girl Western Province would want to get at least one more to take with him to tea.
Yes, there's that little cloud, just a high level cloud, but makes it slightly duller here over Six Gun Grill Newlands. That is a huge wicket in the context of this match. 113 for 2, effectively at this stage though 113 for 3 are the Gbets Rocks, and they have been rocked back, as it were, by that delivery from Nandre Burger. He's looked really on his game today, just running in with purpose and fire. Quite a few of the boundaries that he did concede earlier on were in the gap at either past third slip, fourth slip, down into the ground, or some just flying through. It had been perhaps a bit unlucky. Gets the stick that he deserves, gets that wicket, and it is now at the crease. Clyde Fortuin coming in at number 5 for the Gbets Rocks. Just to remind you that Ishmael Khafildin has presumed gone to hospital for a scan on that finger, or an x-ray. He was wrapped on the finger earlier on by Björn Hendricks after a very confident LBW appeal, and he then went off the field. Ice was being applied to his left hand, looked like a potential finger injury, and we will wait to hear what happens to that a little bit later. So with 2 balls left in Nandre Burger's over, he was bowling to the new batter, and that is Clyde Fortuin, the wicket-keeper batsman for the Gbets Rocks. He's in at number 5. He's been given a very important role to play in the middle order for the Gbets Rocks this season, and it's Burger in to him. Very good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and there'll be one more delivery to come. There's 3 slips, a man at almost like a gully or whitish fourth slip, and at point, shortish in at point, that is George Linder, and at extra cover, a mid-on short leg, that's Tony DeZorzi under the helmet there, and you have down at fine leg, I think that's Seppo Mareki down at fine leg, as Nandre Burger steams away from us now to the new batter, Clive Fortuin. He just takes that, the full face of the bat, just angles it to the man at backward point, Linder, who does the fielding. There is no run. We have 8 minutes to go until the tea interval. I think 2 overs likely to be in that period. Success for Nandre Burger, none less than he and probably Björn Hendricks deserve as well. Hendricks wicketless at the moment, but 9 overs, 0 for 16. Hendricks will continue from the Kelvin Grove end in his second spell. His first spell, just to remind you, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 5. 2 scoring shots only. He's since conceded 2 boundaries from off the bat of Stian van Zyl. He's in now to Janeman Malan, and there is no run. So still a very attacking field is what you'd expect if you've got 557 on the board.
Yeah, look, you've got plenty of runs in the bag that you can play around with, so to say. And when you've got a bowling lineup like Six Gun Grill Western Province has, you can attack for longer periods. And even if we saw it, Stian was starting to get away, got himself to 62, but they kept that attacking field, and it proved the citizens at the end of the day.
Absolutely right. And the difference between the 2 attacks, it seems that you have got on the Six Gun Grill Western Province side 4 bowlers who have all got a significant amount of experience. all are strike bowlers in their own right and able to strike at any time. That experience very important. The Gbets Rocks going into this match with 3 recognised pace bowlers and 2 spinners, but two of those 3 pace bowlers having less than 10 first-class matches, both of them. So a bit of inexperience, learning their trade still, and a trade is what it is. It's almost a vocation if you're a fast bowler. You learn how to bowl an over. It was very evident earlier on as Bjorn Hendricks decides to come around the wicket to the right-hander. First time in the match now that we have 2 right-handers at the wicket. Stian van Zyl, the last man to go, 113 for 2. He went with the score on 113, bowled neck and crop, as they say in the classics, by Nandre Burger in the previous over. Milan just remarking his guard. It's going to be Hendricks around the wicket. We'll give you the field after this delivery. Yeah, just played down to the man deep here in front of us. At fine leg is Burger, the successful bowler from the previous over. Heading into tea time here. We'll give you a bit of a wrap of the day's play. There's been some interesting developments in the other matches around the country. Some of the, from a batting point of view, certainly some of the senior players one would expect to score runs have done so. Björn Mulder getting a 115 not out for the DP Lions. Oh, great delivery again. Bounce and just coming in with the line from outside that, on that round the wicket line. Just holding its line on this occasion. Well left on height by Clyde Fortuyn. He does not want to lose his wicket in the 5 minutes before tea.
Yeah, and when you've got bowlers like Bjorn Hendricks and Nandre Burger with their tails up, it's going to be a tricky last 5 minutes before tea for this duo of Fortuyn and Milan. But the one thing that I have found interesting, James, as we watch Bjorn come in for this one, one thing I have found interesting is that Bjorn has found not only nip off the deck, but he's found some swing as well.
Yes,
and it's not just one way. It's not just into the batters. He's taken it away from them as well, which is something we didn't see yesterday, or at least this morning as well, from the Gbets Rock bowlers. We didn't see them move the ball, swing it, or nip it off the deck. It just shows the difference, I guess, then in skill level between the two attacks. Yeah,
that very good point there, Tariq. This is a very much more settled and experienced 6-gun grill Western Province bowling lineup, 4 pacemen of high quality and who've been in their trade for quite some time. And Andre Burger returning from injury last year. Tepo Moreki has established his place in this lineup. Dame Patterson returning to his hometown as it's Burger in again. That is a venomous delivery, but too venomous, in fact. Just bounces harmlessly over Milan's head through to the keeper Verena, and there is no more to report. But they have looked like cobras of old. Very venomous, this attack today from 6-gun grill Western Province. And it's been a very good session, this afternoon session. The Gbets Rock going into lunch at 40. They put on some good runs, 100 runs, very well bowled again. They put on some good runs in the session between lunch and tea, but lost those 2 wickets, and of course Khafudin went off retired hurt. One would have to say, in the context of the match, that this has been a session probably that Western Province have shaded. Burger raring to go past umpire Sean George. Yeah, another good delivery, just angled into the gully. Daniel Smith is on duty there, and just picks up the ball very nicely. So what you can't see out of your screen is there are 3 slips, a man at a wideish 4th slip, sort of between what a conventional 4th slip and gully would be. I'd say Tariq not really in a gully, is he? In a gully
No, it's
position.
too narrow for gully. But the one thing that Andre Berger is doing really well is keeping the ball in that 4th stump channel, and he's making Janneman think about what shot he needs to play.
Yeah, he's making him play, which is really good to see. Something that was noticeable about, we were talking a bit about it before you came on air with David about Seppo Moreki, and Seppo does make the batter play. His line is very much on that as well, sort of 4th stump line. He was in the over that he did get punished by Stian van Zyl was a little bit too short, but once he managed to get that ball a little bit more pitched up, looked a lot more dangerous.
There we go, just nagging Janneman Malan outside of that off stump. And we do know that Andre Berger has both deliveries. The one his standard one that just goes across, and he's got the one that can come back in. So it's a case of watching the ball all the way for Janneman Malan just to ensure that it's not the delivery that comes back at him. But it does seem as though that Andre Berger is definitely bowling with a set plan, and that is good to see.
Yeah, you must have known that was exactly what I was going to ask you. Actually, does he have that variation? And that's well bowled yet again. Very good bowling, and that will be tea on the second day here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. You're with Tariq Ibrahim and myself, James King, the Cape Fox, and we have brought you this second session today. The match is very interestingly poised as we go off for the tea interval. Earlier on today, 6 Gun Grill Western Province declaring the innings closed on 5.57 for 5 contributions down the order by George Linder, 70 not out, and his captain Kyle Verreynne ended on 201 not out, his second first class double 100. 5.57 for 5. The Gbets Rocks had to see out a challenging 5 overs before the luncheon interval. They did that, ended on 14 without loss. They're now on 114 for 2, effectively 114 for 3, as Gefieldin went off retired, hit on the hand by Bjorn Hendricks. It was then Dane Patterson that got the first wicket for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Had Michael Copeland caught behind a beauty, set him up beautifully with 2 that came into him. The third ball of the over went away, got a nick through to Verreynne, the wicketkeeper, bowled by Patterson for 18. That was 71 for 1, and then a short time ago, should I say, just before the luncheon tea interval, I'm not quite getting it right, I need my tea or that coffee now, it was Stian van Zyl who batted incredibly well for his 60 off only 62 off 88 deliveries with 13 fours, a high proportion of fours in that innings. 52 of his 62 runs coming in boundaries, was bowled by Andre Berger, coming back for his second spell from the Wynberg end. It's been a good bowling performance by 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Berger 1 for 31 in 9, Hendricks 0 for 17 in 10. The pick of the bowlers for me has been Moreki 0 for 25 in 4, Patterson 1 for 20 in 6, and Linder 0 for 21 in 4. It's goodbye from Tariq and I. Now for the tea interval, we'll see you in about 20 minutes time. Thank you. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. You are back with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and we have with us shortly Tariq Abraham's going to be continuing with me here. We are commentating from the South Pavilion at Six Gun Grill Newlands. It's going to be Dane Patterson from the Kelvin Grove end, and he'll be bowling to Clyde Fortain, who is yet to get off the mark, having come in with about 2 overs to go before the tea interval. And we hope you've all had the chance to have a bit of a refreshment over the tea time as Tariq comes and takes his seat here next to me. The attack continuing with Dane Patterson taking over from Björn Hendricks, who bowled his second spell of 3 overs just before the tea interval, just eased out into the offside by Clinton Fortain. He is going to get off the mark. Sorry, Clyde Fortain. He's going to get off the mark with that shot into the offside, and the score goes to 115 for 2. Welcome back to Tariq, and an interesting last session of play awaits us here.
Indeed, James. I always find the tea break to be a bit of a strange one because it's only 20 minutes long.
That's
It's
right, yeah.
not enough time for a batsman to, or at least for a batter, to get their kit off and spend some time without it on. And in the blink of an eye, you're back on to the field. And back to facing the likes of Dane Patterson, Björn Hendricks, and Andre Burger.
Yeah, it's an attack from a bowling point of view, and David making the comment earlier on here that one looks at this attack compared to the bowling attack sort of last year, even from a batting lineup point of view, one feels that the Six Gun Grill Western Province team a lot more balanced this year, and with backup as well in some of the key positions, which wasn't necessarily the case last year. Oh, what a beautiful delivery that is. The bowler not interested in the appeal, men behind the wicket, all I think more than hope than judgment, feeling very, very happy with the bowling here. Patterson again starting off where he left off. He got the 1 wicket, that of Michael Copeland, who he set up beautifully in that previous in the 1 over, 2 balls coming in, 1 going away from him, and Fortain. Oh, that has got to be adjacent. Umpire Holdstock completely uninterested in that.
I was letting you finish, but just before you bowled the delivery, I was going to say you were speaking about the way that Dane set up Mikey Copeland. And, I just felt as though something was going to happen here as well. Right. He had those 2 deliveries going away from Fortain, and the third one goes back into him, also trying to set him up. So Dane definitely bowling with a plan here to Clyde Fortain.
Yes, a lot of experience at county level now as Dane Patterson, and that ends the over from the Six Gun Grill Western Province paceman, bowling very well in that over. He has got just the 2 singles off it. Score's gone to 116 for 2. We took tea at 114 for 2. 34 overs bowled. The run rate for the Gbets Rocks has gone down a little bit with the loss of Stian van Zyle's wicket. Van Zyl beautifully bowled by Nandre Burger, going through his defences, having set him up with a couple of deliveries that were shorter of a length, rearing up into the left-hander, and then he got one to really go through the defences of the well-set batter. And it's going to be Burger to continue his attack from the Weinberg end. He bowled a couple of overs before the tea interval from this side. And just looking at the number, yes, he did bowl 2 overs when he took that wicket. He's going to be bowling to Milan. Good delivery outside the off stump, slightly wide, and allows Milan the opportunity to just ease it out into the offside for a single. It is That man again, Yassine Valley, chasing that ball down, preventing any possible chance of a second run. And from his position at mid-off, we have still the 4 slips in place. A man at backward point, mid-off, shortish, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. Berger in to Fortuin outside the off stump. And you can see that's very wide-ish from Berger. He's going to want to get that line a lot better, purposefully back to his mark. They are running a little bit behind the over rate. 47 overs to get in just over, in fact, well, I'll have until 6 o'clock, but one feels 47 overs in the 2.5 hours until 6 o'clock is a very tall order for this team. They may run a little bit behind on that, which is not going to be good for the Western Province captain, Carverena, unless we see a lot of spin from George Linde in this final session.
Yeah, I think I'll give a few overs to the seamers initially, and considering that there's 2 right-handers at the crease right now, it will certainly be a chance for George Linde to come and turn the arm a bit, move the ball away from both of these batters.
Yes, he did look quite threatening against the left-hand Stian van Sale, who bowled more to than he did to Michael Copeland and Janeman Milan, the right-handers. This does, as you say, Tariq, give him the opportunity to just turn that ball away a little from the right-handers. He will be expecting success, George Linde. A man dedicated to the cause here at 6 Gun Grill, Western Province, and has played a couple of times for the Proteas. Oh, they're setting Clyde Fortuin up here, don't you think, as well, Tariq?
Yeah, 100%.
The 2 short ones that he's put in, I'm going to expect something a lot fuller from him now. And perhaps maybe 1 or 2 slightly short of a length, and then the one that's going to skid on. One feels that he's working on that. He's plying his trade here from the Weinberg end. Thinking bowling, thinking coaching, thinking captaining. That's what it's about in the 4-day game. That's why it's a science as well as an art. Yeah, nicely through outside the off stump.
Just trying to tempt Fortuin there with the 2 short balls prior to that, pushing him back a bit and then floating one up outside the off stump, thinking Fortuin will bite at the invitation to throw hands at it. Good composure shown by Clyde Fortuin to let that one through and get through the over.
He's been given quite a task, hasn't he, Fortuin, coming in where he does in the middle order, down to bat at number 4. He's come in at number 5, but a big role to play as a wicket-keeper batter, and not that many first-class matches under his belt. It isn't an experienced middle order. You then have Sean von Berg coming in at number 7. One wouldn't really call him an all-rounder necessarily, although he has got some good runs. Oh, played softly. Oh, wow. That is fabulous. The esteemed scholar and gentleman, Mr. Brooke, has
They don't
brought
call me
us...
Mr. D for nothing.
Mr. D delivers a lovely cappuccino here to the commentary box, and most welcome that is after the tea break. Thank you very much, sir. And it is going to be Patterson to carry on. First ball, very good one to Janeman Milan, played down into the slip region on the bounce to 3rd slip it was. Tails are up for 6 Gun Grill, Western Province.
Yeah,
almost the expectations of a wicket here.
It seems as though the fielders are sensing something. They know they've got 2 bowlers going at the moment who are thinking of their plans and they're executing it at the moment. And just had a look at Dane Patterson after he delivered that ball. He just stood there and just had a proper watch, just knowing that he's in it.
it's good to see. And what's very good to see, Tariq, is their bowling to their field. There's very few loose deliveries, and where they have conceded the boundary, it's not because they haven't been bowling to their field. They've been bowling to the field that's been set for them. It's really been because of good play, or potentially gone through an area where there hasn't been a fielder off a loose shot. Mostly outside that off stump. We've got a 6-3 offside leg side field, attacking as you would expect. Very nicely played by Milan this time, out into the deep. Zorzi's giving chase. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Really good fielding from the Western Province opener, and tosses it in from the boundary to the captain Verena behind the stumps. They take 3 though. Milan onto 22 for Tain, who's going to be on strike with 1. I don't think Dane Patterson will mind bowling to Clyde Fortain, will he, early on in Fortain's innings. He's got 2 balls here. One I'm sure that will be, maybe the one comes in, the other one goes away. Oh, a bit too full this time on the pad. You can see what he was trying to do there. But it will be chased down by Yassine Valley. They'll take 3 again. That is going to be good. That's good running from these 2 Paul Gbets Rocks batters, and they go through for 3. Milan will be facing a good chase to the mid-wicket boundary. It's a long boundary, that one. We're playing off the 4th strip from the right-hand side, so the 4th strip closest to the Oaks, and the boundary out towards the railway stand and scoreboard is a very long boundary for the right-hander. Very nicely played again into the pads of Milan, and there is a no run down to the man at mid-on. That looks like Tsepo Mareki down at mid-on. He's got a spring in his step, as always, the young man, and he loves his cricket. Just a wholehearted performer. May well be coming on to bowl reasonably soon from the Weinberg end. Likely that he will be replacing Nandre Berger, potentially after this over from Berger. Berger's bowled 3 overs, I think it was, in the spell before tea. He's into his 2nd over of the spell here now after tea, and he had bowled 2 overs before tea. He's now into 2nd over his spell after tea. He's in to Fortain, and there is no run on that one. Yassine Valley around very quickly from mid-off. Still the 4 slips. Man at backward point, a man at mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and the man at long leg.
Yeah, certainly a different ploy from Nandre Berger. He's bowling a lot shorter than Dane Patterson from the other side. Perhaps his plan is to try and push the batter back a little bit, and then get the 3rd or 4th ball of the over perhaps to be a bit fuller.
Yeah, it's definitely what he did with... Oh, that was a beauty. An absolute beauty. And that... You would call that a good leave, though, Tariq?
Yes, absolutely. Mentioned it yesterday on day 1. If the batter leaves the ball, doesn't knock the stumps, then it's a good leave.
Exactly. And it doesn't hit his pad and get given out to LBW without playing a shot. Definitely, as you say, a good leave. But that was mightily close. Had there been an extra coat of black paint there on the stumps, sponsored by Betway, it would have taken them out, perhaps. Oh, my word! Another one coming into the left, into the right-hander. That is beautiful. That had tons of movement on it.
James, you asked me earlier on, doesn't Andre possess the ball that comes back? I think you just saw two of them.
Two beauties that came back. Well left by Fortain again, but that could so easily have rattled that off stump of the right-hander. Couldn't have been far away, as we are. Yeah, just my goodness, that was very, very close. Virtually behind the bowler's arm here we are, as he's bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. That one just keeping its line. He would wanted to have probably started that one a lot straighter, wouldn't he? What do you think? Last ball of the over? Is it? No, 2 balls to come. So again, maybe he'll get the next one to straighten and the last one to come back in, the last one to straighten, or
Yeah, I think
Gonna be
you were
interesting,
correct
yeah.
saying that he probably wanted to start that previous delivery a little bit straighter and tempt Fortuin into the drive. And he's
Yeah.
got 4 catches behind the stumps, excluding the wicketkeeper waiting for it. So we could see this one a bit straighter.
Well, that's the short one, and very, very short.
Very
and,
spongy bounce,
actually
that
been
one.
given as a wide. The first extra of the innings comes in the 37th over, and that one well over the head of Clyde Fortuin. Andre Berger's going to have to bowl that one again. It was a real effort delivery, but just too much effort and too much on his side of the 20 metres between him and the batter. He's in once again. Oh, it's a good delivery. Again, riding it well though, Clyde Fortuin did really well to keep that down to George Linder at backward points. What you'd expect though from a good middle order batter is to be able to play those comfortably most if not all day. George Linder just stretching a bit, reminding Carverena he's still there on the field. He can still trundle in and bowl a few.
As every other bowler will.
And it is Andre Berger away from us again, past Sean George. Yeah, that one's well played. This time Linder will not be able to get to it. He rides the bounce well, slightly wider, and it gets what it deserves. Well played, Clyde Fortuin out to the deep point boundary for 4. Disappointment for Andre Berger, who'd done all the hard work to try and set Clyde Fortuin up, and then just not able to execute. But that's what it's all about, isn't it? You've got to be patient as a batter, you've got to be patient as a bowler in this form of the game. Really good to see. That's why I like 4-day cricket and Test cricket.
Yeah.
It's just, the wicket's got something in it. There's a little bit for everybody. And it isn't that you're just looking at boom, boom, bash all the time. So
Yeah, certainly it's the format of the game where you've just got to apply yourself, and it's more a case of not about your ability, but
Yeah.
more about just how strong you are mentally,
yeah,
and how long you can last for. How long can you, as a batter, tire the bowler out,
Yeah.
try and win that little one-on-one battle, and then as the bowler, how long can you stay patient
yeah,
and not deviate from your plan regardless of what the batter is doing. And
exactly.
and I think that's probably the one thing that we've seen, especially from Dane Patterson, is that he hasn't. Yes, he's been hit through the covers and conceded some runs, but he hasn't deviated from his plan.
No.
I think he doesn't mind being hit through the covers because he's got the 4 slips waiting.
Exactly that, and very good points you make there, Tariq, as he's into Milan again, and this one again coming in to the right-hander. So one would expect that he will be taking a couple away potentially from the right-hander. He's now dispatching Yassine Valley out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
That's the mind games now.
It is the mind games. He's going to put this one in short. He did that earlier on as well to Michael Copeland, and paid dividends a little bit later on in that Copeland innings when he got him to edge behind. But this one I expect to be short. And it's not. He does play the 6-card trick.
Told you, James, mind games. He even fooled you.
He did, yeah. So maybe the next one will be short. Yeah.
I think Dane Patterson is one of those bowlers who will just keep sticking to what he does best,
Yeah.
and that is good line, good length,
Yeah.
keeping the batters honest and on their toes.
You know, having watched him probably 3 seasons ago here at Western Province, we'll just wait for him to come through this delivery. Well bowled. Milan trying to negate that movement by moving across to the offside. So you talk about mind games from a bowler point of view, mind games from the batter point of view as well. He's got to try and counteract that in some way. And Milan, too good a batter to just stand there and take what Patterson is throwing at him. He was quite a lot more inconsistent. I would say, 2 or 3 seasons ago, perhaps. playing here before. He played a lot more county cricket. Got his call up after some very good bowling. Oh, again off the outside half of the bat. Daniel Smith does a fielding at fourth slip. Good bowling here from Dane Patterson. And Yanaman Malan is going to need all his experience, going to call on all his experience, all that hard work that he's done as a top order batter. Got an average of just below 50 in first class cricket. He's got all the credentials to be able to score big on this wicket, but you've got to be there to do that. There is the short delivery to end the over. Not to be tempted, understanding those men are out there just for that shot. The end of the over, that is 38 gone, 128 for 2. Run rate now sitting about 3.4 at one stage, up to 3.8. It's quietened down quite a bit since the loss of the Stiaan van Zyl wicket. And we are going to have a bowling change at the Wynberg end. Nandre Burger has finished his second spell. He's going to be replaced by Tsepo Moreki. Not surprisingly, as we called it a little bit earlier on today, the bowlers now being given shorter spells in their second spell. Burger coming off after a spell of only 4 overs. Well, 4 overs in that spell and only conceding the 8 runs and getting the 1 wicket, which really was a very good wicket that he got in that spell. That was the one before the tea interval, and he remained unchanged after the tea interval. So a spell of 4 overs for him. Tsepo Moreki, so far his figures 4 overs, 0 for 25. Expect him to bowl probably a 4 or 5 over spell here. He's away from us at the Wynberg end. Into the legs of Fortuin, well fielded, and that really good fielding from the man there at the mid-on position. Looks like Carl Simmons maybe in there. No, it's Nandre Burger, sorry. Do apologise. Simmons not on the field for anybody at the moment. Burger just feeling his left arm after he shied at the stumps, took a quick single to his right. So having bowled the previous over from this end, he's now come into that mid-on position. Moreki will be going away from us here to Malan. Yanaman Malan awaits Moreki's past Sean George now, and that's in again to the pads, and that is well fielded by De Zorzi at mid-wicket. Just parries it towards Burger at mid-on, and it is no runs. Good fielding there by De Zorzi. Almost did that goalkeeper style, just parrying it around the post, and in this instance there is no further addition to the score.
It's good to see, Tony De Zorzi still have the energy to throw himself around in the field. He had a monster of an innings yesterday.
Fantastic innings of 163 from De Zorzi, as this one moves away slightly off the pitch to Malan. Is nothing more to report. We have 3 slips now. A man at backward point, George Linder, who's still rolling his arms. He's now on the edge of the square, just going through his action. He's been doing that for the last 2 hours. Even though he only bowled 4 overs. Man always up for a bowl, up for a contribution in this team. He bowled him! He's gone straight through Malan. That one pitched up, and that is a huge wicket for the 6-gun grill Western Province. That one cleaned him up. May well have gone through the gate. Let's see if we can give you an idea of exactly what happened there. You were watching it live as we were, and it went just underneath the bat, shaped into him, whereas previously he'd shaped it away. Yanaman Malan played all around it and loses his middle stump as a result. A very disappointing result for the Gbets rocks as the scoreboard goes completely blank. Maybe it's load shedding, who knows. Yaneman Milan has scored 22 of 52 deliveries, and he has gone with a score on 129. It's now 129 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, that wicket, James, just shows you how much it meant to Six-Gun Western
huge,
Province.
yeah.
Every one of their players came charging into Moreki to celebrate that one because they know and they understand the enormity of the wicket of Yaneman Milan, because they know exactly, what it is that he can do.
Yeah.
And to get him out when they have now, it now just opens up that inexperienced middle order of the Gbets Rocks, and Six-Gun Western Province will know that they're in with a sniff right now. They'll know that they can have a full go at this middle order and try and see, if possible, if they can roll the Gbets Rocks out before or by the end of the day.
Yes.
And that'll put them then in an even stronger position than what they are at the moment.
That will be absolutely massive for them if they can do that, and it is a very inexperienced middle order for the Gbets Rocks as Hlomla Hanabe comes out to the middle, and he will be facing a fired up Sepo Moreki. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg and long leg on the boundary. That's another foolish delivery into the legs of Hanabe. He plays it down to the man at mid-on. That's Nandre Berger, who is vigorously shining the ball. You can't see him in your picture. But they're all action at the moment. It's 129 for the loss of 3. The Gbets Rocks. They are on a bit of rocky ground, it must be said, at the moment. Those pole domes are not shining as brightly as they would want to, as it's Moreki away from us once again. Another very good delivery. The arm goes up in the air from Moreki even before the batter has hit the ball. He's really, really G'd up, coming back for his second spell after he bowled 4 overs, 0 for 25. He's now bowled 5 overs. He has 1 for 26 in that over. The most important wicket of Milan, the captain of the Gbets Rocks, a man who has been in the runs already this season in the 4-day competition. A man who has also been, whose name has been put forward in only his mid-20s, but a lot of questions being asked as to why he perhaps isn't in the picture for the Proteas lineup, as it's Patterson in this time to Fortuyn. He plays it out into the covers. It's a long chase for De Zorzi. He puts the chase in. He's joined there by Linda. And he tosses that one in, but not before they're back for 2 runs, I think it is. They take Fortuyn, just protecting perhaps Hanabe from the strike at the moment, while the youngster, they both just settle in to their innings, and it's going to be important. Clive Fortuyn now moves on to 11 with that 2. He will be the senior partner in this particular partnership, and just going to try and see if I can, just in terms of the 2 batters that are at the crease at the moment. Not much experience between them, these 2 from a first class point of view. Clive Fortuyn, I think, in only his 6th or 7th first class. Beautifully played in the offside, in the arc, that is, for him to play on the up, and he plays that one through the covers to the boundary in front of the north stand, and it goes away for 4 runs. Recovery job for De Zorzi in that instance. Tariq, you have his numbers there?
Yeah, Hanabe is playing in his 6th first-class game, so he's very much still in the beginning stages of his career, and he does have a 47 to his name, coming last season against, who was it? So Anabe getting that 47
Yeah.
for the Gbets Rocks up against the Dragons,
Okay.
and so it's still very much a case of a learning curve for him. He's got some experience with him in Clyde Fontaine. He's playing in his 63rd first class game. So Fontaine he's been around the block.
Yes.
He is. He's had to come through tough times, post that under-19 World Cup that he won, the same team as Aiden Markram
Right.
and the likes.
Yeah.
And also one of those players who promised a lot at that level.
Yes.
There was talk that he was, in the mix for higher honours, and unfortunately, as is the case with some players and not all, that expectation perhaps just got the better of him. Fizzled away a little bit, but it's fantastic to see him back. He came back with a bit of a vengeance again when he was playing for the Warriors, and he's now come back down to the Western Cape, home comforts for him. And it's good to see him become a regular fixture here in the Gbets Rocks lineup.
It's very good. So fully deserving of his position in this middle order. The wicket-keeper batter, and they will be expecting him to marshal the lower order here, middle to lower order. Sean von Berg, who's vastly experienced but cannot necessarily be described as a batter, who's going to be in next for the Rocks. We have no further news, unless Tariq, I don't know if you heard any more about Ismail Khafildin during the break. Certainly didn't get any more news in from that's beautifully played. He comes down the wicket, does Fontaine to Patterson. It's going to be chased by Yassine Valley out to the boundary in front of the new building on the top end of the ground there in front of the snake pit, and that is 3 for Fontaine. He keeps the strike, which is well done on his part. He moves up to it's not 18, is it? 18. Sorry, he does move up to 18, and really good batting in that over. Took 9 off that over from Patterson. Patterson 10 overs, 1 for 37. One feels maybe that Dane Patterson might take a bit of a break at the end of this over, but it's going to be Tsepo Mareki to continue the attack from the Wynberg end. Success in his last over when he bowled Yaneman Milan just through everything. I think it went through the bat, past the pad, straight onto the stumps, and a fast, full delivery that Tsepo Mareki had success with in that instance. It has been a really solid bowling performance.
James, I also, like you, didn't get any information regarding an update on young Mr. Khafildin. Although, as you were speaking about it, I had a glimpse to our right where the Gbets Rocks change room is, and I did see him pop up. He's got his left arm in a sling, and there seems a bit like there's a bit of a bandage wrapping around his hand. So it is at this stage we can presume that the sling is just there as a precaution for now, until we figure out and find out exactly what the prognosis is.
So thank you very much for that, Tariq. Yes, we are quite adjacent here to the Gbets Rocks dressing room as Tsepo Mareki is in again. That's well played, well bowled, and in the end well played by Fontaine, just dropping the hands on that one. Mareki also here, one feels, trying a bit of a setup with him. Been bowling a couple of them short of a length outside the off stump, and the one that got Milan in the previous over just skidded onto him from a fuller length through Milan onto the stumps. Jubilation for the 6-gun grill Western Province team as we approach 4 o'clock here at Newlands. 4 o'clock South African Standard Time. That one outside the off stump, just left alone. And the deficit is still 419, 138 for 3, likely to be 138 almost for 4 with that injury to Khafildin. It is Mareki. A field is now 2 slips. A man at a 4th slip almost, so I'd say 2 conventional slips at first and second. A man at a 4th slip. We have a backward point, man in at cover. That's Daniel Smith. Yassine Valley at mid-off. At mid-on, you have Nandre Berger, the mid-wicket, and the man at long leg. And it's a full delivery. Oh, he gets the edge, but it's on the ground and past the man diving at second slip. But that wasn't where he intended that shot to go at all, Clyde Fontaine. Reaching for it outside the off stump. And he just edges it past the man at second slip for a boundary down to the third man area. Takes the score to 142 for the loss of 3 wickets in the 41st over. I think Tsepo Moreki would count himself perhaps a little bit unlucky not to have got more reward for that. It now is so 2 slips we have, and 2 slips a man, almost, well, 3 slips, one first and second, and then fourth slip. Big gap between second slip and fourth slip. Moreki in again to Fontaine. This one is a good delivery on the line of middle and off stump, angling in. I think it hit him outside the line of the off stump. Umpire Sean George not interested in the pleas from the 6-gun grill Western Province team for the wicket, and there'll be one more ball left in Tsepo Moreki's 6th over. He's met success in the previous over with the huge wicket of Malan out for 22. And it is Fontaine with Hlongla Hanabe who has yet to get off the mark. Marshalling the strike exceptionally well has been Clyde Fontaine, since Hanabe has come to the crease, and he'll be looking perhaps to get a single off this delivery. It's Moreki into him. Good delivery outside the line of off stump, and he does go through for the single into the covers. Daniel Smith comes around from extra cover, but he can't prevent the run, and he steals the strike. Yet again, Clyde Fontaine, as I am joined by Nasri Alexander. Welcome, Nasri. Good to have you with me.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
James. Yeah, it was a mad dash from the office. Always try and make time for a bit of cricket at Newlands.
Really good to have you with me, and we really would be good if we could have more people making mad dashes from the office. It is free entry here at 6-gun grill Newlands, and I think 6-gun. I was going to talk about the 6. There's definitely 5 guns in this Western Province, 6-gun grill Western Province bowling attack. One of them coming in now, Dane Patterson, probably for his last over of this spell. And yeah, come down, join us here at 6-gun grill Newlands, and a loud no from Clyde Fontaine. That one goes out to is it Berger? Is it at mid wicket? It is indeed Nandre Berger.
I must just say, James, I was listening to the commentary.
Oh, you were, yes.
To the soothing sounds of yourself and David Brook. Just holding the fort for the day.
I hope it didn't put you to sleep. Were they soothing sound?
I mean, the cricket, it was good cricket this morning.
It's been very good.
Seems like
today.
George Linde and Calverain were motoring somewhere this morning.
Incredible this morning. I mean,
they
they
were
were
late for a
batting
train or something.
more than a run of ball. I think so. I think they were late for the train.
Yeah, but it was very good viewing, you know.
Yeah, it was.
And they just set the game up perfectly. And credit to the Rocks as well.
Yeah.
They've put up a good fight with the bat.
Yeah.
The wicket looks a decent one to bat on.
Yes, it does.
Against a very experienced Western Province attack as well. But just that wicket of the big fish, Yaneman Malan from Tsepo Moreki, just as I came up the stairs.
Yeah.
You know?
He missed it, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I mean, the province will be buoyed by that, and they should be on the front foot, you know, looking to break through again.
Certainly have on the front foot, have kept the attack going. So Captain Carvarena never had less than 3 slips in play. Often now more of late, more first, second and fourth slip, but 3 slips have been in play most of the day. Aviva Ngajima and Eddie Moore have been at first and second slip, keeping Carvarena company, discussing no doubt where they are going to be eating out tonight most of the time. No, just joking. Played into the covers quick in there is Daniel Smith from extra cover. There is no runs. We've got 2 slips and a 4th slip, so 3 slips, but not all next to each other. You can't see them on your screen, but or maybe you can just see their heads of the 1st and 2nd slip. And the ones with the hands on their heads are the guys that have been doing most of the appealing. And then there's a man at a cover point, sorry, not cover point, backward point, and a man at extra cover, just coming in a few yards, is Daniel Smith, and it's going to be in a shortish cover position, strengthening the offside field here for Dane Patterson, taking a man out of the leg side from mid-on. They've still got the man at deep backward square and at long leg, 7-2 offside leg side field. That's very well bowled outside the line of off stump, shorter from Patterson. He's got a plan that he's working to here, Dane Patterson.
Oh no, definitely. That's just that all that years and years of experience, you know. And Western Province also know that Clyde Fontaine is the key barrier.
Yeah,
he's got himself in.
Yeah.
It's 38 balls already for his 23. He's got himself in. They do know if they can get Fontaine.
Yeah.
It's Sean van Berg batting at number 7.
Yeah.
For Boland.
Yeah.
It's quite a long tail, I would say.
It is.
You know,
it is
so
a longish tail, definitely.
Province know a breakthrough here.
Yeah.
Could set the cat amongst the pigeons.
It most certainly could, as that is the end of the Dane Patterson over. May well be the end of that spell for him as well. I sort of think I said last over, but isn't we don't know. He has been bowling well. George Linder continuing to surreptitiously ask Carl Verreynne to give him a bowl by standing there at the wicket
And just doing some stretches.
and just doing some
in front of the
stretches as
captain.
well as he goes back to his position at backward point. And the two of them, as I was going to mention earlier, were both featured one of the first press conferences that I was attended here at Six Gun Grill Newlands with Coach Ashwell Prince. Had both of the players, Verreynne and Linda, were answering questions, taking questions from the media, as we see Marecki away from us now. Good delivery, and that's got the edge, has it? Yes, he's gone. He's got that man, and that is Hanabe, who's gone without scoring. And that is another wicket for Tsepo Marecki. He's been bowling really well. Hanabe trying to get the feeling of bat on ball, and the young man has to go disconsolately back to the pavilion. And he faced 3 deliveries and 16 minutes he was at the crease. Didn't face much of the bowling, and he's gone. Caught Verreynne, bowled Marecki for a duck. Take us through that, Nasri.
It was just a beautiful bit of bowling. I think the Hanabe can count himself, unlucky there. Just pitched on off stump, and it just shaped away just enough, just to find the edge.
Yeah.
There was some swing there, not too much, to go past the edge, just enough to find the edge of the bat. And I think Carl Verreynne took a simple catch.
Yeah, was easy,
no catch is simple, but for Carl Verreynne, that's as simple as you can get. And as the skipper, he would be delighted with that breakthrough.
Absolutely. Really delighted with the work that his pacemen are doing today, and pretty much as we had said when the Gbets Rocks came into bat just before the luncheon interval. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill News. Sorry for the lack of broadcasting for the last little while. We do have load shedding underway here and have done for the last half an hour, where we've not been able to be with you, but we think we have sorted out our connection issues, our electricity issues, as Tepo Moreki, who has been incredibly successful in the time that we have been away from you. He may well have conceded a number of runs, but he has picked up another very, very important wicket. And on the literally on the stroke of when you left us at 4 o'clock, he had just had Hlongla Hanabe caught behind by Kyle Verena, and after that followed an onslaught by Sean von Berg, hitting 4 fours off his next 5 deliveries to get himself really off the mark. And then a few overs later, it was Moreki who got the very, very important wicket of Clyde Fortuyn, and that was Fortuyn gone with his score on 33. He faced 52 balls, 71 minutes at the crease, 4 fours, and he chased a slightly wide one from Moreki, got the edge and was brilliantly caught by Verena behind the stumps, diving off to his right and taking an outstanding catch. And that has brought Hardus Viljoen to the crease with Sean von Berg. Von Berg now on 21 off 17 deliveries, having got off to that very, very fast start. Has now just hit one more boundary in that 21, and not too many singles in that innings from Sean von Berg so far. And Viljoen looking a little bit circumspect so far, not perhaps what we would expect from him. With me here in the commentary box is Nasri Alexander. Tepo Moreki is putting up some serious pace here from the Wynberg end. Nasri, it's been very much a day that's belonged to Six Gun Grill Western Province.
Oh, most definitely, James. Yeah, I would just say welcome back. It's been a manic 30
Yeah,
minutes trying to get all the wires and everything
right.
connecting again. There's so much things here that we need to connect, and just to bring the pictures to the viewers. I don't think they understand what it takes.
I don't think so. I mean, they had to give both you and I an ECG as well while they're about it. So.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, that is not far from the outside edge. And Hardus Viljoen keeping the pose, as that one didn't go through the covers for 4.
But you were just saying, most definitely, James. Western Province, they're right on top.
They are.
Just in amongst the ball and order here. The viewers might have missed that catch, as you said, from Calverain.
Brilliant.
He literally took it off Aviwe and Konjima's toes at first slip.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant diving catch. Wide ball, I would say. Clive Fortuyn would be disappointed with that shot. Could have left it. He went for the big booming drive, got the edge, and Calverain did the rest behind the stumps brilliantly. And Tepo Moreki, like you said, James, going for almost 6 runs to the over, but 3 key wickets as we take drinks.
As we do take drinks, and it'll be as good a time as any to update you with what's been happening during the day, seeing as our voices have had a little bit of a break. And so just to let you know what's been happening here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, if you have just joined us, or if you're watching us at home potentially, or potentially as you're enjoying an end of the work week drink, perhaps sundowner at home. That would be if you're in Durban, but
or they're still in the office.
You're at the office maybe. You never know. You have been watching the cricket all day, but now it's official. You can actually watch it and listen.
Definitely.
And really been good to have you with us and joining us here with this broadcast. And at the moment we have the Gbets Rocks on 176 for 5, and we have all the colours of the rainbow, it looks like. We're going to just carry on talking at the moment. Hopefully we are still connected with you. Yeah, we're back on. We just took the cameras offline for a couple of seconds there. what happened? Story of the day so far: 430 for 5 was the score of the 6-gun Grill Western Province had at the beginning of the day. Batsmen at the crease were Carvarena on 144 not out, and with him was George Linder, who had yet to score. That they took the score to 557 for 5 before the declaration came. It was Carvarena going to his second first class 201 not out when the declaration came. George Linder 70 not out. They put on a partnership of 128 unbroken for that 6th wicket, and the declaration coming half an hour before lunch. 20 minutes of batting by the Gbets Rocks. They got 14 off 5 overs. Some fiery bowling from Bjorn Hendricks and Nandre Burger. Hendricks, in his first spell, which straddled the lunch interval, bowled 7 overs, took no wicket, 0 for 5. 5 maidens in his first 7 overs. He remains wicketless at the moment, but has been incredible in his bowling spell. Both spells from the Kelvin Grove end here.
I also believe he was the reason Fielding left the field.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So having the previous delivery, having a huge appeal for LBW against Fielding, where Bjorn Hendricks himself believed that all 3 stumps were in fact in play, but not given out by Adrian Holstock.
No, bowlers always think all 3 stumps are in play.
They do, and Bjorn Hendricks there took a walk around the entire Newlands before he went back to his mark.
Yeah.
And
then there was some fire in the next ball.
There was, yes. Next ball, he did hit him on the gloves. We're going to have actually Bjorn Hendricks back into the attack now from the Kelvin Grove end, replacing George Linder. They're wanting to wrap this innings up, and who better to go to than Hendricks? Now he's on 10 overs and 0 for 17, only 10 off his following 3 overs and 2 boundaries, which Stian van Zyl hits. But the first wicket to go down then, after Gefielding retired hurt with what we expect is, or suspect maybe a broken finger. He retired on 17 when scores on 25. First wicket fell at 71. Michael Copeland was caught behind off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 18. Then second wicket fell with the score on 113. That was Van Zyl beautifully bowled by Nandre Burger. He scored 62. Then it was Yaneman Malan bowled by Sepal Moreki, as we watch Bjorn Hendricks towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end to Sean van Berg down the leg side. And as you saw, but a little bit of excitement, but he didn't quite get anything onto that. Then third wicket fell 129. It was Malan, the second of the 2 batters who Gbets Rocks would have wanted to have taken them through to a big total. That after 38.4 overs, Malan was caught. Was completely bowled a beautiful delivery. He played all around it by Moreki, and his middle stump was knocked back. Oh, very nicely played by Van Berg, and that has gone out past the man at point to the boundary for 4. Some retrieval work again by the man up there, Dazorzi, in his very smart sunglasses and floppy hat. He's got those reflective sunglasses on with that beautiful tinge to them. You know, the ones that look as he's still wearing them. I think he might be out in front of the Oaks, where there are about 11 or 12 spectators who are taking advantage of the free entry into Newlands. Please come along tomorrow if you have a chance. Should be a really good day as cricket tomorrow, as Bjorn Hendricks is around the wicket to the right-handed Van Berg, and that is going to be 4 down to the fine leg boundary, just getting the bat onto the ball, just not getting the lines quite right there. So far is Bjorn Hendricks, and he looks a bit walking back slowly to his mark. 2 boundaries off 2 balls. Van Berg trading in boundaries at the moment, 29 off only 20 deliveries. He has been just going along at a rapid old rate, has Sean van Berg, and that's exactly really what the Rocks need him to stay there, but they also need to score runs. It's again Hendricks to von Berg, no run off that one. So just to continue updating you, so that was the loss of Yaneman Milan. That opened up the middle order. Hlomla Nabe, the next man to go, at the score at 143. He was caught behind regulation Nick. He did not score. He was there for 16 minutes for his 3 balls. He was protected quite a lot of the time by Clyde Fortuin, and Clyde Fortuin then the next man to go, the 5th wicket to fall with the score on 170, as Sean van Berg keeps the strike by playing this out into the legs. Still one ball left in the over. And von Berg now is on to 30, come in double quick time for him, as we nearly got 50 overs nearly bowled. And it was then with that wicket at 170, Clyde Fortuin caught behind brilliantly, as Nasri was describing, by Kyle Verreynne, and the Rocks in all sorts of trouble with, I would say, Ismail Khafildin unlikely to bat again unless it is a match-saving situation. Hendricks to Viljoen, and that is a great delivery, and that does take the edge of the bat, and it's a well-deserved first wicket for Bjorn Hendricks. He just put that in exactly the right place. Hardus Viljoen feeling for it outside the off stump, and gives Kyle Verreynne his 4th catch of the innings, and it is the end of Hardus Viljoen. He's gone for 2 of 13 balls, not playing his natural game necessarily. He's been there for 20 minutes, 185 now for the loss of 6. Good delivery there, Nasri.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching the team huddle of the Western Province team, and Bjorn Hendricks just gave a massive sigh of relief.
I'm sure.
He finally found the edge. He's been bowling very well today, like you said, 5 maidens in his first spell. Beaten the bat a number of times, and this time
he got it.
Hardus Viljoen went for the drive. It was a ball he could have left. It was over the stumps, it was steepling bounce. Found the edge, and Kyle Verreynne again poaching one at the back of the stumps there, and very well deserved wicket for Bjorn Hendricks.
Yeah, one must say he has bowled impeccably today, and he does deserve that wicket. Of all the bowlers, for me, he's been the pick of the 6 gun grill Western Province bowlers today. That first spell, to remain wicketless in that spell, although he did obviously get Khafildin back into the pavilion, but not in the way that any fast bowler would want to. No fast bowler wants to hurt somebody. No fast bowler wants to break somebody's finger
it's all part of the
hurt
game,
them, but it is part of the game, unfortunately. And that ball was just spitting up off a good length from Hendricks, and hit the man on the hand. So
we're just trying to get word from the Boland camp about Khafildin. I think he went down to hospital for an X-ray on his hand. We're just trying to get word if they're actually 6 or effectively 7 down.
Yeah. As Andre Berger is in from the Weinberg end, the 6 gun grill Western Province wanting to finish this off now. He replaces Tepo Moreki, who finishes his second spell with 3 wickets. His first spell he went wicketless, 4 overs, 0 for 25 in his first spell. His second spell he bowled 6 overs, 3 for 32. So he was expensive, but as we say, the important thing there was that he took those 3 wickets, and they weren't just any 3 wickets. Yaneman Milan, Clyde Fortuin, and the young man Hlomla Hanabe. That is a huge shout. I think that pitched outside leg stump, and going on, it might well have hit that off stump, but Sean van Berg just stretching his leg, pointing to his thigh guard to say, "Oh no, it hit me there. I'm a very tall man. It would have gone well over the stumps."
And also, it's difficult for a left arm seamer bowling over the wicket to actually get LBWs. It needs to shape back. He needs to pitch it on middle and off, and shape back.
Needs to be a serious
umpires.
They wouldn't
do
that. It needs to be a serious inducker, doesn't it, to do that? But
or
it
a serious
definitely
appeal.
pitched outside. Yeah, he just straightens himself up a
there
bit
we go.
there, doesn't he? Nandreberger closer to the stumps with that delivery, noticeably,
Yeah.
to try and get that ball to pitch, which it did on middle and leg, and didn't straighten that instance. I think he's trying to set Sean von Berg up. He's got the ones we saw today. He's got the one that moves away. He's got the one that comes back in. Von Berg not looking that happy. Certainly not happy against this pace and the bounce.
And he has
that
the pace
both, yeah,
to
he
actually
does.
execute.
He does
Yeah.
have the pace, and he really looked good today, Nandre Berger. He's been oh, that's another good delivery. Trying to get the false stroke from Von Berg. He took him on. He's got a man at deep square leg and at deep long leg. So it are only 3 men on the leg side. That long leg on the boundary, deep square leg, a man at mid-on. That's Tep or Mareki here at mid-on. He's got Yassine Valley at mid-off. Got Daniel Smith at extra cover. At point is George Linder. He's got a wide 4th slip, Bjorn Hendricks, and 2 slips. He's in to Von Berg again, and he's played that one in the air. It's gone over the man at mid-on. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. It's a retrieval there in front of the members' pavilion for Teppo Mareki. Sean Von Berg moves to 34. And I'm not sure how many boundaries are in that. I think it's probably about 8 boundaries. It could be 7 or 8 fours that he's hit in his 34. It's probably 7,
I think,
but
Sean Van Berg has come in with good intent. He's not
Yes,
just
he
going to
has.
hang around and wait for the good ball.
No.
You know. So yeah, I mean, the follow-on target is a long way away. 407.
It is, yes, 400 and 407.
For that follow-on target, and I'm sure the Western Province will give it as Berger wraps up that over with the dot ball.
Yeah.
It's 189 for 6 after 51 overs. That 407 looks a long way
Still
away.
368 behind are the Gbets Rocks. We do not expect that Western Province, 6 Kangaroo Western Province will bat again if they get the team out within the next number of overs. May even be that because we will have the 1 hour and 10 minutes. I reckon we'll fill that up. There's still
6 o'clock.
30 overs left in the day. There is no way in an hour and 10 minutes we're going to get in 30 overs. It's been a slow day with the pacemen, and that could cause some problems for Carl Verreynne.
It could,
captain,
or if they wrap the game up in 3 days.
Yeah, it may
that,
not.
that would be the plan.
Yes.
But yeah, if you have 4 out-and-out quick men,
Yeah.
that there's always a possibility that you're already slow.
My goodness. It's Bjorn Hendricks in again from the Kelvin Grove end. Imran Manak, tall Imran Manak on strike, and his slightly shorter colleague and batting partner, Sean Von Berg, comes to speak to the tall off-spinner and says to him, okay, what's
in
the
there.
plan here, Imran? Just hang in there. Just give me a chance to score a few more runs, get this deficit down to his 368, as we said. Just running through the bowling figures, which we'll do at the end of this delivery. Oh, nicely played defensively out, and to Yassine Valley at mid-off. Berger has bowled 12 overs, 1 for 41. Beautiful delivery to get the wicket of Stian van Zyl. Bjorn Hendricks, who's in at the moment, one wicket that he'd taken, took that in the previous over when he got just reward for his toil today. 11.2 overs, 1 for 26. Mareki, 3 for 57 in his 10. Patterson looking very good, bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, 1 for 37 in his 11. George Linder, 7 overs, 0 for 28. Hendricks in towards us now. Oh, defensively again from Manak, and he's not. You know what I say? It's like it shall not pass. It's one of
solid
stoic defence from
Yeah.
Imran Manak. The runs have been flowing from the bat of Sean
Sean
von
van
Berg.
Yeah. I think what the Western Province bowlers have done well, just speaking to Tony Desorzi last night, he spent quite a bit of time at the crease.
Oh, he did, yeah.
He scored 163, by the way, in the first innings. He just said, I asked him, what is key on such, what's the message to your bowlers, on day 2? And he said it's to bowl full and straight.
Yeah.
He thought Boland's bowlers strayed off that line early. That one was just left alone by Imran Manak. So his message to the bowlers was just don't lose the patience.
Yes.
Bowl full. Even if, so, Tsepo Moreki is a great example. He got driven a few times, quite a few times, but he has stuck to that game plan. So yeah, I mean that's what you want your senior batters, if they make runs, to give pass the message on to the bowlers. I just thought yesterday Boland's bowlers got a bit impatient. That opening partnership, and that's what the openers did. They saw the new ball off. Boland's bowlers might be a bit less inexperienced or a bit more inexperienced than the home team bowlers, and they just lost their patience a bit, and that's what happened.
And that's very wide, very wide and high over Manak's head, and he is a tall man, Imran Manak, to get it up that high. I think Bjorn Hendricks probably pitched that at his toes to get it that high. It just perhaps a bit of a surprise delivery, not quite
you got to put
where
it
he
in
wanted.
there.
Just keep him honest.
He's been coming forward all over, with his stoic blocks, like you said,
he has.
and just get him back on the back foot. 1 or 2 balls, just make him think about it,
and then pitch it up again and get that edge into
old
these
playbook.
waiting 3 slips. And absolutely, it is an old playbook. Oh, my goodness, that could have gone anywhere. Looked like he took his eye off that a bit, Nasri.
Yes, he did. He was through the shot. It looked like it already. But that's what pace does, So that bouncer played with his mind. He just can't lunge onto the front foot anymore. And he's thinking, is there another bouncer coming? And when it came, he just wasn't ready, So, like I said, Calverain has used his resources well, as skipper. I mean, it's easier to use your resources with 550
well, that's right.
on the board.
And you've got the resources to use. That's where you felt a bit sorry for Yaneman Malan. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Great delivery. Yeah, great delivery. And misses the outside edge. One expected it would be a bit fuller, and Manak just trying to give the slips some catching practice, but isn't able to do that. I'm being very harsh on the young man there. I certainly wouldn't be able to play at this level or even be standing out there. I think I would probably the ball would have been past me before I'd even seen it. So just trying to get to a point where they set up the batter, which has really been great to see from the Western Province bowlers today. They've bowled to a plan. They haven't really strayed from that plan. They have. And where the ball, I was saying a bit earlier, Nasri, before you came on air, as we watched Andre Berger away from us, that's down the leg side, not where he would want to be bowling. If he did want to bowl there, it would be more in higher up to try and catch that top edge of Sean von Berg's bat. But saying that they have been hit, and you were talking about it with Tsepo Moreki, when they have been hit for boundaries, it's been bowling to their plan.
Bowling and actually sticking to it.
Exactly.
So Calverain has, again, with the runs on the board, he had the opportunity and the option of keeping the catches in.
He did indeed, and that's just guided into the gap between fourth slip and backward point. They're going to come through for 2. And that is 36 now to Sean von Berg. 192 for 6, effectively 192 for 7, we believe, as we have seen next to us in the dressing room here, that Khafildin, so Ismail Khafildin has got a sling on and
a hoodie.
A hoodie, yes, and his hand in. A bandage definitely could be in plaster. We're not 100% sure. He is unlikely to bat again, certainly in this innings. And that's a very good delivery from Berger. Gets squeezed out to the man at a deep backward square. That's Tony Desorzi, and flies the throw in to the wicketkeeper Verena. Not before they've taken a single, and that's exactly what the Six Gun Grill Western Province bowlers would have wanted. They've now got Imran Manak.
Yeah,
Sorry,
his uncle.
Hussein. His uncle, yeah. Imran Manak in at the crease. I'm sure Hussein Manak would love to be out batting at the moment.
Well,
as
not
well.
at his age yet.
Maybe,
With this line.
maybe not, but you know what? This
He was a brilliant
This is
batter.
Newlands. Yes, he was a
He was
very,
very good batter. Transvaal,
batter.
old Transvaal.
And yeah, he played. He was a very, very good batter. Again, probably in terms of the era in which he was in, just not quite in that right era. But did play a number of first class matches in Gauteng.
When South Africa came back into unity, he was I would say just past his best.
He was,
you
yes,
know? And
yes.
But he did play a few games for Transvaal.
He did, which was good. Just down the leg side again, not what Nandre Berger would want. I think he's trying too hard now.
Trying too hard, going for the body, trying to unsettle young Imran Manak at the crease. Just got a bit cloudy over at Newlands after a beautiful day. Nice and cool outside as well.
It's a bit cool outside.
See a few players have called for the jumpers. Also, so it's quite chilly then. And Nandre just wants to keep the batsman warm and honest,
jumping around a bit.
He's
in again, and that's a much better delivery on the line of middle and leg stump. Short leg. Tony Dezorzi just chases it, but it will be Tepo Mareki who picks it up from mid-on. Still 3 slips and a gully stroke 4th slip. George Linder at backward point, still bowling the ball. Daniel Smith.
Talking to the captain.
Yeah, again, talking to the captain all the time. He has managed to have 7 overs, 0 for 28, in 2 spells. It's Yassine Valley at mid-off. It's the last ball of the over.
There we go.
That's
There's
what
the
he
follow-up.
wanted. Yeah, there's the follow-up. And Manak has a full go at that one outside the off stump. Is not able to make contact. The end of the over. 53 gone. 193 for the loss of 6. It'll be Von Berg who will be facing Björn Hendricks. Hendricks looking for his 2nd wicket. This what has been an outstanding pace bowling display from one of the elder statesmen of the team. I suppose it's a bit harsh on Björn Hendricks. He's still a young man.
I don't think it's that harsh. I think he needs to carry that with him. I mean, he is an experienced bowler.
He is.
I'm just observing training as well. He takes a lot of the academy bowlers, the young bowlers under his wing.
Fantastic.
At training.
That is fantastic.
They have Rory Kleinveld as the bowling consultant as well.
Which is wonderful to have.
As well. I was listening to David Brook earlier mentioning the stats of Western Province, and all those names are actually
incredible,
and they're part of the staff.
Incredible.
So it's brilliant for the youngsters
to
work with.
Hendricks around the wicket to Von Berg, and there is no run. So I mean we were saying that, and we mentioned the as I said to Tariq a bit earlier, we took on a bit of a canine theme then when we were talking about 3 Great Danes. Dane Villas, Dane.
I thought you were talking about
Dane
Peter
Peterson.
He's the real Great Dane.
Peter Schmeichel and his son Casper Schmeichel. Of course, I had a lot to do. Casper Schmeichel is now not with the Foxes anymore. But what a great delivery again! Just Sean Van Berg, no answer to that one. Just rides it and puts the bat out towards the ball. No edge that time. Calvarena looking for his fifer, his 5th dismissal. Behind the stumps, we've had 2 players bowled. The other 4 wickets have all been caught behind by the Proteas wicket keeper, and at the Six Gun Grill Western Province wicket keeper, as it says, Aviwa Mgajima doing some loosening up and running on the spot at first slip. He's waiting for that ball to nestle into his hands. As it's over the top of Daniel Smith. Is it there at no, it wasn't Daniel Smith. George Linder in at a short cover position. Sean Van Berg goes through for 2 runs, and if that gets over, George Linder jumping as high as a man can jump, then it has to be high.
If it's going over him, James,
it has to be high. Yes,
I don't think anybody would have got near that.
Not at all.
He got some fingertips, maybe.
Absolutely.
But the Western Province still searching. Good to see Sean Van Berg still playing in shots.
He is, which is what he has to do.
He has to do it,
He wants
definitely.
to reduce the deficit. He knows, and that's on the bounce to Linda at short cover.
He knows there's no point just standing here. He's going to get a good ball sooner or later.
Yeah, he is.
You might as well cash in, while you're in the middle.
Absolutely. And he's on 39. He has been cashing in. He's been batting well for the Rocks. I mean, he got some very good runs in that match last week. As we know, the Rocks falling victim to a phenomenal innings from Jordan Herman, but it was Sean Van Berg in the first innings. He got 17, but in the second innings, I think I remember he got 51. So he scored a 50 last week in out of 161 that they scored in the second innings. So top scorer in that innings, and he is certainly putting together a performance of similar proportions in this innings. 39 not out of a total of 195 for 6. The only other man that necessarily has made a very big contribution has been Stiaan van Zyl, 62 of 88 deliveries before he was cleaned up by Nandre Burger. One of 2 wickets to have gone that have been bowled. Ooh. And that is the catch that Mgijima was waiting for. I told you he was barn dancing on the spot waiting for it to come through, and it does go into the breadbasket. He takes it. Been waiting for that all afternoon, he has. Sean Van Berg has to go back to the pavilion. He'd been playing his shots, and it was the right thing to do for the Gbets Rocks, but he's caught by Mgijima. Second wicket for Bjorn Hendricks, and those numbers are Nasri.
Sean Van Berg, 39, quick fire, 37 balls. Yeah. He hit 8 fours. Very entertaining innings. I think he had no choice there, like we said, James. Went for the big booming drive again. Bjorn Hendricks just, again, not losing patience. With that full line and length. Went for the big booming drive, and Mgijima, they say no stop catch is easy, but that was in the breadbasket.
It was, yes.
Didn't come too quickly, I would say.
Nice pace, nice height, yeah.
Calveren watched it into Mgijima's breadbasket, and he made no mistake. And 195 for 7, effectively 8. I'm just looking across at the Boland, at the Gbets Rocks dressing room, and doesn't look like Ismail Kafielding will come out to bat. He looks
it doesn't.
In a sling, got his black hoodie on.
No, he's not going to come
looks
out
painful,
to bat,
actually.
Yeah.
Doesn't have white clothes near him.
No.
So, doesn't look like he will be able to bat. And it just seems like the Western Province are very much, in that driver's seat at the moment. They're obviously looking for their first win of the season. Coming back off a very disappointing T20 challenge competition.
Yeah, it was.
And then last week they got a bit of confidence. They got at the Titans 144 for 6 after getting more than 300 themselves. So they just lifted the mood in the camp, with that performance last week. I mean, the way they're going, it just shows that they brought that confidence in, and also Boland lost their game, and showing in the middle.
Oh my goodness, that one from Berger goes straight through Manak once again, and that is through to the keeper. One senses now it's perhaps just a matter of time as Ashok Kluter has come out to join Hussain, keep saying Hussain Manak, Imran Manak at the crease.
I'm sure Mr. Hussain Manak's
I'm sorry, Hussain, if you are listening. I'm sure he probably isn't, but probably somebody associated with him could just tell him that he is actually out batting here at Newlands.
It could be Imran's dad. He was also a Transvaal cricketer.
That's right. Was
Jack
yes.
Manak.
Yeah, Jack Manak. Yes. Well, Jack Manak. Yeah. And good delivery again from Berger, makes the better play, and Manak is still not off the mark, as we make a note here, of the 7th wicket to fall, which was that man Sean Van Berg, who had tried to marshal the lower order. Unfortunately for them, not able to do that in any great length, and has lost a number of his batting partners along the way. Probably the most significant of those, Clyde Fortuin, and that is played out to backward point, and George Linda does the fielding. He's been in that area most of the day. Yassine Valley is now at cover, with Bjorn Hendricks at mid-off. Still 3 slips. The first 2 slips, we've got Mgajima at first, we've got Eddie Moore at second, Daniel Smith now at a wideish, he's actually at 4th slip, isn't he, really? There's no 3rd slip in place, and Manak will face Berger in for the 4th delivery of his over. This one's going to come into the, comes into the head of the right-hander. Nothing to report there, one over the shoulder.
It's also good to see the wickets being shared around the seamers.
Yeah, very much so. And
like we said, Tepe Moreki, key breakthroughs, went for a few runs. But on the other side, it's been very economical. So they've opened up an end for Tepe Moreki to strike, you know. But like we also said, that it's a very experienced Western Province bowling lineup, and they've certainly showed the experience today.
That's nice from Berger. Makes the batter play. Just a bit of a misfield down there by Dane Patterson on the boundary. Allows them to come through for 2. And that means Imran Malik is off the mark with that ball down to the fine leg region. 1 ball left in Nandre Berger's 14th over. He has taken the very important wicket of Stian van Zyl, 1 for 46 in these 13.5 overs. Chance very high, a likelihood you would think, Nasri, that 6 Gangrel Western Province will be bowling in the Gbets Rock 2nd innings tonight.
Oh, I would just see that go through to Calvert. Actually, very well played.
It was very well played. And it's going to be another drinks break now, a quick one, I think. In fact, jerseys coming out for the umpires. Sean George about to put the short sleeve jersey on, being brought up by Murray Brown, the match referee. It's getting a bit chilly out there. The wind has just picked up a bit. The southeaster.
Bit of cloud coming over.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud coming over. It definitely seems to be the southeaster. Cape Doctor.
Well, you know, whenever the wind blows, we just call it the Cape Doctor. Yeah, Newlands. The good thing is, you know, normally the 4th umpire or the match referee brings out that dreaded light meter.
Yeah,
that hasn't come out.
No, I don't think we're going to see the light meter tonight. Still looks like really good light for us to continue play. Both umpires putting on their jerseys. There's a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. It is Bjorn Hendricks now giving way to Dane Patterson. Okay, so news just in. Ismail Khafiuddin has fractured a finger whilst batting. He'll take no further part in the game. Thank you, Ayanda, for passing that on to us, as Dane Patterson immediately goes past the outside edge of Ashil Klutter's bat. So as we may have suspected, looking at it as he left the field today with his finger, with ice on that finger from the physio, unfortunate for the Gbets Rock's opening batter. He is not going to take any further part in the game. We will expect to see the 12th man on the field, and effectively now means the 6 Gangrel Western Province are certainly in this innings at least two wickets away. Should I say 2 balls away? Yeah, 2 wicket balls away from wrapping up the innings, as that's played nicely into the gap by Klutter. And he gets a boundary. There is no 3rd man, has been no 3rd man for the entire innings. One would expect that. And it's the 200. Nasri, take us through those numbers there.
No problem. It's 201, 253 minutes, 334 balls. There's been 33 fours in the innings, and surprisingly no 6s. There's actually 1 short boundary, and Western Province hit many 6s in the innings. I think Calvert hit 6 or 7.
Yeah, Carverain hit 6. Carverain hit 6. So that's in the air. It's gone out. He's got him. Dane Patterson takes his 2nd wicket. Ashur Kluter plays that in the air to Tony Dezorzi at cover point, I would say, just off the square, and that is the 8th wicket, effectively the 9th wicket to fall for the Gbets Rocks. Ashur Kluter goes back, having just made 4 caught in the covers by Tony Dezorzi. 201 now for the loss of 8 wickets, and the end is nigh.
Yeah, James. I mean, again, like we said, Buren Hendricks, good bowling to the lower order or tail enders.
Yeah.
Just keeping it simple, bowling on the stumps, and the batter will make the mistake. He will either miss it or he will leave it in the air. That's just an old playbook to bowl to tail enders.
Absolutely.
And if you get your field right, he was through the shot, expecting maybe more pace on the ball. He was through the shot and he spooned, shall we say, a simple catch to Tony de Zorzi in the covers.
And the fielding today, apart from one catch that went down in the slips early on, which could have proven to be expensive, that one off, I think was also off Khafildian earlier on, where the second slip moved across in front of first slip and neither of them could get their hands really onto the ball. It has been an outstanding fielding display by Six Gun Grill of Western Province, and the Gbets Rocks were always going to be up against it.
Yeah.
5:57 on the board. They'd been in the field for a day and one session. They were going to be up against a pace attack that were going to be fired up. A lot more experience than their own pace attack.
Yeah,
And,
no, definitely.
really were going to be up against it. The wicket, we could see, always had something in it.
There was always something in it if you remain patient.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a very good cricket wicket.
It is.
There's something there for the bowlers, but if you spend some time there,
Yeah.
like Calveren showed, like Tony de Zorzi showed, even like Stian van Zyl showed,
Yeah,
there is some
absolutely.
runs to be had.
Oh, my word. That was a phenomenal attempt there at
short.
third slip. It just fell short of Daniel Smith diving across from fourth slip in front of second slip. My goodness.
Gets a pat on the back for his captain.
Yeah,
For the effort.
and so he should. I mean, he tried desperately to get his hand onto that and couldn't quite get there to give Dane Patterson 2 wickets in 2 balls. But you sense Kwesi Gumede is not going to be there for that long.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he wants to be out there.
No,
actually.
no. And Dane Patterson has picked up 2 wickets. And, again, that one just squeezed out off the outer half of the bat. And George Linder's still bowling out there in the
I
middle.
don't think he's going to get it done. He's been trying for the last hour or so, James, while we've been sitting here, just to give hints to
He has
the skipper,
been
to his mate.
He has,
Calveren.
he has turned his arm over a bit today. I know we might sound a bit flippant about that, but George always wants to be in the game.
I think George needs to realise it's a day for the pacemen.
Yeah,
that
it
they
is a
have
day
shared
for
the
the
wickets
basemen.
around, and
Yeah.
they've bowled very well.
They have
They've
bowled
stuck to
well.
the plans of Calveren, with runs on the board.
Yeah.
So it's been almost like a perfect game from Western Province
Well, it
so
has.
far.
They've set it up beautifully, and Patterson into Gumede outside the off stump. And as you have seen, just past the outside edge, they just changed the field slightly for that last delivery with Buren Hendricks, who came into a shortish extra cover, shortish mid-off position on the square. It's going to be Teppo Morecki, who's going to be replacing Nandre Berger from the Weinberg end. And getting, you may have seen that on screen there. What I really like to see is his senior pace bowler, Hendricks, just coming in, giving a bit of a chest bump there, saying to him, okay, let's make this happen, Teppo. You're going to get the last wicket for us. Pick up your 4th stick, and let's see how you can go. The right-arm paceman coming back for his 3rd spell of the innings, and it is going to be... indeed, Teppo Morecki from the Weinberg end
Bowling to Imran Manak.
is bowling to Manak. Manak has been there for quite some time now already for his 2 runs. Last wicket to fall was Ashok Kluter, caught by De Zorzi in the covers with the score on 195. Is now 200. Sorry, with the score on 201. Sorry, is still 201 as that's played down to the man at long leg. That's Dane Patterson, and they take the single. And Imran Manak coming to chat to Kwesi Gumede now. He's saying to him, "Yeah, I think we can get."
What
this,
is he saying actually?
He's saying to him, "Look," he's saying to him, "There's a place just around the corner here. We can have dinner." What he is saying to me, just saying,
It's a great place at the Southern Sun, actually,
Yeah.
not far from here.
Okay, oh, very good.
Wonderful
There we go.
restaurant.
Very good. So, if you are listening from the Southern Sun, you just got to punt from Nasri Alexander here in
And
our
many a
commentary
mule
box. It's Tepo Moreki away from us now, past umpire Sean George to Kwezi Gumede, and he just gets in behind that, as you saw, down to George Linda at backward point. We've got 2 slips. We have a man at a 4th slip, so 3 slips. It's more conventional slips. We have a backward point man at cover point, an extra shortish. What's that? A short mid-off extra cover type of position.
Silly mid-off.
Bjorn Hendricks really is. Yeah, it is really it's an interesting position. Sort of 2 strips away from the
Just
batting
in the batter's
strip.
eye line. Also,
Yeah,
you know.
and he just if
Oversees
it does stop on him, he pops it up. That'll be there for that catch. That's just gone straight through him. Again, Yazin Valley's here at mid-off. We have a man at where mid-wicket. That's Dezorzi, and a man at long leg. So it's a 7-2 offside leg side field, and Tepo Moreki bowling to his field, as have the Western Province bowlers most of today.
We just have to mention, it's been a very, very good 2 days for skipper Calverain.
It has.
After getting a double century, he's taken a few catches. All his
Yes.
bowling changes have seemingly worked.
Absolutely.
Catches in the right place as well.
And it's Gumede again. He plays left that one alone, didn't he? plays inside that, and the end of the over, we are going to have a bit of a commentary change, and Tariq Abraham's going to come in here.
It seems like you've been on all day, James.
I have, yeah.
I think
You're bored with me now.
That load shedding break came at the right time.
It did come at the right time. I was able to whet my whistle, and it's going to be Moreki again. 2 balls left in the over, and Gumede just. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Tariq Abraham's going to come in here with Nasri.
Interesting. I don't know Tariq that well. Let's see if we can combine for as much wickets as we got, James.
Yeah, well, we certainly have been pulling in the wickets here this afternoon. 202 for the loss of 8 after 56.5 overs. The deficit is 355. It is a mountain to climb. It's not just the Pole rocks that they have to climb. It is a rather large mountain. I'm going to take a short break, and it's going to be Tariq Abraham joining Nasri Alexander. And thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, James. It's been a brilliant effort from you. Your silky voice.
Always good to be
on
here
Pitch Vision
with both of you. Thank you very much.
But thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow, or as Tariq gets in the chair next to me for the last 40 minutes.
Definitely.
Of play.
We'll see me tomorrow. I look forward to being here again tomorrow, and enjoy the last 40 minutes. I think you might have an innings break coming in there as well, if
Soon.
all goes according to plan.
Thanks, James, and thanks, Nasri, for the welcome. Let's hope that I can bring some more wickets. I do know that in the sessions that I was here, especially yesterday, I brought in an influx of runs for 6 Gangrel Western Province. Hopefully, that will continue this time, though, in the wickets column.
Tariq, we were just speaking about the 2 very good days that Calverain has had. He's obviously off to Australia soon. This must give him very much a confidence boost, as we see Dan Patterson come in. He beats the outside edge. Imran Mana going for the big booming drive over there. But just on Calverain, he had a tough tour of England with the Test side. But a double century, captain, in the field going well, taking a few carries behind the stumps. Just what kind of boost would it give him?
Listen, you mentioned that tough job that he had in England. Not only with the bat but with the gloves as well.
Yeah.
Like Duke ball moving around, and
He's actually mentioned it, how tough it was.
Yeah, he did indeed, and that was even referred to. Was that?
There we go.
As Dane Patterson wraps up the Gbets Rocks innings, gets the outside edge of Imran Manak's bat, And that is the end of the first innings for the Gbets Rocks. Obviously, Ismail Khafieldin not returning with that fracture to his hand. So it is the Gbets Rocks innings that comes to an end on 202, still trailing by 355 runs.
Just give me
Nasri?
an eye on Calvert.
No, I was about to pose that question to you, not to Kyle. I'm posing it to you.
Well,
355 run deficit. You certainly got your tails up with the bowlers. What do you do?
Well, if I am not Calvert, I'm not a professional cricketer, but if it was up to me, I would. There is only, if you take a 8-minute break, 10-minute break, there's going to be half an hour left in the day. I would give my bowlers another crack. You know, it's a nice and cool day. I would give my bowlers another crack, but it does not seem so, Tariq. We're just starting to get word on what is actually done. What has Calvert done? It seems like it seems like the openness has run up to Kopad up.
No, I still see
Is that a
Tony.
surprise to you?
I still see Tony walking off the field. We'll wait and we'll let you know what it is that they do decide. But just to run through those bowling figures, Nandre Burger ending with 1 for 46 from his 14. Bjorn Hendricks picking up 2 for 29 from his 13 overs. Tsepo Moreki 3 for 58 off 11 overs, and Dane Patterson picking up 3 wickets for 41 off 12.3 overs. George Linder, the only bowler not to grab a wicket, he finishes on 0 for 28 after his 7. And for the Gbets Rocks, there's Stiaan van Zyl 62 that stands head and shoulders above everybody else. There's starts for Janneman Malan with his 22, Clyde Fontaine 33, and Sean van Berg 39. So there's 3 batters that got themselves in but didn't kick on. Stiaan van Zyl, the only one to raise his bat. So it is the Gbets Rocks that ends on 202 for 9. We'll take a short break with that innings, and when we'll return, well, you'll probably find out at the same time as we do what Six Gun Grill Western Province will do. We'll see you in a little while. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, where indeed Captain Kyle Verheyen has decided that he wants the Gbets Rocks to have another bat. So he has enforced the follow-on. And as we do know, the Gbets Rocks outfit only having 10 batters at their disposal, with Gafieldin not playing a further part in this game with that fractured finger. So it is Imran Manak, surprising me, that has joined Stiaan van Zyl out there in the middle. And Nasri, that's a bit of an interesting one.
We just see first ball left alone by Stiaan van Zyl. Nice easy one. Way outside off stump. Just left alone, taken by Kyle Verheyen. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Imran Manak was still in, you know. He just kept his pads on. And with Gafieldin out injured, I think he was solid enough, you know, in that brief innings that he had in the first innings. And with only, 29 minutes left of play today, so just giving him some confidence, you know, to just see the day out, I guess.
Sam Burger sends this one down the leg side. Well taken by Kyle Verheyen to ensure that no byes are conceded. But with, I reckon, Nasri, with Manak being there on the non-striker side at the moment, if it is Bjorn Hendricks that's going to bowl from the Calvin Grove end, he'll be licking his lips to know that he could potentially nip one. And I think Six Gun Grill Western Province probably would want to probably take at least, you know, one, maybe two scalps with him to the end of the day.
Ooh.
Good shot from Stiaan van Zyl. Just the confidence that he had in that first innings, caressing this one nicely through the covers. Doesn't make it to the cover boundary as Yasin Vali does the tidying up. But 2 runs to Stiaan van Zyl, and the first runs on the board in the second innings for the Gbets Rocks.
Yeah, you mentioned, you know, 1 or 2 sticks. I think the Western Province bowlers are certainly fired up after that first innings performance. Coach Charlie Knakadin, I'm just watching him on the balcony. He looks very happy. It hasn't been a great start to the season with the T20 Challenge, but very happy so far in the first home 40 game.
This time full from Burger, dugout though by Stiaan van Zyl. Manages to keep that one out.
We just looking at the field for the first over of the second innings. We got 3 slips. Then we have a gully. We have a backward point, which is George Linder. We have mid-off, Yasin Vali. We have mid-on, Dane Patterson. We have Tony Zozi, surprisingly, under the helmet. And we also have a long leg. It looks like Tshepo Moreki is in front of some students from Varsity College.
This time on the pads, clipped away by Stiaan van Zyl into the vacant mid-wicket region. It rolls its way over, and it'll be 4 runs off the bat of Stiaan van Zyl. A nice juicy half volley on the pads from Nandre Burger, and gleefully accepted by van Zyl.
Yeah, some wide open spaces, you know, with a very attacking field. You know, Stiaan van Zyl, he came into this game in very good form, got a 90 odd last week, another 60. He would have been disappointed not to kick on, you know, like Kyle Verheyen and Tony Zozi did yesterday. But certainly he's one of those elegant batters that you love watching.
That's the edge from Nandre Burger, snaffled by Aviwe Ngajima at first slip, and the first wicket falls for the Gbets Rocks. The big man is out. Stiaan van Zyl has to make his way off. And Nasri, you probably could not have scripted that one any better for Six Gun Grill Western Province.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag first over, you know, a few wide ones and one down the leg side, then being clipped for 4. And this one, he got perfectly on off stump, you know, just rising. Stiaan van Zyl was forced to play it, got the edge, and Aviwe Ngajima safe hands at first slip. Brilliant start.
Yeah, that celebration.
6 for 1.
That celebration from Nandre Burger let you know exactly what that meant. He had a big celebration in the first innings when he got the wicket of Van Zyl. So 2 in 2 for Nandre Burger, getting out the ever-experienced Stiaan van Zyl.
I think, you know, the Western Province knows that Stiaan van Zyl and Yaneman Malan, you know, the 2 big fish in this Gbets Rocks lineup. and to get Stian van Zyl before the close of play today. I don't know if you experienced this story, but a bit of a light bag tomorrow.
Listen, I batted, when I did play club cricket, then we were still playing two-day. I'm relatively small in nature, so I already have a small bag. But now I batted way too low down to ever have a small bag. I always had to carry the kit bag around for both of those days.
Yeah, I was an opening batsman, Tariq, and I can assure you, I was out twice in one day. It's not the best feeling, but that was only club cricket. I mean, these are professionals. But yeah, being twice out in one day, it's not a good feeling. But just brilliant bowling from Western Province. I mean, we were discussing earlier, the seamers especially have just been patient, Tony De Zorzi spoke last night after his big innings. The message that he will give to his bowlers is, to go full, to go straight. And even if you hit to the boundary, just be patient, and there is something there for the seamers. As we see Buren Hendricks open the bowling from the other side.
So it is Buren Hendricks that gets the new ball from the Calvin Grove end. Back of the length, straight at Imran Manak, who does what he needs to do, gets some bat on it, and doesn't worry or trouble the scorers just yet. But Michael Copeland comes in at number 3 to replace Van Zyl, and we mentioned earlier on, in fact we mentioned not too long ago, that Six Gun Girl Western Province would want to perhaps grab a second as soon as they can. So once again, back of the length, pushing Imran back, forcing him to play off the back foot at the moment is Buren Hendricks.
I think Buren is sniffing blood here with the night watchman actually opening the batting. Imran Manak, well, we know he has a solid defence, but Buren Hendricks, experienced left arm fast bowler from the Western Province team, he is sniffing at the moment. He would fancy his chances definitely against someone like or a lower order batter as Imran Manak.
Oh, absolute jaffa of a delivery on this occasion from Buren Hendricks, and you can just see that every single fielder of Six Gun Girl Western Province is loving this effort from Buren, pretty much starting the exact same way that he did in the first innings.
Tariq, it's just a lovely place to be, as a fielding unit. When the ball is beating the bat, you're on top in the game. You got 550 on the board. You just pumped up in the field. Every ball is a ooh and a ah, So it's just a lovely position to be in.
This time Manak able to fend it away, get some bat on it, gently rolls to fine leg where Nandre Burger cleans it up. It's a single then to Imran Manak. He gets himself off the mark, and a first chance for Michael Copeland to face a delivery in the second innings. Still 348 runs behind are the Gbets Rocks.
Just looking at the field, Tariq, there's 3 slips, and then we have a gully? We have a short silly mid off. We have a backward point, man under the helmet, mid on, and a long leg.
It's a lot fuller from Hendricks, beats the bat of Copeland, who just plays on the inside line of this one. And with every ball that passes the bat, the slip fielders feel that they are in it.
Do you feel maybe covering to get another slip in for Mikey Copeland? 4 slips, or even more attacking, maybe?
That's the risk you got to take, and perhaps probably knowing that Buren can move the ball back into Copeland as well. He's deciding not to bring in the extra slip as Buren comes in once again. This time Copeland shoulders his arms and allows this one to go through. So a good start from Buren Hendricks, conceding just the solitary run. And at the end of the second over, it is the Gbets Rocks 7-4-1.
Yeah, very good over from Buren Hendricks. Pretty much on the money. Very straight in line. And also it's a very big test of character for someone like Mikey Copeland. We know he's part of that star generation of under 19 cricketers that has come through the pipeline of South African cricket. Made his way down to the ball hunt last season. He hasn't quite found his batting form, has it? I think lots expected of this young man. He has a big opportunity batting at number 3 in this game as well. Ooh. Have you seen Andre Burger beating the outside edge of Imran Manak? Big fiery fast bowler, pitching on middle, just left Imran Manak. He went for the drive, but beaten all ends up and taken by Kyle Verheyen. And once again, Tariq, is that oohs and ahs from the fielding side this late in the day.
No, 100%. Every time, we mention it, every time the ball goes past the bat, there's going to be plenty of oohing and ahhing. 600 Western Province identifying they are well on top in this encounter as Burger comes charging in from the Wynberg end. So Manak gets the arms and the bat completely out of the way. And he's, I think Nandre Burger he's got his plan here. It's the second one that's just gone across Imran Manak.
I think he's trying to bring the slips into play. Just going across the right-hander. And it might be that, that surprise in-swinger from Nandre at 140 clicks, maybe. He's looking for Imran Manak to get that outside edge to the slips waiting.
Once again, this one just goes across Manak, shoulders the arms, and just lets it one go all the way through to Kyle Verheyen at the back.
We asked for the Tariq. There's now 5 slips in place. There's no backward point. We have 5 slips. And then Kyle Verheyen going all out attack in this last 20 minutes that we have left. We have a mid-off, mid-on, Tony Dzozia under the helmet, and then Sepu Moriki at long leg. So very attacking from Kyle Verheyen. And with the runs on the board, with 20 minutes left in the session or for the day, why wouldn't you?
There's another absolute peach of a delivery from Andre Burger. Just beats Imran Manak, who gets his bat out of the way just in the nick of time. But it's been a feature, Nasri, of Kyle Verheyen's captaincy today. He's always had at least 3 slips in there. I don't think I've seen anything less than 3 slips throughout the day thus far, especially in that first innings.
We were speaking earlier, Tariq. It's been a very good 2 days for Kyle Verheyen. It seems all his bowling changes has worked. He has all the catches in the right areas of the field. I don't think he could ask for more in this first 2 days.
There's that one that comes back at Manak, who gets a slight little inside edge onto his pad, and it just dribbles to Tony Dzozia at short leg. So indeed, Nandre Burger was looking for that little setup of pushing the ball across the batter in the early stages of the innings, or at least of the over, and then bringing the one back at him.
I think the key here for the Western Province fast bowlers in this mini session before the close is just to make the batters play. You don't want them leaving too many balls.
It's in swinging from Burger, well dealt with by Manak in the end, digging out that vicious in swinging Yorker. Manages to get the ball down to the deep square area where Moreki cleans up an extra 2 runs to Manak, and at the end of the 3rd over, Gbets Rocks take their score to 9 for 1.
Oh, that looked. He just got his batting time. It's very difficult for a lower order batter. End of the day, fiery fast bowler running in, probably bowling 140, 150 clicks. We do not have the speed gun, but we know Burger can, extract that pace and bounce from the wicket. It's a very tricky period. Imran Manak just has to do the best he can with the senior batter in Mikey Copeland, who himself is still young in his career. This is where the test of character comes in. This is where you show, what you're made of. If Mikey Copeland can, get through this period, he can be set for a big day tomorrow and actually, get a big score.
So change in bowling then for Siskan Grill Western Province. Just a solitary over for Buren Hendricks as Dane Patterson charges in from the Kelvin Grove, strikes Manak on the pad and pleads with umpire Sean George to raise the finger, but I guess that was a bit too high from Patterson, but already, just showing and keeping it nice and tight, wicket to wicket, and like you say, Nasri, forcing the batter to play.
Forcing the batter to play. I think that one just nipped in. Might be down leg. With two very experienced umpires, you're not going to get much out of Sean George and Adrian Holstock. You know, it's got to be a big appeal to get the wicket. As Mikey Copeland just plays that one out to the leg side where Tony DeZorzi cleans up.
Something,
no
Nasri, yesterday when Sisangirl Western Province were batting, I think Ardis had a massive appeal as well for LBW, and from here we saw, I stuck my finger up, and Sean George said not out, so there's a reason why he's an international umpire and I'm not.
No, they're both very experienced. They know all the tricks from these players. You know, they've seen it all before, basically.
And then Batson going back to his channel bowling just outside the off stump, and Copeland allows that one to go through to Calverain. And it was Dane Patterson that picked up the wicket of Copeland in the first innings, nicking him off, setting him up with two prior deliveries that came back at him, and the third one went away, got the edge.
Just a bit of experience there from Dane in the first innings, you know, to the youngster.
It's again back at him, hits him on the pad, and this one perhaps as well a bit too high. No appeal from Dane Patterson, but another dot ball. So good start to the over
This
for
is a tough
Patterson.
period for Mikey Copeland, for young Mikey Copeland. But like we said, Tariq, is a great test of character. These are the situations you want the youngsters to be in. First, an experienced bowler. He's taken 70 wickets for Nottinghamshire in the county championship. Got the county championship player of the year at Notts.
It's the edge of the Copeland bat that dribbles its way to Smith in the third slip gully region. Oh, it ties it up nicely. So 5 balls gone in the over. Patterson with his tail up. It's been a good start, and it's nice to see Patterson in his first over immediately find his rhythm and find his areas.
Just been on the money. You know, it's like he hasn't been. Don't forget, this is his first 4-day game back for Western Province since his return. The prodigal son has come back, you know, from the Calvin Groven, and he just hit the money so far.
And Mikey Copeland just doing what he needs to do to survive, and survive the over he does. So the first maiden of the second innings. Dane Patterson not conceding a run in the 4th over. And with around 12 minutes to go in the day, can the Gbets Rocks survive with losing just that solitary wicket? Can Imran Manak and Michael Copeland see their side to the end of the day? It's a change of ends for Buren Hendricks. Andre Berger being given just that short burst of 2 overs. So Buren Hendricks will start his second over from the Wynberg end.
I think Buren is just showing a bit of experience there. There's a bit of a breeze that's coming from the Wynberg end. And he's thinking, you know, it's late in the day. Let me have a go with the wind. You know, this famous wind that Vernon Philander has used throughout his career. Buren is like, you know, let me have a go with the wind. You know, let the less experience go from the Calvin Groven against the wind.
Immediately just gets that extra bit of bounce, and it was that extra bit of bounce that wraps Manak on the bottom hand, and
it's not a good sign there, Tariq.
Or
it might be a gamesmanship, some time wasting maybe. Call the train out.
No, I
Looks
think
like
that
Manak
one,
has
listen, that one did seem as though it really did hurt his bottom hand. We know that in the first innings it was a delivery from Buren Hendricks that got a bit of extra bounce, struck Gafieldin on the hand, and well, the net result is Gafieldin sitting on the sideline with a fractured finger.
Yeah, we just spotted him over there in the ball and change room. He has a sling on. He's been to hospital, fractured finger. He has the hoodie on. We've been told that he's not going to take part in the game. So they are 1 man down, and it just looks like Imran Manak is going to get some of the magic spray maybe.
So the trainer comes out just to assess what has happened to that right digit of Imran Manak. So as he gets some attention. The state of play currently is that Six Gun Grill Western Province came out on day one. The toss was won by their captain, Carl Verheyen, decided to bat. And they put on a mammoth 557 in their first innings. Carl Verheyen himself getting to a double century, 201 not out he finished on. And Tony de Zorzi also contributing with 163, if I remember correctly, in that first innings. So they came out to bowl with about half an hour before the lunch break here on day 2 in this 4-day series encounter. And not too long ago managed to dismiss the Gbets Rocks for 202 in their first innings. Currently the Gbets Rocks find themselves on 9 for 1, effectively 9 for 2, with Gafieldin not returning to bat. So the deficit there for the Gbets Rocks, in fact, just to make Western Province bat again, they've got to score another 346 runs. It is a mountain that is almost as steep, if not steeper, than Table Mountain at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, if they're going to conquer this, is that one of those hikes up Lions Head there, Tariq. Those steep hikes up Lions Head that I don't think you have done on a Sunday morning. I've certainly done it, and I can tell you it's a very high mountain to climb.
Listen, there's certain things you only do once in your life, and I've done that once. And with my really bad knees, I don't think I'll do it again. But back we come to the action. It is Manak that has received his attention. The glove is back on. He seems to be gripping the bat all right, and
it's getting some words there from Tony de Zorzi under the helmet. Maybe some gamesmanship. There's just under 10 minutes left for the day's play. Taking some time out. That was 2 or 3 minutes from the clock as Buren Hendricks comes in.
This time Manak lets it go past him as it goes on with the angle. So yeah, it could be a bit of gamesmanship. Tony de Zorzi giving him a few words, I think just off screen when Manak took the gloves off and called for the trainer. I think Carl Verheyen had a few words for him as well. But those are all done in as friendly fire, here we call it. I mean, they were teammates not
Cape
too long
Cobra's,
ago.
Yeah, Cape Cobra's teammates, split into provinces now, Boland and Western Province. But yeah, Manak is at least showing some fight. He just needs to get through the next 7 minutes or so.
So again, this one, Manak just shoulders arms and allows it to go through. And we know the experience of Buren Hendricks, he would have perhaps by now already seen something in the Manak technique.
Yeah, I think just a bit of a limp there from Buren after that ball. He got injured in the T20 challenge as well. We know he's getting on in experience. Those small niggles, become
not so small niggles.
Yeah, it becomes a bigger issue, and especially after spending the day in the field. They didn't get a chance to, go rest as bowlers would want after a good innings.
Again, just Buren sticking to his game plan, keeping the ball in that fourth stump channel. And Manak happy to shoulder his arms. And this is probably Manak is doing exactly what the coach would have wanted him to do. If it's not there, if it's not on the stumps, it's not at you, just let it go through to the goal, to the wicketkeeper.
Definitely, Tariq. I mean, like we said, he is at this. He put his hand up in the dressing room. He'll do the dirty work of actually opening and seeing out the session, and he's doing a very good job so far.
It's again full from Manak, at least full from Hendricks, and Manak able to dig that one out, and it's exactly what we just spoke about. Nasri, that one is straighter at him, forced him to play, and dealt with it pretty neatly.
Yeah, got himself off.
It almost seems as though that Manak is playing the role of senior batter here, because he's been soaking up all the balls and takes a single off the fourth ball of the over.
It's
and
giving Mikey Copeland one ball to face. Well, that is a watchman's job. Come to think of it, just to protect the batter in the team.
And this one goes agonizingly wide, and just short of clipping that Michael Copeland. It's good end to the over for Buren Hendricks. Just a single run coming off that one. 5 overs gone in the second innings of the Gbets Rocks. It is 10 for 1, as we could perhaps see the final over. Saw the Six Gangrel Western Province players running through, see if they can get maybe a second over in. But one does perhaps feel that this could be and should be the final over of the day. It is Dane Patterson from the Calvin Grove end. This one wraps Manak on the pads, perhaps a slight inside edge. The ball just trickles to Tony DeZorzi at mid-wicket. No run scored.
I think he just lunged forward there from the lower order batter. He's definitely get his body and then his bat, behind that ball. But Dane Patterson, just sticking to what we were talking about, making the batsman play, and looking for that edge, and bringing the 4 slips into play.
This one a bit shorter in length and outside the off stump from Patterson. Manak doing enough just to get the bat out of the way. That's the one go through to the wicket keeper. So 4 balls to go in the day, and as we approach the end of the day's play, Nasri, how would you sum up the day completely? Dare you say it completely in favour of Six Gangrel Western Province at this moment?
Oh, most definitely, Tariq. I mean, we're hopping on the fact that Western Province captain Calvin could not have asked for a better 2 days. 557 on the board. That's a lot of runs to actually play with. And then his bowlers, or his seam bowlers, his experienced quartet of Dane Patterson, Nandre Burger, Buren Hendricks, and Tsepo Moreki. Very experienced in the domestic game. Going about their work today was brilliant to watch. Dismissed the Rocks for 202, and now already 1 down in the second innings. Ooh.
Nice little clip from Manak off his toes. It's the ball to the deep square area where Nandre Burger's got to make about 50 meters to cut that one off. So 2 runs it is to Imran Manak. Takes the Gbets Rocks to 12 for 1.
Yeah, and with a deficit of 343 still to go, they would be confident of bowling well again tomorrow. Good ice baths for those seamers. Come back fresh tomorrow and then wrap up the game. As we see a big appeal from Dane Patterson, I think that might have been down leg. Sean George, like we said, very experienced, not interested for one bit in that appeal.
I'm not even going to say anything because like I mentioned yesterday, I got it horribly wrong. So now we'll leave all these decisions up to the umpires out in the middle. I reckon that one probably definitely moving itself down leg. So the final ball of the day. Again wraps Manak on the pads. Perhaps a little bat pad involved there. And we'll just wait to see as the Six Gangrel Western Province players hustle. It seems like we're going to get 1 final over in.
1 minute left. I think we should.
Yeah. The umpires are taking up their position. So, well, I definitely called it wrong then. That was not the last ball of the day. We will get to see Buren Hendricks finish the day off from the Wynberg end. And he will be bowling to Michael Copeland with the Gbets Rocks on 12 for 1 after 6 overs. Straight at Copeland, who deals with it. Gets the bat down in time, and ball just trickles its way to Dane Patterson at mid-on.
I think Mikey Copeland, he wants to get off this field. Tariq, like we said, it could be a big day in his career tomorrow. Not that experienced in long form cricket, shall we say. He has under 19 World Cup under his belt. But tomorrow, if he gets through tonight, he can set himself and go for a big one tomorrow.
Shoulders, arms does Copeland as Hendricks goes a little bit fuller and outside the off stump.
And speaking about the under 90s, is that Shukri Conrad? The current SA under-19 coach and actually coach, Mikey Copeland, sitting in the stands, taking in the lovely action that we're witnessing. I think, Newland's not a bad place to come and sit and watch some 4-day cricket. So yeah, it's good to see our national under-19 coach, at the ground to come watch his youngsters that he's brought through the pipeline.
Again, just tempting Copeland is Hendricks with that one. It's even fuller, sort of half volley length outside the off stump. Just testing the youngster a little bit just to see if he will have that little nibble. But Copeland up to task and shoulders, arms.
A good test of your mental strength. Half volleys, you normally jump on it, but there is 4 slips. There is a backward point as well. And the youngster showed some good patience there and to shoulder arms. But yeah, it's a very good mental test. What's the final 3 balls to come in the day?
A little bit shorter this time from Hendricks. This one rises a little bit even more than expected for Copeland, so got to get himself out of the way. Does indeed do that.
But yeah, Coach Charlie Nakadin, the Western Province coach, must be very happy today. Like we said, wasn't the best start to the domestic season for the Western Province side. Didn't do well in the CSA T20 Challenge, so very good start to the 4-day campaign up at Centurion. Game got rained off when they had the Titans 144 for 6 as Mikey Copeland again shoulders arms, showing some good composure out in the middle. And he has 1 ball left in the day to see out.
So indeed, it will be the final ball of day 2 in the 4-day series. This Western Cape derby between Six Gun Girl Western Province and Gbets Rocks, and Bjorn Hendricks deciding to come around the wicket for this final delivery.
I think he's trying to tuck him up here to target that final ball, or some mind games, just take some more time out of the game, make the youngster think about it.
So Hendricks charges in straight at Copeland and beats the outside edge of Michael Copeland's bat, but he does survive, and that brings an end to day 2 between Six Gun Girl Western Province and the Gbets Rocks. The Gbets Rocks will head back into the change room and back into their hotel room with their second innings on 12 for 1, still trailing Six Gun Girl Western Province by 343 runs. So an excellent day for the home side overall.
It's been a brilliant day. I just see Carl Verheyen, giving all the bowlers some pat on the backs as they leave the field. I don't think, again, we're hopping on the fact that I don't think the home side could ask for a better day. It's just been brilliant to watch from the home side, and Tariq, we'll see each other again maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow bright and early to bring you the remainder of this match. But for now, from myself, Tariq Ibrahim, and Nasri Alexander, it is good night.